In 2034 Japan, he believed risking his life was necessary to achieve something meaningful. Work, hobbies, and ordinary routines felt distant compared to his goal. Days passed with him lying in bed, focused only on reaching the top. School and social life were neglected, while he devoted himself entirely to the game. Within Mobius Online, his character 7 held first place, undefeated and recognized worldwide. Battles against powerful enemies proved his dominance, until all achievements became history. Hackers deleted 7, erasing rankings and data, leaving him defeated. News spread that the hacking culprit had been arrested, accused of targeting thousands of high-ranking players. Soon after, the administrators announced they could not restore any deleted characters. Compensation would only come through minor promotions for new accounts. Anger overwhelmed him, and he lashed out inside his small room. Repeated inquiries brought identical responses, offering no recovery of lost data. Exhaustion replaced rage as he lay back down. Yet he decided he could not remain defeated forever. A faint smile formed as he reached a final decision, accepting the end without hesitation. Darkness followed, and his awareness faded as he surrendered to death. Instead of nothingness, he found himself standing in a busy street, beneath a bright sky, surrounded by unfamiliar buildings and passing strangers. Signs identified the place as the royal capital of Kastal, a location he recognized from Mobius Online. Confusion deepened when townspeople reacted to him, making him realize this world felt undeniably real. He recognized Isis's poster girl immediately, yet her tone and behavior felt different from stored memories. Unexpectedly, she blushed and responded with shy hesitation, reacting in ways no scripted character had before. Surprise overtook him as he observed her flustered movements. Concluding that this change resembled a major system update, through the shop window, he analyzed the situation and suspected a newly implemented report feature. Calmly reassessing himself, he realized he was no longer 7, but instead controlling his secondary character. He examined his current body and confirmed it was his untrained alternate character, created alongside 7, but never developed. Standing on the main street, he attempted to log out, believing he could simply abandon everything again. No system window appeared, and no command responded. Gradually, he understood there was no interface because this was no longer a game. The memory of his death resurfaced, forcing him to question why he now existed inside Mobius. After steady reflection, he concluded this world had become his afterlife, shaped by his final wish. Pain struck his cheek, yet excitement rose as he considered the possibility that his final wish had truly been granted. Standing in the street, he reviewed the evidence, lifelike reactions, missing system menus, and his inability to log out. Realization overwhelmed him, and he shouted in triumph, convinced he had been reborn inside the world of Mobius. Tears streamed down his face as joy replaced despair, drawing confused stares from nearby pedestrians. Guards quickly restrained him, mistaking his ecstatic outburst for dangerous behavior. At the shopkeeper's request, the guards escorted him to the station of the Third Chivalric Order without resistance. Inside the building, a stern female knight demanded an explanation for his disruptive behavior. Seated across from her, he admitted he had become overly excited and clarified he was not a noble. While observing her composed presence, he realized she was unlike any NPC he remembered from the game. With firm conviction, she declared that law applied equally to all, leaving him silently attentive. During questioning, the knight accused him of concealing noble status and claimed to possess sufficient evidence. When he hesitated, she drew her blade, forcing him to quickly promise cooperation. After demanding his name and occupation, she rejected his claim of being an adventurer and labeled him dishonest. Her suspicion centered on his refined outfit, which appeared too expensive for someone of common rank. Understanding her strong hostility toward nobles, he realized her strict justice and background made the situation increasingly dangerous. As the interrogation intensified, a senior knight entered and observed the scene with calm authority. He reprimanded the female knight for her conduct and took over the questioning in a measured manner. Under composed supervision, the young man clarified his name and status according to this world's standards. He admitted causing a disturbance unintentionally and explained that he had no plan to obstruct business. After confirming the absence of malicious intent, they released him, advising him to behave responsibly within the city. After his release, he reflected on the compensation money and questioned whether society here functioned like the game he remembered. Reviewing his funds and equipment, he calculated his total assets and realized prices might differ from his prior knowledge. Deciding to test the economy directly, he approached a nearby inn that also operated a bar. Inside, he calmly asked about the cost of a single night's stay. The receptionist responded with visible nervousness, reinforcing his suspicion that his appearance drew unusual attention. The receptionist explained the lodging fee, and he realized the price was far lower than expected, confirming his equipment held significant value. After receiving the key, he sensed an unfamiliar warmth in her shy expression, but chose not to dwell on it. Later, he sat in the inn's dining area, quietly observing the relaxed atmosphere around him. Several patrons glanced in his direction, their attention lingering on his refined clothing and composed posture. While drinking, he concluded that his attire made him stand out far more than intended. He concluded that his carefully designed avatar was the cause of the unusual attention he kept receiving. Gradually, he accepted that this body was no longer data within a game, but his actual existence in a living world. Under the open sky, he reaffirmed that nothing lay beyond this reality, and that his actions here would carry true consequences. Memories of criticism and doubt from his former life resurfaced, yet they felt distant and powerless now. Overcome with relief and excitement, he laughed openly, embracing this world as his genuine beginning. Once more, he vowed to rise to the top and claim the title of number one in this world. Second wakes with a heavy head, recalling reckless celebration after reincarnating into a parallel world. Bare feet touch the floor as he steadies himself, confirming this place is real. Sitting upright, he organizes priorities and decides to obtain every necessary skill available. Remembering Mobius' online system, he concludes experience points determine growth and ability. Resolute, Second hunts monsters and completes quests, steadily building strength in this new reality. Second reviews the skill structure, noting ranks, titles, and the experience required for advancement. A status screen confirms that growth depends on the type chosen during character creation. His character profile reveals an all-rounder type, matching the balanced setup he once selected. The explanation shows equal stat growth without specialization, offering stability but limiting dominance. While eating quietly, Second evaluates this balanced path, recognizing its steady potential for long-term survival. Second calmly assessed his growth path, understanding that his initial development would be harsher yet far stronger than other methods available. After reaching the town's potion specialty store, he resolved to proceed with a decisive plan, despite the heavy cost it would demand. Inside, the black-haired youth requested every detoxify, dispel, recovery, and high potion bottle available without hesitation. The elderly shopkeeper calculated the stock, revealing hundreds in inventory, which would require an extraordinary amount of money. Without wavering, Second chose to purchase all remaining potions. Second paid an enormous sum for hundreds of strengthened high potions. With the high-class bottles secured, he carefully considered the exact purpose behind acquiring such an excessive quantity. A strategy surfaced from old game knowledge, a method once called the dinosaur quest tactic, relying on fixed damage items against evasive foes. In this world, detoxifying and recovery potions also inflicted guaranteed damage upon undead creatures, regardless of their resistance. Each bottle hurled at the undead delivered precise fixed damage, turning Second's massive purchase into overwhelming offensive power. Viper zombies possessed valuable experience among the undead, and the fixed damage from his potions could steadily reduce even an intermediate monster's health. By throwing the bottles directly at them, Second could guarantee their defeat without relying on skill, strength, or advanced techniques. Such a tactic allowed even beginners to destroy the creatures. Yet, it was normally reserved for wealthy high-level players using alternate accounts. The reason remained simple: the method demanded an overwhelming amount of money to sustain continuous attacks. Gaining meaningful experience required at least 10,000 bottles, a cost only someone like Second could calmly prepare. The DK tactic offered exceptional experience at the beginning. Although powerful, the method lost efficiency once a player reached intermediate rank. At the stables, he secured a horse and accepted the identity of Seventh Tio before departing without hesitation. Wind swept across the plains as he rode for nearly 2 hours, silently acknowledging the lengths he would take to accelerate growth. Beyond the mine, a vast cave awaited, known as a hunting ground, where undead gathered in significant numbers. Inside the vast cave, Second found complete silence, confirming that no adventurers had entered the hunting ground. He considered that the decoy tactic might remain undiscovered in this world. Few beginners could afford such costly potions, and most likely avoided this method entirely, despite its efficiency. Moments later, movement stirred within the darkness as a viper zombie emerged from the shadows. Seeing the creature up close unsettled him. Its grotesque form far more disturbing than any version he remembered from a game. Second advanced toward the viper zombie and began hurling bottles one after another. As the creature dissolved under repeated strikes, a surge of experience flowed into him, bringing a rare sense of satisfaction. He moved between hunting grounds, repeating the cycle without pause until every potion he carried had been thrown. By sunset, exhaustion replaced momentum as the final bottle shattered, and the cave finally fell silent. After returning to the capital, his brief rest was interrupted the moment someone ordered him to halt. A female knight confronted Second at the city entrance, studying him with sharp suspicion while recognizing him from the previous day. Under the street lamp, he claimed he had visited the mines to gain experience, offering the explanation without visible concern. Sylvia questioned his reasoning, doubting that someone would deliberately challenge dangerous monsters alone at night, rather than argue. Seriously, Second responded with a careless remark that only deepened her skepticism. Amused yet irritated, Sylvia concluded he lacked common sense, while he silently admitted she was more troublesome than expected. Sylvia stopped him again beneath the dim street lamp, her expression sharp as she questioned his earlier claim about facing danger alone. Second calmly shifted the topic to Mobion's dungeons, stating there should be 21, and describing how players once treated them as valuable hunting grounds. She immediately corrected him, insisting that only 19 existed, clearly confused by his assertion. Realization flickered across his face as he asked how many were currently being raided. When she answered 13, his suspicions deepened while she dismissed him and urged him to leave. Second reflected that he already possessed knowledge others would risk countless lives to obtain. Riding toward the illuminated capital beneath the night sky, he grew confident that this advantage might propel him to the world's summit far sooner than expected. The next morning, Second arrived at a grand academy, recognizing it as his next destination after gaining sufficient experience in this world. Before entering, he confirmed that the Grand Royal Library was essential to the skill acquisition system governing Mobion. Inside, vast shelves and silent readers reminded him that skills could be obtained by studying specialized books under certain conditions. Among countless volumes, a librarian observed him as he calmly searched for the exact skill book he required. Determined to qualify, Second moved quickly through the shelves. Reaching the shelf, Second selected a volume detailing fundamental combat arts. Charts inside explained major combat skills and their related minor branches, outlining structured paths such as pawn, spear, knight, and higher ranks. After reviewing the classifications, he decided to acquire pawn and spear techniques from both swordsmanship and archery disciplines. Having secured those abilities without difficulty, his attention shifted toward the next objective, the study of sorcery. Diagrams described 4 core elements: fire, water, wind, and earth, each divided into progressive forms he intended to master. Standing between tall shelves, Second confirmed that the grimoires matched those he remembered from Mobion. After completing every fundamental skill book available, he smoothly acquired the Oppo elemental forms without encountering any obstacles. Leaving the stacks behind, he reflected on the abundant knowledge gained and sensed clear progress in his overall development. A structured plan formed in his mind, arranging his training path from archery to swordsmanship, then advancing toward sorcery. To begin, he chose archery for safe experience gains before reinforcing his strength through practical and efficient swordsmanship techniques. Advancing to the third stage, Second prepared for conjuration, intending to secure powerful options for difficult battles through advanced sorcery. Recalling a limited festival event from the past, he remembered acquiring a premium spirit ticket when he created this avatar. Using that resource would greatly increase his chances of summoning a rare spirit. Even so, he recognized that conjuration functioned best as support, requiring sufficient development in archery, swordsmanship, and sorcery beforehand. With the plan finalized, Second resolved to distribute his experience points carefully, and raise each chosen skill methodically, opening his status screen. Second carefully allocated his remaining experience, strengthening pawn swordsmanship for security, and raising elemental sorcery to reduce casting time. Soon his experience points were exhausted, leaving him temporarily satisfied with the balanced foundation he had constructed. Next, he turned his attention to mastering advanced archery paths beyond pawn and spear classifications. Techniques such as bishop, silver general, and castle archery demonstrated powerful strikes suited for various tactical situations. From studying these disciplines, he realized knight, gold general, and castle archery would significantly expand his battlefield options. Considering Mobion's acquisition rules, Second requested a longbow, knowing advanced archery differed from basic pawn and spear techniques. Unlocking those paths required completing specific skill quests rather than merely studying books in the library. He cleared strict combat conditions, defeating monsters consecutively to obtain silver general, knight, and gold general archery. Harder challenges followed, including simultaneous distant kills, eventually granting him bishop archery after meeting multiple requirements. Finally, he set his sights on mastering the most demanding yet powerful discipline, castle archery. Castle archery demonstrated overwhelming power, reaching extraordinary damage when raised to higher grades. Despite its strength, its acquisition conditions were infamous, ranking among the most tedious requirements within advanced skill paths. Zone condition demanded eliminating 1,000 monsters with silver general archery while securing numerous critical hits. Another required consecutive precision kills under strict distance and health limitations using combined archery techniques. Even before beginning, Second felt exhausted imagining the relentless effort needed to complete every condition. The brutal requirements felt unbearable, especially knowing a single mistake would reset all progress from the beginning. In a game he could have asked others for assistance, but this world offered no safe cooperation. Facing life-threatening conditions where his health must drop dangerously low, he realized relying on chance would be reckless. Though frustrated, he accepted the burden. Understanding castle archery was indispensable for his long-term strength. Resolving to hunt 1,000 monsters and secure hundreds of critical hits, he waited for the right opportunity, which soon arrived unexpectedly. A week after his reincarnation, Second observed the distant castle city, reflecting on the steady progress he had achieved. Taking advantage of a calculated tactic, he raised multiple skill ranks efficiently and prepared to focus on swordsmanship next. While traveling through the forest, sudden cries and the clash of weapons interrupted his thoughts. Ahead, towering scarlet mantises overwhelmed armored soldiers, their blades striking with lethal precision. Witnessing fallen bodies and hearing desperate screams, Second grasped the brutal reality of combat unfolding before him. A fallen soldier lay motionless, a sight far removed from the harmless battles he once knew in Mobius Online. 5 bodies already covered the ground, while another group struggled in formation against the relentless scarlet mantises, watching from concealment. Second realized this chaos might satisfy the brutal conditions required for castle archery. For a moment, he considered waiting until the fighters were weakened enough to ensure precise finishing blows. Then the reality struck him clearly. These were not players, but living people dying before his eyes. Seeing the fallen reminded Second of his own past, realizing those risking their lives here were no different from him. Unable to ignore the scene, he drew his weapon and resolved to intervene, despite the danger. Rushing forward, he shouted for the surviving soldiers to get down, as despair thickened the battlefield air. Positioning himself between the mantises and the wounded, he prepared a decisive counterattack. With spear archery unleashed at 5th grade, his strike pierced through the monsters and shattered their advance. The mantises collapsed after his strike, their bodies burning as the battlefield fell briefly silent. Lowering his weapon, Second assessed the surroundings, while the surviving soldiers stared at him in stunned relief. The knight surveyed the forest, sensing danger approaching, while his allies braced for battle. Second emerged from the mist, charging forward with enthusiasm and determination, surprising everyone around him. The knight's initial assessment of Second was harsh, doubting his abilities and maturity in combat. Despite reservations, the knight couldn't ignore Second's unwavering spirit and burgeoning competency in battle. Second showcased extraordinary skill, annihilating foes with arrows, earning the knight's reluctant admiration and respect. The young girl practiced tirelessly with her wooden sword, dreaming of knightly glory and bravery. Despite hardships, she faced ridicule from family, struggling with feelings of inadequacy and doubt. Joining the chivalric order offered her little respect, as her talents remained unnoticed and unappreciated. Frustration grew within her, seeing corruption and injustice among higher-ranking knights overpowering her idealism. Overwhelmed by disappointment, she contemplated her journey, feeling she had already lost her way. A conversation began outside the Grand Adventurers Guild, discussing whether to join its ranks. Second reflected on his recent exploits, recalling how he hoped for gratitude, not suspicion. Despite his achievements, others viewed him with skepticism. Unsure of his adventuring path or ambitions, he pondered the guild's notorious reputation, aware of its corrupt dealings overshadowing any potential benefits. Politely declining the joining offer, Second embraced independence, choosing his own path away from constraints. Second and the knight laughed lightly, sharing a moment of camaraderie amid serious discussions about guilds. The knight expressed how the chivalric order eagerly sought Second for his impressive skill, demonstrated recently. Second listened attentively, his suspicion rising about their true intentions and motivations in recruiting him. He mused over the guild's reputation, feeling wary of becoming entangled in their politics or obligations. Ultimately, he decided against joining, preferring his independence, but found himself assigned a companion. The knight suggested that Sylvia might keep an eye on Second in their new arrangement. Second contemplated the implications of this, sensing underlying motives within the chivalric order's decisions. He learned about Sylvia's reputation as a knight who opposed noble abuses, potentially creating political tensions. Imagining the benefits of an alliance, Second felt tempted by the idea of a strong companion. As the discussion progressed, a decision was made to assign Sylvia as his escort, surprising Second. Surprised by her new role, Sylvia understood this assignment likely meant a form of demotion. The knight discussed the implications, suggesting that the chivalric order viewed her negatively due to her actions. Second listened, realizing that using Sylvia's talents was a strategic move for the order's interests. Determined not to waste this opportunity, Second calculated that 2 years could help him advance. With a reluctant acceptance of his new companion, he prepared for the challenges ahead. Sylvia reflected on her past failures in the Virginia family, feeling inadequate as a knight. Desiring a fresh start, she approached Second with a proposal to form a deal. Misunderstanding the situation, Second jumped to conclusions, suggesting Sylvia was tasked with seducing him. Despite the confusion, Sylvia remained open to the conversation, ready to hear what he offered. As they discussed their goals, Second expressed his desire to help her regain her knightly pride. Sylvia savored her mead, reflecting on her feelings, realizing an attraction to Second was growing. Inviting him for a conversation, she nervously proposed they make a deal regarding their struggles. Taken off guard by her sudden suggestion, Second misinterpreted her intent as romantic, causing confusion. Sylvia, flustered by his reaction, clarified that it was merely a pact they needed. Determined to forge a partnership, she resolved to gain strength and combat the injustices around them. Sylvia reflected on her years of training but felt frustrated at her lack of justice achieved. Determined to change her situation, she sought advice from Second about her lack of sword talent. Second suggested she explore alternative weaponry, which surprised Sylvia, who believed in her dedication. Her emotions surged, and she confronted Second, expressing how much her efforts mattered to her. As she envisioned her dreams, Sylvia realized she wanted to be a knight, fighting for justice. Sylvia wiped away her tears, feeling overwhelmed by her insecurities as a knight in training. Second encouraged her to redefine her understanding of justice and not be bound by tradition. Sylvia contemplated his words, realizing that being a knight meant more than just wielding a sword. Determined to forge her own path, she declared her willingness to go out with Second. Seeing her resolve, Second smiled, ready to help her embrace a broader vision of knighthood. Sylvia listened intently as Second shared his ambitious dream of becoming the world's #1. She admired his enthusiasm but felt the dream lacked a definitive path and clarity. As they shared their thoughts, Sylvia realized her own dreams could take shape in unexpected ways. Reflecting on her newfound determination, she felt hopeful about stepping forward with Second's encouragement. Even amidst her embarrassment, she recognized the potential for real change, ready to embrace new beginnings. Second considered Sylvia's potential and calculated her skills, believing she might excel in archery or sorcery. As they planned their future together, Sylvia felt inspired by Second's enthusiasm for his dreams. She relished the promising night, convinced that aligning their efforts would lead to exciting adventures. Later, Second reflected on their discussion, realizing his victory over a monster had been significant. Eager for what lay ahead, Second prepared for training in dungeon exploration, excited by their partnership. Sylvia was intrigued by the idea of magic archery, sparking her interest in new skills. Second explained her potential as a magic archer, noting her exceptional dexterity and intelligence levels. They discussed the lack of known skills in this realm, revealing gaps in their knowledge. Second decided to guide Sylvia through essential training, starting with archery fundamentals at the library. Embracing this new journey, Second felt like he was mentoring a newcomer eager to learn. Sylvia agreed to train with Second, feeling a mix of excitement and determination for her future. Curious about her skills, the little girl was surprised by their discussion of magic archery. Second explained how rare skills like this were often kept secret among the nobility in society. He urged Sylvia to keep her newfound knowledge private, aware of the dangers of exposure. As they continued training, Sylvia was amazed by her progress. Feeling increasingly confident in her abilities, Second revealed his vast collection of expensive potions, startling Sylvia with their potential use. Sylvia struggled to process the idea of using the potions as Second explained their purposes. In the forest, Second eagerly detailed the Daikei tactic, which left Sylvia feeling confused yet curious. He then proposed teaching her castle archery, fueling her desire to learn and improve. They decided to explore the Royce dungeon, aiming to defeat the Flame Wolf and acquire powerful weaponry. Second led Sylvia into the dungeon, emphasizing the ideal monsters to help her acquire skills. Their main goal was for Sylvia to learn castle archery while battling various monsters. As they ventured deeper, Sylvia spotted the monsters approaching, heightening her focus and nerves. Second advised her to practice combining her skills, preparing her for the imminent encounter. Sylvia took aim, feeling a rush of determination, ready to confront the beasts ahead. Sylvia's excitement grew as she realized the potential to become incredibly powerful through her training. With the Daikei tactic, both her knight archery and silver general archery skills progressed significantly. Second encouraged her, affirming that her hard work had paid off and promised further training. Confident now, Sylvia actively prepared to tackle the next challenge with elevated enthusiasm and determination. As they strategized, Second explained the final requirements for Sylvia to master castle archery in the dungeon. Second and Sylvia encountered a powerful flaming troll, the target monster for their quest. Second pointed out the troll's weak spot, encouraging Sylvia to prepare for the battle ahead. Sylvia spotted 3 trolls, realizing the importance of her next actions in this dangerous situation. Second instructed her on the strategy, emphasizing timing and attack patterns with confidence. As the trolls charged, Second steeled himself, knowing he had to protect Sylvia during the fight. Second was caught off guard by an unexpected attack, injuring him and reducing his health significantly. Despite the injury, he thought of Sylvia, motivating himself to get back into the fight. As he prepared his plan, the massive flaming trolls charged forward, presenting a daunting challenge. Second resolved to confront the trolls, determined to prove his status as the world's #1. With blood on his face, he confidently declared his strength, ready to defend his title. The flaming troll swung its massive weapon, sending Second flying through the air, crashing hard. Struggling with his injuries, Second assessed his health, realizing he was down to critical levels. While he recuperated, Sylvia prepared herself, determined not to let Second down during the battle. As Second braced himself, he noticed the trolls charging again, urging Sylvia to take aim. With newfound resolve, Sylvia unleashed her attack, targeting the trolls with perfect precision, ready for victory. After the battle, Sylvia tearfully scolded Second for his reckless actions, showing her deep concern. Though injured, Second reassured her, realizing he couldn't let his health deter his responsibility. Eventually, they celebrated Sylvia's success as she unlocked the skill castle archery, marking a significant achievement. Filled with gratitude and joy, Second reflected on his thrilling journey alongside Sylvia in this world. Having defeated the trolls, Second and Sylvia approached the lair of the Flame Wolves. They prepared for their next challenge, being aware that the boss was exceptionally powerful. Second explained the strategy of stun locking to ensure they could overpower the Flame Wolf. Sylvia listened carefully, understanding the plan would involve alternating attacks using 2 different archery skills. With determination, they set out to execute the ultimate gold bishop stun for their victory. The victorious duo celebrated as the Flame Wolf fell, marking the end of a tough struggle. After weeks of fighting, Sylvia finally acquired the coveted Flame Wolf's bow, proving her growth. Second reassured her that the powerful bow was essential for her new role as a magic archer. Despite her initial apprehension, Sylvia accepted the bow, eager to harness its power in battle. As they discussed future plans, Second revealed his shift to sorcery, bringing new challenges ahead. Sylvia expressed excitement about potential connections to the Royal Academy of Magic for her progress. Riding together through the forest, Second reminded her of her family ties to powerful knights. They discussed the importance of acquiring a grimoire from the academy to advance their skills. Sylvia considered infiltrating the academy since entry was restricted to students and faculty only. Reflecting on her past, Sylvia felt unworthy of such opportunities, haunted by her father's abandonment. Sylvia hesitated to showcase her skills to her strict father, worried about his expectations. Second considered deceiving Sylvia's father as the only way to gain his support for her. He devised a plan to create a distraction while presenting himself as a foreign aristocrat. The next day, Second approached Sylvia's father, using his deception tactic to obtain referrals. Surprised by the unexpected tension, Second questioned how the situation escalated beyond his original plan. Second realized he had unintentionally misled Sylvia's father into thinking he was foreign royalty. Understanding the misunderstanding, he felt compelled to clarify the situation to prevent further issues. Despite his initial intentions, Second decided to maintain the act for the time being. Convinced he needed to focus on his goal, he prepared to confront Sylvia's father. As they met, Second requested two important favors, including a referral to the Royal Academy. Second devised a strategy to secure Sylvia's father's approval while maintaining his noble act. He requested a 2-week referral letter for the Royal Academy to explore its resources. In the meeting, Second revealed that he admired Sylvia's skills and sought her partnership. Sylvia's father, intrigued by Second's claim to nobility, agreed to let her travel with him. Second assured him that Sylvia's talents in archery and sorcery would lead to great achievements. Sylvia felt overwhelmed but grateful, realizing her father's support might extend further than expected. Second confidently assured Sylvia's father that they would make the Virginia family proud together. As their partnership solidified, Second playfully contemplated his noble facade, questioning its sustainability in the long run. With a week passing since the deception tactic, they focused on gathering resources and earning experience. Their adventures in the slime forest led them to discover rare slimes, enhancing their skills further. Second and Sylvia discovered a powerful recovery sorcery wand, enhancing their healing capabilities during battles. Equipped with their new item, they strategized how to maximize its effects for future challenges. Acknowledging Sylvia's unconventional talents, Second expressed gratitude for their cooperation on this adventure together. As they prepared to head toward the Royal Academy, they reflected on their journey thus far. Arriving at the academy, they were warmly greeted by professors, ready for the next chapter. Second introduced himself and Sylvia to their new mentors at the Royal Academy of Magic. The headmaster explained the details of their 2-week exchange program, ensuring their accommodations would be comfortable. Professor Kevin offered to give Second a tour of the academy, facilitating their transition into the new environment. During their conversation, Second planned to discreetly gather information about the grimoire location. Upon arriving at Class A, they prepared to meet their new classmates and start learning. The headmaster introduced Second and Sylvia to their new classmates in Class A, creating curiosity. As they took center stage, Sylvia felt shy while Second confidently introduced himself and their background. The classmates reacted positively to Second. Impressed by his charm and friendly demeanor, Sylvia introduced herself nervously, hoping for a warm acceptance from her peers during the exchange. As the lesson began, Second pondered his need to learn sorceries quickly and fit in. Second requested an introduction to his guide for the afternoon, aiming to strengthen their friendship. Professor Kevin agreed to facilitate this and called over Mine. One of the students, Mine, surprised but eager, responded positively to the professor's request, ready for the task ahead. As Second prepared for questions about sorcery, he aimed to gain useful information. When Second and Mine met, they expressed enthusiasm about their upcoming tour and collaboration. Second planned to ask for Mine's help in gathering information about the grimoires available. He requested Professor Kevin to introduce Mine, excited to deepen connections through shared meals after class. Mine was then called over, excited to assist Second during the afternoon tour around the academy. As they walked together, Second learned that Mine was actually a prince, which surprised him. Realizing the implications of befriending a royal, Second began to worry about how to respond. Second jokingly questioned Maine's orientation, leading to a surprised and flustered response from him. Sylvia overheard the conversation and quickly intervened, baffled by Second's unexpected remark about Mine. As they walked, a classmate noted Mine's attractiveness, further complicating Second's thoughts about his new friend. Second expressed his growing fondness for Mine, who was surprised yet happy about the compliment. Mine felt burdened by his identity as the second prince, seeking genuine connections at the academy. As they conversed, Second realized the complexities of royal expectations and Mine's feelings of isolation over lunch. Second casually addressed Mine's earlier remark, trying to ease the tension in their conversation. Second shifted the topic to the grimoires, keen to uncover more about the academy's resources. Second learned the fourth form grimoire was kept securely at the royal palace, not the library. After their lunch, Mine insisted it was time to begin the afternoon tour of the academy grounds. The sun set as they neared their main destination, the academy's grand library filled with knowledge. Mine explained all students had access to the library, encouraging Second and Sylvia to use it freely. Second informed Sylvia she must study fire magic extensively, essential for mastering advanced techniques like magic archery. Two students gossip about the exchange students, suspicious of their connection to Prince Mine. They mock the prince's attitude, envious and resentful of his privileged status and demeanor. Second reflects on the harsh judgment Mine faces, and decides to befriend him despite criticism. The boys continue mocking, urging each other to shun the exchange students as unwanted outsiders. Sylvia confronts the gossipers boldly, surprising Second, and asserting her defense of their new friends. Sylvia confronts the students, accusing them of bestial discrimination towards the exchange students boldly. The students nervously explain their insults were misunderstandings and defend their behavior with weak excuses. Second considers the bullying against Mine and the exchange students, thinking about how to respond. The bullies are physically reprimanded by Sylvia, who fiercely defends her friends against the slurs. Second reflects on the name Beast Loser Eco Leaflet, deciding it's important to remember well. Second requests to read the Raptor form grimoires, starting his focused study in the academy library. He quickly reads and acquires the Raptor form fire grimoire for further training. Sylvia expresses surprise at how quickly Second finishes, observing his impressive ability to absorb knowledge. Second casually flips through the remaining books, mentally covering material before passing them to Sylvia. Second recalls the constant demands for tips and tricks from others during his past life's training. Sylvia asks Second for training tips to learn quickly, showing thoughtful concern about her progress. Second appreciates Sylvia's reliance on him, recognizing their study session as an intimate exchange. He surprises Sylvia by offering to personally teach her instead of separate studying. Sylvia feels both remorseful and happy as she learns directly from Second, appreciating the closeness. Second studies the grimoires seriously and finds them complex, realizing practical study is more beneficial. Second explains complex magical concepts to Sylvia, focusing on practical understanding over memorization of terms. He reflects on his past life, realizing his extensive knowledge now makes him uniquely prepared here. Despite the difficulties, Second continues studying, determined to master the material to aid his companions. As they prepare to leave, Second remains committed, while Sylvia shows curiosity and determination to learn. Suddenly, Mine enthusiastically greets Second, praising him, surprising both Second and Sylvia with his excitement. Second recognizes Eco Leaflet from rumors and prepares to understand their true nature and role. Eco Leaflet introduces herself warmly to Second and Sylvia, breaking initial tension with friendliness. Second expresses concern for Eco's well-being, suspecting she might be hiding troubles beneath her smile. Eco reassures Second she's fine, and Second offers help if ever needed. Eco reveals she manages many book requests, showing her importance as their group's gopher. Eco confidently assures Second she can handle the tasks alone despite his concern. Second insists on personally helping Eco, emphasizing how rare it is for him to intervene. Eco politely declines assistance, choosing to prove her worth by handling challenges independently. Second silently urges Eco to stop, sensing deeper struggles beneath her cheerful facade. As Eco leaves, Second reflects on the painful effort she hides, disconnected from true progress. Second questions Eco's strength but respects her confidence and determination to manage on her own. Eco insists on proving herself, refusing Second's assistance and showing strong independence in tasks. Second watches Eco leave with a mix of concern and understanding for her struggles. He reflects on Eco's efforts and pain, feeling a deep desire to help her succeed. Later, Second questions Sylvia's competence and wonders why she attends the prestigious Royal Academy despite doubts. Second decides to recruit Iko Leaflet, recognizing her potential and value for their group. Sylvia humbly expresses gratitude for Second's support and shared determination to help Iko succeed. Despite Second's offer, Iko insists on proving her strength by handling everything herself. Second watches Iko leave but is struck by a deep sense of unease and concern. He returns with Sylvia to find Iko injured, sensing something has gone terribly wrong. Iko faces harsh rejection, ignored by students who refuse to acknowledge her presence. Second and Sylvia discover Iko injured and upset, showing immediate concern for her condition. Second senses the depth of Iko's suffering, recognizing signs of deep emotional pain. A familiar scent stirs painful memories in Second, symbolizing the despair Iko endures. Iko fiercely pushes others away, driven by pain and a desperate need to protect herself. Second feels uncertain about what happened to Iko, but is determined to support her. Iko continues her exhausting work, unaware of the cruel plan waiting to punish her. Bullies mock Iko's efforts, and their cruelty culminates in a humiliating public attack. Ultimately, Iko confronts harsh reality, realizing her struggles have been ignored for too long. Iko fiercely pushes Second and Sylvia away, overwhelmed by pain and fear she cannot express. Second is deeply concerned but respects her boundaries, hoping to help when she's ready. Sylvia becomes exhausted trying to reach Iko, who still has energy but refuses to talk. Despite their efforts, Iko's determination to bear her burdens alone causes isolation and suffering. Second remains hopeful, watching for any chance to support Iko and break her solitude. Iko breaks down, unable to hold back tears from overwhelming pain and cruelty she endures. Second recognizes Iko's fragile state and refuses to leave her isolated in such despair. He acknowledges Iko's flaws but believes helping her is a risk worth taking. Second prepares to protect Iko, drawing his sword to confront those who torment her. He launches a fierce attack, determined to defend Iko from further abuse and suffering. Second, injured and desperate, fights fiercely to protect Iko from their relentless attackers. Sylvia watches, alarmed and helpless, witnessing the violent struggle and its dangerous consequences. Despite his wound, Second focuses on a plan to recruit Iko for his quest. He offers Iko a healing staff, believing her recovery skills can aid their journey. Iko understands her role as a paladin but struggles with doubt and fear inside. The recovery sorcery wand made by holy slimes, can heal wounds instantly for paladins. Second's injuries worsen, pushing Iko to accept the pressure of using powerful healing sorcery. Second urgently demands Iko use the wand to heal him before his condition deteriorates more. He encourages her to have faith in her abilities, emphasizing the critical importance of healing. Finally, Iko grasps the wand firmly, realizing this is her chance to prove herself. Iko heals Second's injury with the recovery sorcery wand, surprising both with her sudden courage. The healing magic restores Second's arm, but his body still feels weak and unstable. Second regains stability but collapses from exhaustion, showing limits of magical healing in this world. He explains that paladins like Iko heal slowly despite their magic restoring health points quickly. Second reflects on Iko's traits, realizing her low intelligence matches the paladin growth type perfectly. Iko's low intelligence limits her abilities, and her skill set shows potential flaws and weaknesses clearly. Despite obvious weaknesses, many successful teams still include paladins due to their crucial role. Paladins defend their teammates by absorbing damage and using recovery sorcery, becoming living shields. They can endure attacks until exhausting their magical power, protecting their group's survival. Second plans to make Iko a key member, forming a balanced team with diverse strengths. Second reflects on his determination to recruit Iko, believing her essential for achieving his ultimate goal. Second calculated her worth in silence, recognizing healing magic as critical for surviving future battles ahead. Though it felt manipulative, he repeated what he'd done to Sylvia, exploiting her emotional vulnerability again. Driven by guilt and longing, he staged desperation, hoping her sympathy would bind her to him. He awakened disoriented, Sylvia's concern visible. Her voice called him back from the edge of delusion. She held his hand gently, warning him not to risk his dream for fleeting reckless choices. Second downplayed his condition with a calm smile, hiding the real toll beneath his composed face. Sylvia stood firm, reminding him that she and Iko owed their lives solely to his actions. She recalled the moment he saved her without hesitation, then vowed to become his loyal knight. Her eyes glowed with resolve as she promised to follow him wherever his journey would lead. Second suspected Sylvia already knew everything his motives, his doubts, yet still chose to stay by his side. Second reflected on his manipulative intentions but acknowledged her kindness and willingness to trust him. Suddenly, Iko burst in, panicked and emotional, slamming the door and apologizing while rushing to Second. Calmly, Second repeated his offer, urging Iko to quit school and join him in training sorcery. He believed this was the right moment, trusting it would lead her toward healing purposefully. Hesitant and unsure, Iko wavered between fear and hope, uncertain if she truly belonged beside him. Second questioned Eko's hesitation, urging honesty while subtly asserting his confidence as the world's strongest player. He recalled her distant upbringing, born in a secluded beastfolk village, far from noble education systems. Her enormous mana pool stirred hopes in villagers, who funded her enrollment at the Royal Academy. Despite strong magical aptitude, her low intelligence stat led others to underestimate and dismiss her achievements unfairly. Labeled a loser by peers, she remained skilled in elemental control and beast transformation techniques. Eiko confessed her reason she couldn't abandon the hopes of the villagers who believed in her. Second understood the emotional burden, likening their expectations to a chain slowly crushing her independence and will. Offering her a choice, Second calmly revealed he had prepared a new path for her escape. He declared his ambition to become the strongest, hoping to inspire her with a higher purpose. To Second, worldly prestige meant nothing. True greatness came from strength and choosing one's own path alongside him. Second painted a grand future for Iko. Imagining her revered by all in her village, she began laughing at his exaggerations, her worries momentarily replaced by warmth and vivid imagined scenes. Second added silly impressions of villagers and family, making Iko laugh harder, her tension finally breaking away. Their laughter grew sincere, and in that moment, Eko's decision felt clearer than ever before. With confidence in her eyes, Eko stood tall and declared her choice to follow him forward. With a quiet smile, Second acknowledged the outcome of his plan unfolding exactly as intended. Iko accepted her new path with joy, officially joining Second as his first true companion. Second ordered Iko's withdrawal from study and arranged her promotion as his personal Class A attendant. The teacher, surprised by the sudden request, politely asked for some time to consider her decision. Second agreed without resistance, expecting a staff meeting would determine Iko's future later that same day. As they left, Sylvia questioned his motives, puzzled by the boldness of his sudden request. Second admitted the request was unrealistic, but he believed the chances of success were still favorable. Second explained his noble background and concern, having witnessed beastfolk bullying at the academy firsthand. Sylvia realized Second's move could pressure the staff, who appear unable to address ongoing discrimination cases. Second reasoned that avoiding further issues, the school would likely approve his request without resistance. Iko admired Second's strategic thinking, while he confidently declared his status as the world's #1. Another student approached, already informed about Iko's new role, proving rumors had spread unusually fast throughout campus. His expression froze at the blunt confession. The noble's praise caught Second off guard completely. Sylvia suddenly punched Second's stomach, misunderstanding the moment Iko and the other boys stared in shock. Everyone panicked as Second collapsed dramatically. The student council member arrived calmly, drawing attention with her sudden appearance. With a sly smile, Second asked for news. The elf calmly confirmed their request had passed without resistance. The elf granted permission officially. Iko would now join Second in Class A as his personal attendant. Second noticed the elf supervisor's silence meant more than approval. It was careful political avoidance, not ignorance. As Sylvia asked directly, Second recalled his true reason, masking it behind a casual, vague explanation. He once considered punishing those who hurt Iko, but revenge wasn't something she ever wanted herself. Iko never asked for protection, only to stay beside Second. That quiet request changed everything inside him. Second affirmed her place beside him not out of duty, but because she was family. Sylvia sat quietly in the library, aware that her study time was running out. She surprised everyone by mastering fire element sorcery in 3 days, far exceeding all expectations. Eager to improve further, Sylvia decided to tackle every element of choral form available. Obsessed with learning, she locked herself into books, studying endlessly with eyes spinning from exhaustion. With Sylvia fully trained, Second took a break outside, confident she'd mastered everything she needed. They played under the sunlight, enjoying peace. Their bond grew stronger through shared laughter and carefree moments. Those quiet days brought comfort. But Second had a hidden goal behind his calm demeanor. His real aim was clear Mine's favor. That was the key to the fourth form's knowledge. He planned to enter Algin Dungeon, but lacked power. Building trust with Main became his strategy. Before revealing plans, Iko found a paper. Curiously, she asked Second about its strange contents. Iko struggled with reading Japanese, having only learned the basics to attend the academy. Despite the handicap, she deciphered grimoires using a dictionary and memorized advanced elemental forms. Even with low intelligence stats, she showed remarkable potential by mastering multiple forms through intuition alone. Second grew curious and asked to see what Iko had found while sitting beside her. The flyer revealed a sorcery competition, with a rare prize called the Chase Ring for Champions. Second noticed the prize chase ring and immediately realized it held more value than expected. With a confident smile, he declared their next step was the Sorcery Convention Challenge. A mysterious ring called Chase Ring grants a rare power and extra attack through sorcery. Second tested the ring's effect himself, unleashing swift double strikes after each magical incantation. Despite mockery at the market, Second recognized its potential, ignoring doubts from clueless shoppers nearby. He learned the ring could be upgraded thrice by trusted blacksmiths, unlocking monstrous combat potential. Though once priced at 1.5 billion CL, its value now remained uncertain in this world. Second studied the paper silently, determined to obtain the target by any means necessary. He noted the sorcery convention's timing and planned to act boldly before the exchange program ended. His intent remained hidden, even when asked casually if he'd attend the approaching magical convention at school. Amid discussion, others confirmed their attendance. Second remained quiet, observing reactions and listening without revealing much himself. With a calm tone, Second confirmed his presence, surprising classmates who never expected his sudden participation. Mine revealed his concern to Second, and Sylvia, his brother, would appear at the sorcery convention. Reluctantly, Mine admitted his discomfort stemmed from his older brother, a powerful swordsman and relentless elitist. Mine believed his brother viewed him as a threat in a silent battle for royal succession. Second quietly analyzed the situation, learning the first prince commanded the chivalric order and wielded real authority. Sylvia remained silent, troubled by Main's pain, unsure how to comfort him or ease his anxiety. Second realized the first prince led the order that once tormented Sylvia. His anger quietly stirred. Mine imagined his brother's harsh ridicule if he skipped the event, despite knowing the consequences. Sylvia approached Second calmly, shifting the mood and revealing her recent achievement: she mastered the choral form. The morning of the sorcery convention arrived. Participants and students gathered, tension growing beneath the open sky. Backstage, competitors discussed the prize ring's mystery, unaware of its true value hidden beneath tradition. Second questioned the crowd's ignorance, surprised they underestimated the upgraded chase ring's hidden combat value. Nearby students discussed the prince's tension, unaware of the full story behind Mine and Klaus's rivalry. Second realized the academy itself promoted the image of conflict, exaggerating the prince's roles and contrast. He suspected Klaus was spreading rumors to damage Mine's reputation, possibly using others to manipulate perception. Later, Second revealed he'd begin in the semi-finals. His strength had earned him a seeded position. Mine smiled at the bracket placement. Reaching the finals would take him one clean victory. Second, however, realized he never actually understood the sorcery convention's rules or how it functioned. He guessed violently, thinking it involved lethal magical duels, which left Mine completely horrified and exasperated. Still confused, Second asked if it involved physical fighting, prompting Mine's desperate cry for clarification. Mine explained the competition crown, a PvP tool ensuring safety, making the matches non-lethal and rule-bound. All actions inside the competition crown are virtual. Players take no actual damage or risk. Unlike the duel crown, where battles are fatal, competition crowns guarantee zero death upon defeat. Losing in competition only ends the match. Players return unharmed, making it risk-free. Rules led gamers to create unique variations. Now, only sorcery-based attacks are allowed. The third match begins as Second faces Dean in a regulated sorcery-only virtual competition arena. Second stood in silence as the crowd called his name and the crown's activation began. The arena formed a 50-meter circle where stepping out meant loss, and tension rose sharply. With a confident smirk, Second raised his hand, signaling his readiness as the judge announced the match start. Wind surged forward as the duel began. Second stood firm, calmly observing his opponent's predictable opening spell. He instantly recognized the raptor form of wind. Second sighed, already knowing how it ends. While Dean prepared his incantation, Second recalled each form's cast order and relative combat practicality under pressure. The spell's long cast time exposed its flaws. In duels, that delay often leads to failure. Mocked and underestimated, Second grinned coldly. This arrogant fool dared to challenge the former world's strongest strategist. Second swiftly cast Oppo form of wind, intercepting the attack with precise timing and stance. Dean followed with raptor form of wind, unaware both sorceries would soon cancel each other explosively. Second calmly explained the defensive strategy. Two sorceries colliding would nullify each other, reducing but not avoiding damage. While Dean recovered, Second closed distance. His faster cooldown gave him overwhelming momentum and a clear tactical edge. He finished preparing Curl form of fire, aiming directly. Dean now realized the vast gap in real combat ability. Second spell ignited, empowered by advanced class bonuses, reduced cast time, and massive intelligence-based damage multiplier. With steady movement, he released the fireball, its force compressed tightly into a devastating attack sphere. The fireball struck Dean directly. An explosion erupted, launching him backward with no time to react. Second approached calmly. His face showed mild regret. He unintentionally used too much strength for a friendly duel. The judge declared Second the winner. The arena restored instantly, erasing all trace of the violent clash. Dean sat paralyzed in shock. Second's cold stare reminded him how wide their skill gap was. Second rejoined his group. While others showed concern, he casually downplayed his overwhelming victory and fatigue. He declared his intent to escape after winning, believing nothing would stop his path to dominance. Amused cheers followed. One girl's encouragement and another's motherly concern sparked laughter, lightening the post-battle tension. The next match was announced: Second versus Keith, a veteran. The true challenge had just begun. The semi-final began. Second faced Keith, knowing only the winner would advance to fight main. Second assessed Keith's posture. Against fellow sorcerers, the first strike usually determines control of the duel. Both competitors cast Oppo form of wind fastest and safest, trying to gain tempo with simultaneous precision. Their attacks clashed mid-air. Neither backed down, and both realized this deadlock would likely repeat endlessly. Second sighed internally, recognizing the flaw. Equal speed sorcery would endlessly cancel, causing a pointless infinite loop. Second acknowledged Keith's strategy, but reminded him that a former world champion won't fall easily. Keith proposed a surrender deal. He planned to manipulate the tournament outcome for political reasons. Second questioned the motive. Keith dismissed him, claiming he didn't deserve to face the royal finalists. Keith admitted the match's meaning was political. Only a duel between royal elites was deemed worthwhile. Second realized Keith wasn't a student rival, but a planted servant sent to secure Mine's victory. Second recalled the rumors. Keith's true purpose was to shield Mine from public defeat in combat. His frustration grew not from the draw, but Keith's attempt to bribe him during battle. Both launched spells again, but Second refused to play along. The match would not end quietly. Their fire spells clashed once more. Second acknowledged Keith's skill in maintaining this frustrating balance of power. Determined to end it, Second prepared something new. He would now reveal his true strength. Second broke the sorcery-only restriction, drawing his bow. He warned Sylvia, then prepared a bold move. With flawless precision, Second unleashed a fiery arrow, combining magic and technique to break the deadlock. Second raised his hand, channeling sorcery into the bow. No arrows, just raw magical force released. The enemy failed to dodge. Second's magic shot landed, hurling Keith backward with intense, precise impact. Second stepped forward calmly while Keith staggered. Another challenger appeared in haste, clearly worried by the outcome. Second analyzed everything quickly: Keith's failure, the first prince's plan, and Klaus's technique hidden behind feigned limitations. Klaus mastered magic swordsmanship. His trump card guaranteed dominance as long as sorcery remained the rule. Second's eyes narrowed, condemning Keith's trick. He prepared to retaliate with precision and magical authority. Channeling focus, Second combined 3 advanced archery skills, reinforcing them with elemental strength to maximize destructive output. As Keith fled, Second unleashed the strike mid-air, fast, calculated, and impossible to escape from. The impact landed cleanly. Keith's defenses collapsed. The blast sent him flying without any chance to resist. Crushed by the final blow, Keith fell unconscious. The judge announced Second as the undeniable victor. The crowd erupted with cheers as Second stood silently, his victory earning admiration from every direction. Prince Klaus accepted the apology with indifference, hiding his thoughts behind a calm and composed expression. Observing from afar, another prince recognized Second's value and quietly adjusted his hidden long-term strategy. Despite Keith's concerns, Klaus dismissed doubt, believing his authority and strength could easily draw Second to him. Meanwhile, Second's achievement gained attention praised by classmates, acknowledged by staff as he advanced into the tournament finals. Second requested access to rare texts. Mine agreed, flustered but willing to meet conditions directly. Their duel began with equal footing. Both invoked the same spell, summoning wind form sorcery simultaneously. Second intentionally avoided advanced magic, deciding to fight fairly since Mine used only basic sorcery techniques. Mine abruptly interrupted casting and cancelled the match's flow, surprising Second with unexpected control and timing. With sudden momentum, Mine charged in, disrupting the rhythm by distorting his own cast timing. Second reflected on casting mechanics mid-fight, realizing timing advantages when attacked during chant initiation. Both Second and Mine launched Choral Form of Wind, causing a powerful shockwave between them. Despite casting later, Second's higher skill rank let him match Mine's timing and neutralize the spells. Mine's reaction revealed it was his strongest move. Second admitted underestimating Mine's capability and commitment. Seeing Mine's determination, Second accepted it seriously, preparing to respond with equal focus and full effort. Second invoked the highest-tier sorcery, determined to demonstrate his unmatched precision gained from countless ranked victories. Mine countered with wind magic, but Second launched fire form sorcery, amplifying pressure with an overwhelming cast. The fire attack surged forward but intentionally fell short. It was a distraction, not the offense. The blast spread smoke across the arena, stunning Mane. Second had already begun casting another move. Mane panicked as Second swiftly transitioned into his next spell, wasting no time between offensive phases. Second remained hidden in the smoke. Mine panicked, unable to locate any visible magic circle. He used the smoke to conceal casting. Raptor Form of Earth was prepared under heavy focus. Second invoked the massive spell. Rocks launched and struck the field, shocking Mane with their force. The ground erupted upward. A towering wall of stone was raised, restricting Mine's movement immediately. With Mine cornered, Second formed water magic. This setup was intentional. His finisher was now ready. He leapt onto the stone wall, using its height to prepare a decisive final strike. The boy panicked and fell. The victor approached, offering his hand without saying a word. Accepting defeat with a smile, the boy admitted loss as the crowd celebrated Second's overwhelming win. Second's expression darkened immediately, angered by the smile, confusing the boy who had meant no offense. Second admitted underestimating Mine, noting that stronger magic could have reversed the outcome of their duel. Mine questioned Second's true strength, unsure if his opponent was actually powerful or just overwhelmingly skilled. Second demanded honesty, challenging Mine's lack of anger after losing to someone who had looked down. Mane hesitated, but Second insisted holding in frustration would stop growth and trap him in permanent mediocrity. From afar, Klaus observed and praised Second's insight, calling out his younger brother's long-standing lack of resolve. Klaus offered Second a high honor, inviting him to study leadership directly under his command. Serving under Klaus promised status within the First Chivalric Order, an elite position few could even approach. Second understood the offer's gravity. Once Klaus became king, his followers would gain unmatched influence. Refusing the offer would mean publicly opposing Klaus, branding Second an enemy to the royal bloodline. Everyone expected acceptance. To refuse was unthinkable for anyone else. But Second wasn't a normal person. He responded with a direct refusal, expression cold, silencing the atmosphere around the arena instantly. The unexpected rejection left the audience and Klaus stunned, each reacting with disbelief and rising tension. Despite the prince's shocked glare, he calmly smiled and repeated his decision without any hesitation. He had predicted Klaus's move, knowing refusal would protect Mine and disrupt Klaus's expected authority. Klaus's face twisted with frustration, unable to act, as the boy exposed his true motives. He stood firmly and stated the truth. He had promised to follow Mane after the duel. His declaration implied allegiance to the second prince, witnessed by both Mine and the official referee. Klaus demanded confirmation, his anger barely restrained. The referee nervously affirmed the truth under pressure. Klaus's anger turned cold as he accepted the facts, acknowledging the valid contract already formed. Soliciting someone under contract, even as first prince, was a public breach of royal conduct. The first prince gave up, hiding disappointment behind stern words as he accepted the boy's decision. Min's eyes sparkled with admiration, completely forgetting the lesson just moments before the confrontation. Second faced him again calmly, suggesting they resume their training as if nothing intense had happened. While Min spoke emotionally, Second pointed out his weakness bluntly, trying to build his confidence through tough love. Then, with a smile and a fist bump, Second clarified the reason behind his efforts: friendship. Min's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed by emotion as Second extended his hand toward him. He smiled brightly, wiping his tears away, finally accepting Second's friendship with heartfelt gratitude. Elsewhere, Klaus stormed through the academy halls, furious and determined to uncover information on Second. Paula calmly faced Klaus's rage as he barged into the headmaster's office, shouting for answers. Klaus demanded all records about Second, driven by jealousy and suspicion toward Min's new bond. The document he demanded described only school records, offering no useful detail about Second's origins. Frustrated, Klaus crumpled the paper. Paula calmly noted Second's birthplace, Zipang, remained completely undocumented and mysterious. Klaus stormed out angrily. Paula collected the fallen pages, quietly confirming Klaus's impulsive nature matched previous rumors. Gazing from the window, Paula decided to investigate Second personally, curious about the boy behind the enigma. After claiming victory, the young man accepted the chase ring and departed the Royal Academy. With his initial sorcery goal met, he stood confidently, ready to begin the next phase. He gathered his team, calmly preparing to reveal the group's immediate direction and training objectives. He explained their plan: to focus on dungeon exploration and improve everyone's practical combat skills together. The group agreed, and their new journey began in the second-ranked dungeon known as Limped Fath. The team chose Limped Fath dungeon, aiming for training and the Rock Shell Shield reward. Second assigned Iko to the front lines, proposing shield training to enhance her battlefield defense skills. He emphasized healing magic importance, ensuring Iko would recover quickly despite using strong physical defense. While some hesitated about Iko's safety, they headed into town to prepare her equipment properly. They bought Iko a huge shield, trained her arts, and stopped by the Grand Library. They visited the church to review recovery sorcery grimoires, selecting a suitable one for Iko. Iko successfully acquired Recovery Minor and studied the grimoire, preparing herself with focused determination. The group departed on horseback, traveling past Peiho toward the Limped Fath dungeon entrance. Reaching the dungeon, they spent weeks training Iko's shield art skills at a steady pace. Iko quickly mastered 4 shield arts, only failing to learn the difficult bishop shield art. Iko mastered different shield arts, gradually shaping her new identity as a defensive paladin. During their 10th dungeon run, Iko faced a powerful beast and blocked its fierce strike. Sylvia rushed over in panic, but Iko emerged unharmed, surprising everyone with her newfound resilience. Second observed Iko's growth, noting her rising stats and natural talent as a frontline tank. Confident in Iko's strength, the group advanced deeper, preparing for the dungeon boss's final chamber. The Limped Fath dungeon boss appeared, a colossal rock tortoise with overwhelming defense and thick armor. Second explained the monster's traits, reminding Iko that perfect coordination was vital to win this battle. Despite the pressure, Iko remained calm and responded with quiet determination, fully accepting her crucial role. They faced the rock tortoise head-on. Iko took position, shield raised, ready for the fierce clash. To unlock Bishop Shield art, Iko needed to block 100 consecutive strikes from a stronger opponent. Second analyzed the requirement. The word completely meant Iko couldn't afford even minor failure. He devised strategies repelling with spear shield art, or parrying using knight or general shield. Timing was critical. Iko had to match the enemy's strikes perfectly to trigger parry. Parrying resembled a rhythm game. Precise timing allowed repeat defense with significant tactical benefit. Second gave rapid commands. Iko responded flawlessly, shielding against Rock Tortoise's relentless heavy blows. Although the Rock Tortoise's attacks seemed basic, parrying their rhythm remained unexpectedly difficult initially. Iko was knocked back by a mistimed defense, prompting concern but no hesitation from her leader. Despite the pain, she answered confidently, her determination unwavering as everyone looked on with surprise. Iko received a minor recovery spell, regaining composure and preparing for the next assault immediately. For nearly 2 hours, Iko endured and parried, syncing her defense perfectly against each strike. After hours of relentless defense, Iko finally unlocked the Bishop Shield art and celebrated joyfully. Second approached Sylvia, informing her it was time to begin learning the magic archery skill. Sylvia accepted the challenge, showing motivation. Second scheduled training, and Iko curiously watched the conversation unfold nearby. Iko demanded attention eagerly. Second paused, caught off guard by her enthusiasm and spontaneous energy. Second assigned Iko to continue her shield training while Sylvia pursued sorcery-infused archery in dungeons. The group entered the cave. Sylvia began fulfilling the archery sorcery condition, aiming for the required monster count. Second instructs Iko to activate her new skill. A monster's claw cautiously edges forward. Iko positions her shield and activates Bishop Shield Art, intercepting the creature's aggressive frontal attack. The impact is absorbed flawlessly. Iko and Sylvia react to the surprising strength of the defense. At maximum grade, the skill can deflect boss-level attacks using enhanced vitality-based shield resistance. Second warns that the skill drains SP fast, advising Iko to reserve it for emergencies. Echo cried uncontrollably after realizing her skill finally made her helpful in real combat. Sylvia proudly announced her success in learning magic archery, and a creature soon appeared. She calmly drew her weapon, preparing to fire her newly gained skill at the beast. Though nervous, Sylvia focused under Second's reassurance and gathered her energy for the attack. With one decisive motion, Sylvia launched a powerful shot using the full magic archery combination. The explosion engulfed the area as Sylvia's magic collided with the monster, vaporizing everything instantly. Second assessed Sylvia's power calmly, calculating damage and potential if her skills were fully upgraded. Inspired by Sylvia's growth, Second declared his intent with sudden intensity, catching her completely off guard. He stepped closer, expressing his resolve, while Sylvia stood frozen, startled by his unexpected determination. Sylvia panicked, misunderstanding his words, overwhelmed and embarrassed by what she assumed he meant emotionally. He declared his determination to grow stronger, surprising Sylvia with his sudden passion and intense gaze. He explained the connection between Sylvia's flame wolf's bow and their mutual need for growth. While Iko slept, they discussed damage potential and the importance of upgrading their battle equipment. Sylvia was shocked by the projected power increase if the bow reached its final stage. Realizing the potential, Sylvia agreed but questioned the method. They needed a blacksmith to proceed. He raised 4 fingers, explaining they had 4 realistic paths to find a blacksmith. The first plan involved forming a team and gathering recruits through the Adventurers Guild system. The second option was to scout and invite those with blacksmithing talent, regardless of experience. The third method was to recruit a practicing blacksmith, though convincing them seemed extremely difficult. With 3 options explained, he hinted the fourth path would be their most likely success. Second proposed buying a slave with a serious expression, catching Sylvia off guard and curious. Sylvia considered the idea logically, noting it wouldn't be difficult to find one nearby. Second expected rejection, but Sylvia calmly approved, analyzing the practicality of recruiting one with skills. With no objections, they agreed to return to the royal capital and search tomorrow. Sylvia suggested dressing formally. Second agreed, realizing appearance might influence the dealer's attitude and cooperation. Second arrived at Vinston's royal capital with Sylvia, entering the Maurice Slave Company for recruitment. They were greeted by Philip, the company's president, who welcomed them with practiced hospitality. Second requested a blacksmith slave. His formal clothing impressed Philip, ensuring full cooperation without delay. A group of chained men entered. Each potential slave appeared strong, disciplined, and battle-worn in silence. After examining their stats, Second realized Sylvia's calmness. They were professionals trained for specific roles. Second realized his expectations were wrong. Blacksmith slaves were older, seasoned men, not youthful talents. Although disappointed, he began reviewing their individual status sheets and filtered them based on usefulness. He focused on STR, Dex, and Luke, prioritizing blacksmith growth types with balanced attributes. Understanding their role's importance, Second sought someone with both skill potential and exceptional growth traits. After assessing all candidates, Second concluded decisively none possessed the quality he needed for his mission. Second asked about other options. Philip revealed only criminal slaves remained, including potential blacksmiths. Since criminal slaves couldn't be shown openly, Second agreed to inspect them in secure chambers. Second left Sylvia and Iko behind, noting the surprisingly decent conditions within the slave facility. Philip led Second through barred corridors, informing him that only one blacksmith was among inmates. After evaluating the blacksmith's status, Second immediately rejected him, finding his capabilities completely insufficient. Philip apologized for not meeting expectations. Second remained calm but sensed something else behind the offer. Philip unlocked a heavily secured chamber, suggesting its contents were unique and possibly dangerous. Inside was a chained dark elf woman, once an assassin, judged innocent and reassigned here. Philip explained she had a no-hostility clause and faced rejection due to her race. Second questioned her lack of demand, surprised someone so capable was dismissed over a safety clause. The Kingdom of Castle faced discrimination issues, prompting legal measures to protect persecuted races. Second asked for her status, sensing her silent strength despite the surrounding prejudice and restrictions. Her stats showed incredible dex, solid STR and INT matching elite all-rounder class traits in combat. She confirmed elite combat skills. Second understood her build-enhanced sorcery, assassination, and string-based abilities. Seeing her stats and growth potential, Second decided quickly she could become a blacksmith. He offered. Second decided instantly to purchase the Dark Elf. Her cost was an astonishing 16 million. Philip prepared a slave sorcery contract. Second recalled seeing this type used before in Mobion. Despite strong magical enforcement, Second hadn't read the terms and wondered about possible loopholes. The contract required humane treatment, while obligating obedience terms Second found unexpectedly fair and standard. However, one final clause alarmed him: she could not attack any human under any circumstance. The boy confirms the slave contract, complying with national orders despite clear personal hesitation. He signs the document. A magic ritual activates, completing the slave contract with the Dark Elf. She follows silently. When asked her name, she reveals she doesn't have one at all. He realizes she misunderstood. Despite her past, she remains composed and unwilling to show weakness. He offers to give her a name, reflecting on the hard life she endured alone. He examined her features, pondering deeply to choose a fitting name for the Dark Elf. After thoughtful silence, he suggested the name Yukari, inspired by her color and presence. Accepting the name, the elf bowed respectfully and formally introduced herself as Yukari, his servant. He finally introduced himself as Second, promising Yukari that she would meet his allies soon. Yukari quietly followed Second up the stairs, marking the beginning of her new life. The group welcomed Second with curiosity, surprised by the new elf girl beside him. Second introduced Yukari as a new blacksmith apprentice, catching the group off guard completely. Sylvia was shocked by Yukari's figure, not expecting a female blacksmith with such presence. Iko greeted Yukari cheerfully, while Yukari responded calmly, maintaining her composed demeanor throughout introductions. Second explained Sylvia's true strength as a magic archer, while Yukari quietly observed in thought. They prepared to return to Peiho, aiming to regroup and plan their next step carefully. On the journey, Second tried talking with Yukari, hoping to grow closer and build trust. Despite his efforts, Yukari remained distant, answering plainly, which discouraged further casual attempts at bonding. After struggling, Second decided to stop guessing and ask Yukari directly to understand her. Reaching Peiho, Second gathered courage and calmly asked Yukari to share details about her past. He invited Yukari to speak about her past, offering the freedom to decline completely. Yukari declined calmly, showing restraint, while he unexpectedly found value in her reactions and hidden expressions. Her quiet demeanor concealed emotional tension, revealing she feared her history and exposure of painful memories. He realized her silence wasn't indifference, but deliberate concealment shaped by pain and mistrust. Thinking back to his peak, he remembered someone's question that once made him reconsider everything. He remembered lying about his job, hiding his truth to protect a delicate new bond. His fear of judgment made him avoid others, despite once being praised as the strongest. Yukari's guarded nature mirrored his own, prompting him to think of her reasons deeply. He decided she needed trust, not pressure, to believe her past wouldn't change their view. With resolve to support her, he shifted focus and cheerfully called everyone for dinner instead. In a lively tavern, a cheerful man proposes forming a new team for quests. The group gathers at a table, surprised and eager to hear their shared objective. He declares his dream to become the world's #1, asking Yukari to join. Yukari doubts his ambition, offering conditional help while inwardly questioning his outlandish-sounding goal. Sylvia calmly asks how he plans to achieve such a dream, seeking real answers. He answered Sylvia's question confidently, explaining that becoming #1 required every skill title. Using archery as an example, he described 7 ranks, each symbolizing mastery within that discipline's system. To earn a title, one must first raise all secondary skills to the 9th grade. Next, competitors must win title fights in PvP tournaments, held twice yearly, to qualify. Only one person can hold each title, owning all confirms supreme dominance in every skill discipline. The protagonist explains that conquering all titles qualifies for ranking, but not true recognition. He clarifies Mobion's rankings consider many factors, yet title domination is the initial objective. Despite Sylvia's disbelief, he reaffirms his intent to win every skill title without exception. Yukari confronts his claim, insisting it's impossible for anyone to gain such overwhelming strength. With a stern look, she advises restraint, doubting anyone could ever reach such ambition. She pressed her belief, but he challenged her with logic, demanding a real reason for doubt. Cornered by the question, Yukari's mask cracked, revealing emotion she had long buried within herself. Before revealing the truth, she retreated, masking her pain with politeness and asking to be excused. As she walked away, he reflected on her past, sensing the weight of her silence. Her assassin upbringing, marked by cruelty and strength, made her instinctively reject naive dreams of power. She asked if Yukari was dangerous. Second admitted it. Yukari was mentally unstable, emotionally unpredictable, unstable. Sylvia remembered Yukari's origins. Once enslaved, locked away, she showed restraint but seemed to hold something back. Sylvia and Second realized Yukari was hiding a secret. She feared being known, not rejection but exposure. Sylvia softened, assuring Second it wasn't mockery. She believed Yukari's heart was simply full of conflict. As Sylvia carried Iko, Second admired her calm strength for the first time, seeing her differently. Second watched Sylvia walk away confidently, but a napkin stuck behind her changed everything instantly. A crumbling dungeon entrance stood before them. Asiasparn, a third-class zone rarely visited anymore. Second led the group forward, explaining their purpose: to form a proper team through combat trial. To qualify, they must clear this dungeon within 2 hours, working together as a united front. Second recalled how easy these quests once felt, but this specific dungeon stirred faint unease. What he had forgotten then was crucial: the buried danger he once narrowly escaped long ago. Second remembered too late the dungeon's reputation. Asiasparn, known by veterans as the Blowaway Dungeon. From the shadows, armed goblins emerged, hostile and organized, quickly surrounding Second and his forming team. One goblin charged wildly, but the girl countered fast. Magic-infused arrows tore through the enemy's exposed flank. Using advanced fire techniques, she launched a decisive strike, overwhelming the group with explosive force and precision. Sylvia acknowledged the effort. Second stayed silent. The girl cheered. It felt easy, but danger still lingered. Iko charged ahead, confidently facing the next wave, declaring victory before battle even officially began. Yukari questioned the approach. Second allowed it. Iko launched her shield technique to block incoming goblins. With great impact, her shield skill flung the goblins backward, sending them crashing violently into the cave walls. Second observed quietly. Their teamwork showed promise. He decided to stay back and guard Yukari's position. Deeper inside, a massive goblin appeared, the dungeon boss. Slow and durable, but tactically unimpressive and vulnerable. Second assessed their strength calmly, knowing the goblin KO could be defeated in 2 hits. Iko asked for strategy. Second explained simply: she draws attention while Sylvia and he deliver the finish. With everyone understanding their role, Second gave the order. Sylvia and Yukari responded without hesitation or doubt. Iko dashed ahead to provoke the boss. The goblin KO responded with a massive downward strike. The battle had begun. Iko raised her shield, bracing for the impact with unwavering confidence. The boss's massive attack barely scratched Iko. Confused, she peeked from her shield unharmed. Second praised Iko's defense. Sylvia launched a precise shot. Her calm expression showed the fight lacked challenge. Second prepared his own attack. His arrow pierced cleanly. Castle archery landed a decisive blow to the boss. The fight ended swiftly. Sylvia watched in silence, acknowledging how easily Second ended it all. The goblin KO fell. Second only needed 2 arrows. Sylvia handled the remaining mages without difficulty. Second noticed something wrong. The team formation quest remained incomplete even after the boss was defeated. The goblin KO's body began vanishing. One remaining mage quietly used the time to prepare. As smoke rose, Second spotted the hidden mage aiming directly at Yukari, catching him off guard. Reacting instantly, Second shielded Yukari. His body moved on instinct before the enemy could unleash magic. Without hesitation, Second activated fire magic Oppo form of fire to strike down the last hidden threat. Second and Yukari found themselves teleported to a beach. stunned by Asura's infamous hidden effect. Random teleportation forcibly expelled them 4 kilometers away, one of the dungeon's sorcery triggers at death. Historically, players reported bizarre cases. One Mobion Wiki user claimed a teleportation distance of 255 kilometers. This unusual effect happened when a mage cast the spell while touching the boss's corpse during vanishing. Teleportation distance is MP-based. The more mana spent, the further the caster and targets are displaced. The goblin's random spell misfired, resulting in an uncontrollable 255-kilometer long-distance teleportation jump. Second recalled this event too late, triggered inside a low-level dungeon usually avoided by experts. Stranded on a distant coastline, Second and Yukari stared silently, realizing the mess ahead. As waves rolled ashore, Second remained calm while Yukari processed their sudden and confusing relocation. Realizing their destination was the great ocean plain, Yukari's voice cracked with confusion and disbelief. Second calmly explained the goblin's random magic had forcefully teleported them far from the dungeon. They estimated the distance 255 kilometers far outside familiar zones, but their team status unexpectedly activated again. Meanwhile, the goblin mage failed, yet team messaging allowed distant communication between party members. Second called out using team chat. Sylvia, alarmed, demanded answers about their sudden disappearance. Second explained their accidental displacement. Sylvia urged them to return quickly and wait in Peiho. Despite Echo's surprise, Second confirmed it would take nearly a week to walk back. Realizing he'd be alone with Yukari, Second considered using the time to grow closer. By checking the map, Second confirmed their location and plotted a return route through Kula. Second questioned Yukari's reaction, sensing she wasn't surprised. Yukari hesitated, dodging the topic softly. Her distant attitude irritated Second. Frustrated, he decided to push her until she opened up. Second confronted her directly, accusing her of hiding behind a shell since they first met. Yukari admitted everyone hides things. Second pushed further, demanding whether she'd continue hiding even from him. Second caught her slip and realized she had just admitted to faking her behavior outwardly. Second teased Yukari's reaction, though she denied it. Her twitching smile betrayed rising emotion within. Second noted her emotional shift. His plan to draw out Yukari's feelings was succeeding quietly. He pressed her again, pointing out her emotional distance. Yukari quietly struggled with his words. Through earlier research, Second had learned about Isekai'd, connecting it to Yukari's mysterious past. Yukari finally spoke up, revealing her silence wasn't for herself, but to protect someone else. Yukari defended Lucia's memory. Second responded bluntly, believing Yukari's actions were driven by pride. Yukari turned away, emotionally shaken. His words struck a nerve she wasn't prepared to reveal. Second acknowledged her reaction, reflecting that pushing her emotionally had been risky but ultimately necessary. Yukari viewed Second as foolish. His dream of being the best didn't earn her respect. She judged his leadership harshly, seeing him as unreliable for relying too heavily on others. Yukari suspected deception. She feared Second had orchestrated everything to isolate and take advantage. Yet recalling Lucia's gift of life, Yukari rejected the idea of ending it herself. The night passed. Second didn't approach her. Instead, he stayed up guarding their campsite silently. Despite exhaustion, Yukari endured. She assumed Second was simply waiting until she collapsed from fatigue. Her doubts grew conflicted. Their roles blurred, arguments continued, and exhaustion clouded her thoughts and judgment. Second analyzed Yukari's erratic behavior, suspecting extreme caution and fatigue were disrupting her reasoning entirely. He became certain Yukari had been brainwashed to distrust her master under any condition. The source was Isekai'd, an NPC known in Mobion as the Brainwashing Granny. According to Mobion's lore, brainwashing lifted only through overwhelming emotions triggered in life-threatening situations. Second decided to awaken Yukari's true self by forcing an emotional crisis through calculated danger. Second struggled with the plan. He knew provoking true emotions might risk Yukari's safety entirely. Before deciding anything, Second was suddenly stabbed from behind by an unknown enemy in ambush. Yukari was captured by a group of bandits who ignored Second and restrained her immediately. The bandits mocked her, discussing profits, leaving Second's body unattended by the fire behind them. Barely conscious, Second realized their only target was Yukari. She was worth more than any loot. They believed he was dead, pierced through the heart, and left him for dead. Thanks to his high HP build, he survived, and saw this as a chance. Yukari stared at the fallen warrior's corpse, realizing his strength had failed at the worst moment. She sat motionless in silence, knowing her fate would mirror countless broken lives before her. Even hopelessness couldn't quiet her heart's resistance. She began to yearn for another way, any escape. Her body trembled, overwhelmed by injustice. She screamed inside, unwilling to accept a future built from misery. Then warmth touched her skin. Her eyes widened as forgotten memories returned, awakening something deep within her soul. Yukari was trained to obey, kneeling before Lucia-sama, the woman who claimed her shadow. Though strict, Lucia's hand offered warmth, leaving Yukari torn between pain, discipline, and a strange attachment. Lucia made it clear usefulness was survival, and Yukari chose obedience to avoid being discarded. Years passed, and Yukari became a skilled assassin, Lucia-sama's blade, born only for silent execution. On their final day, Lucia's request echoed coldly, hiding truth behind one last cryptic command. Lucia gave Yukari a final blessing, smiling gently before everything faded and she collapsed unconscious. Yukari awoke in chains. Lucia was executed. Her comrades were killed. She alone was spared. She remembered Lucia's warmth, respect, and command, but doubt grew in the silence left by her absence. Realizing the truth, Yukari saw everything differently. Her devotion was not love, it was manipulation. Surrounded by jeers and disgust, she coughed blood, her past shattered along with her blind loyalty. Yukari was kicked down again. Laughter followed. Her pain was dismissed as unimportant merchandise damage. Tears welled as truth surfaced. Lucia's kindness was rare. Her warmth only shone at death. Yukari trembled in grief. Questions flooded her mind. Her survival felt like a cruel punishment. With rising anguish, she screamed. Her trust, her devotion, everything she believed in was a complete illusion. The men mocked her breakdown. She cried, realizing no one had ever truly loved her. Yukari lay silent as the men discussed restraining her. She felt hopeless, unable to resist. Outside the cabin, darkness hid the cruelty within. Guards stood unaware of what approached through shadows. Second observed the cabin carefully. 5 enemies, 1 chance. Yukari's life depended on his swift judgment. Without hesitation, Second released a deadly arrow. His technique was precise, ending the sentries instantly. He emerged from the woods, sword drawn, standing over fallen enemies. The rescue had begun. Second acknowledged the weight of killing, but there was no time to hesitate or reflect. Hearing footsteps, he stepped aside. 2 enemies exited, unaware of the trap, waiting in silence. Second struck first. His sword moved quickly. Surprise flashed in their eyes before falling under his blade. Inside, Second advanced. Noise behind the door confirmed his instinct. Yukari had to be close by. Without warning, he burst through the wall, startling the men guarding the innermost room. Second unleashed gold general swordsmanship, his omnidirectional strike clearing enemies with force and overwhelming technique. Inside the final room, the remaining captors recognized Second. Yukari remained unconscious beside them, vulnerable. With bishop swordsmanship, Second pierced through their defense, swift and direct, showing no room for hesitation. Only one man remained. Fear overtook him as he questioned if Second was human at all. Yukari stirred. Her hostile gaze faded. Second realized the brainwashing had broken. Her mind was finally free. The last man used Yukari as a hostage, threatening to kill her immediately. Second dropped his sword slowly, acting calm. He hid any sign of resistance or aggression on purpose. While attention stayed on the sword, a magic circle activated underfoot, engulfing the man in flames. As the captor screamed and staggered, Second lunged forward with a clean, decisive, and merciless finishing strike. The enemy fell backward, burning and defeated. The battle was over, and Yukari was safe. Second finished the job with silver general swordsmanship, drowning the last foe using water magic. He untied Yukari gently. Though exhausted, she looked up, tears forming, finally free from control. Yukari's voice returned. She reached for his hand, asking silently to leave the place together. They sat quietly, holding hands, the moment soft and still after the chaos had ended. As morning light broke outside, they left the building behind. The mission finally complete. Second bowed his head in regret, feeling responsible for placing Yukari in danger during battle. Yukari listened quietly, slowly admitting her strange behavior had a hidden reason she couldn't understand before. Second explained Duchess Lucia's sorcery, revealing the brainwashing magic that manipulated Yukari's thoughts and loyalty. They walked slowly through the forest, giving Yukari time to reflect and open up her past. Yukari revealed Lucia raised her nameless, solely to serve as a silent, obedient tool for assassination. Yukari reflected on her past, realizing her loyalty to Lucia had been manipulated through brainwashing. Once freed from the spell, despair overwhelmed her. She admitted Lucia never truly cared for her. Second listened quietly. Yukari explained how she clung to a false sense of love for strength. He asked directly if this related to Lucia's execution. Yukari quietly confirmed, eyes heavy with memory and guilt. Yukari revealed the truth. Lucia was framed by Prime Minister Balmoral in a political scheme. Second asked how she knew so much. Yukari admitted serving Lucia, shedding blood silently. She believed her silence was forced, not by fear but brainwashing to protect Lucia's reputation. Second listened carefully. Yukari asked if he would hear her thoughts without judgment or rejection. He affirmed her logic but offered another view. Lucia's actions hinted at deep care for Yukari. Yukari rejected the idea. Second proposed the brainwashing might have been a shield, not control. Yukari denied illusion. Her life as an assassin was real, not false loyalty or fantasy. Second began explaining that brainwashing magic is limited, usable only once by any single caster. He revealed both worlds shared rules, and this contradiction led him to uncover the truth. Second explained the spell was used on Yukari to distrust him, not form her beliefs. Despite uncertainty, Yukari felt relief. If he's right, her entire life wasn't a mistake. Second suggested Yukari escape captivity, hinting at a hidden method made possible by broken brainwashing. He explained the loophole. Escaping meant breaking both the slavery bond and combat restriction enchantment. Despite the looming threat of Maurice Company, Second insisted Yukari become his blacksmith immediately. Yukari found Second's priorities ridiculous, doubting his sincerity while internally questioning his unusual reasoning. Although the proposal defied legal magic, Yukari agreed to trust Second if escape succeeded. Second boldly challenged Yukari to test her restraints by headbutting him with full strength. Confused, Yukari hesitated, unsure whether her contract would allow her to cause physical harm. Second remained confident, urging her to strike hard, believing she could override the contract's limits. Yukari stepped forward, focused, gathering resolve to act, unsure if the magic would stop her. With surprising force, Yukari's head smashed into Second's chest, stunning them both with the impact. Yukari stood stunned, realizing her headbutt counted as a true attack. Her curse was broken. Second quietly acknowledged her breakthrough, confirming every word he'd said before was rooted in hidden truths. Memories rushed back, teleportation, arguments, training all suddenly aligned with a larger purpose only now becoming clear to her. Everything pointed to one intent, Second shaping her future, raising her to become a skilled blacksmith. Faced with his question, Yukari softly nodded, accepting his plan, his trust, and her path. Yukari lowered her guard slightly, admitting her trust, though hesitant, had begun to grow toward him. The jailbreak triggered unintentionally, releasing Yukari from her subordination due to a system bug. A critical bug allowed freedom if a slave NPC's head collided with the player's head. They arrived at the port city of Kula, ready to investigate the hidden conspiracy. Second recalled Yukari's connection to Duchess Lucia's death. Suspecting the Prime Minister's involvement in murder, Balmoral's influence, and First Prince Klaus's cruelty hinted at deeper corruption behind political power. Second reflected on King Baywell Castle, whose actions prioritized profit over the people's welfare. Though unimportant in the game, the king's influence now threatened Second and Prince Mine. Determined to protect Mine and reach the top, Second decided to begin investigating immediately. Second brought up the Prime Minister's name, assuring Yukari he would uncover the full truth. Yukari, mistrusting promises, warned him not to speak recklessly about matters he didn't yet understand. The group reached the quiet farming town of Peiho, seeking shelter and a temporary reprieve. Reunited, the girls showed mixed emotions. One scolded harshly, while another joyfully tackled Second with enthusiasm. Second tried calming the situation, but tension remained as concern over recent events hung in the air. Yukari locked eyes with the girl, her stern gaze silently communicating suspicion and cautious evaluation. Without explanation, the girls left the confused Second behind, heading off to talk in private. Second silently watched the girls' intense exchange, realizing it was a serious, competitive girls-only gathering. Yukari and Sylvia clashed over their closeness to Second, each claiming superiority in experience and dedication. Iko asked about their next adventure, but Second explained dungeon raids were unsafe during the evening hours. They agreed to plan strategy over dinner instead, walking together as conversation resumed among the girls. Second declared their focus was gaining experience for Yukari's blacksmithing, starting with Peiho's nearby Limped Fath dungeon. Second forgot about naming the team, distracted by their earlier teleportation and chaotic dungeon travels. Yukari asked about the team name, prompting Sylvia and Iko to throw out their ideas. Iko suggested a chivalric name, but Yukari declined since they weren't knights. Second sensed growing chaos around him. Yukari proposed SOS team with serious logic, leaving Second overwhelmed by their competitive spirit and naming ambition. Hoping for fairness, Second turned to Iko for the final say only to find her asleep. Everyone with his certainty, Yukari warns about the pressure that name brings, but Second believes in his destined top position. The next morning they depart for Limped Fath Dungeon, despite Second's drunken reasoning behind the impulsive name. Inside, Sylvia and Iko work in perfect sync, blocking enemy attacks while holding their ground. Second eliminates enemies effortlessly, praising the dungeon's pace and how easily they gain valuable combat experience. Yukari's rapid skill development impressed Second, prompting him to assess her composition and ranking properly. After checking, Second discovered Yukari had 2 rare grade-level skills, an unexpected and fortunate advantage for training. Second recognized Yukari's unique potential and realized her skills accelerated their dungeon progress far beyond expectations. He told Yukari that her becoming a strong blacksmith would strengthen the team's exploration ability. With mutual resolve, Second and Yukari vowed to reach the top of the world together. Yukari quietly reaffirmed her goal, declaring her intention to become the world's strongest blacksmith someday. Her past disbelief was fading, replaced by newfound determination influenced by her master's unwavering dream. The young man sensed her change, watching her with silent confidence and a proud, calm expression. As she offered a soft smile, he realized how much her trust meant to him. Iko returned to dungeon life with Second's party and finally obtained the rockshell shield. Unexpectedly, Yukari requested the shield to upgrade it, surprising Iko with her calm, serious approach. Yukari had mastered ability upgrade to 5th grade, allowing her to enhance even rare items reliably. Despite her explanation, Iko refused hugging the shield, tightly suspicious of Yukari's intimidating stare and request. Second watched quietly, amused by Iko's possessiveness, realizing beast folk instinctively cling to treasured things like children. Iko quietly apologized, realizing she had overreacted and misunderstood Yukari's intent with the shield upgrade. Second understood Iko's reaction, acknowledging her instincts as beast folk, and calmly requested Yukari to proceed with the enhancement. Yukari completed the upgrade flawlessly. While Second noticed her ears twitching slightly, she was clearly flustered yet composed. Iko received the improved shield joyfully from Second, thanking Yukari with a bright smile and tail twitching. Sylvia confirmed their next plan with surprise, as Second informed the group they would soon change exploration locations. Second explained his plan. A new location offers better experience, money, and resource gathering efficiency combined. He continued explaining that monster drops there would allow crafting superior equipment, which benefits future dungeon progression. Additionally, the dungeon boss dropped mithril, a rare material ideal for advanced gear and massive profit gains. Their income plan included building a luxurious mansion to serve as Team Fastest's new operating base. Second finally appreciated the housing system's practicality, choosing to invest in a functional yet grand headquarters. Sylvia raised her hand as Second declared their goal 50 billion CL through mithril alchemy. She questioned the massive goal. Second answered confidently, referencing capital real estate worth 25 billion CL. He explained further only double that could earn the title of world's #1 estate. Yukari, curious, shifted the topic and asked about the specifics of mithril alchemy itself. Second explained how mithril alloy forms using ores, blacksmithing, and refining skills near a dungeon called Bad Gold. The group learned mithril alloy was forged with mithril and iron, extremely strong, rare, and valuable. Sylvia questioned Second's knowledge about Proline, a dungeon nobody had yet conquered or even fully mapped. Second hesitated. Doubt swirled in his mind as everyone waited for a clear and honest answer. Sylvia gently insisted there must be a deeper reason. Second finally admitted the truth was difficult to explain. He wondered if confessing everything would bring judgment, haunted by guilt that weighed silently on his heart. Second lay in silence, convinced that revealing the truth would only distance him from others. He believed fear of the unknown would ruin trust, halting his dream of becoming #1. Despite everything, Sylvia responded with unwavering trust, assuring she would accept him regardless of his past. Second admired Sylvia's honesty, her willingness to hear truth even if it risked everything they built. He ultimately withheld the truth, declaring it untouchable, shielding his secret from everyone without exception or apology. Second believed evasion was essential, revealing nothing meant staying true to the mindset of former greatness. He declared his secret eternal, something he'd never reveal, not even with time or closer bonds. Though Sylvia accepted his words, Second offered a condition, wanting her to understand his stance deeper. Sylvia smiled gently, offering him forgiveness anytime. In return, he silently recognized her kindness from his heart. Second and the group arrived at Bad Gold, aiming to sell their mithril alloy directly. Despite interest, buyers quickly rejected the offer, claiming mithril alloy supplies were unreliable and untrustworthy. Though they found potential clients, none accepted. Second faced the harsh reality of merchant skepticism. Yukari acknowledged the failure. The group reflected on rejection and discussed their lack of proven credibility. She advised they build trust by raiding Proline Dungeon, demonstrating skill first before selling to blacksmithing guilds. Second disliked the Adventurer Guild, recalling only negative experiences from his past life in that system. He asked for alternatives, but neither Sylvia nor Iko offered any helpful ideas or solid plans. Yukari warned that raiding unregistered risked retaliation, including interference, threats, or even being hunted by assassins. Understanding the danger, Second agreed to register despite hesitation, accepting the Mobion Guild's influence and history of violence. The party arrived at the guild. Second stepped forward confidently to begin their formal registration as adventurers. The group received their guild cards, marking official status as registered adventurers within the system. Second noted both personal and team ranks were F, the lowest possible, undeserved for his capabilities. Frustrated by his situation, Second silently resented the rank, guild rules, and repeated rejection of his alloy. A loud thug mocked Second's status, assuming weakness, and preparing to assert dominance through public humiliation. Second, visibly annoyed, recognized these troublemakers as the exact reason he always avoided guild involvement before. Second saw through the thug's motives, extorting weak newcomers who travel with standout companions like Sylvia. He called out the guild's negligence, placing blame on their tolerance for such abusive veterans. The thug grew louder, but Second remained calm, daring him to attack without claiming self-defense. Provoked, the thug shouted furiously, his face twisted with rage and uncontrolled anger in front of everyone. With a roar, he lunged forward, fist raised high, attempting to strike Second without hesitation or reason. Second analyzed the thug's stance, already certain he could defeat him instantly. Before he could act, the small girl leapt in, stopping the thug's rushing attack. Instead of hurting her, the thug clutched his injured hand. Screaming in unexpected pain, the thug's companions charged angrily, shouting in rage after seeing their leader suddenly fall back. Before they reached him, the elf calmly restrained them, rendering them motionless with invisible binding magic. Sylvia calmly declared she had no part, then raised her bow with quiet confidence. The group stepped outside the guild hall, ready to begin their day's next mission. While walking, Second noticed his hands trembling. The earlier confrontation had left an unusual impact. He realized the shaking came not from fear of others, but fear of himself. Second understood his power. If unleashed in anger, it would turn battle into senseless slaughter. After returning to his room, Second laid quietly, reflecting on the earlier intense confrontation. Staring at the ceiling, Second realized becoming the strongest in this world wouldn't be simple. At breakfast, Second announced they would head to Proline, catching the group's attention with determination. Yukari expressed concern about violating Blacksmith Guild rules, hinting political tensions tied to dungeon raids. Second learned dungeon raids required official approval and large teams, making solo conquest claims unbelievable. Yukari explained mithril wasn't exclusive to the dungeon boss, but could drop from common monsters. Second proposed gathering mithril for weeks, hoping to bypass mass raids through constant independent collection. Sylvia suggested joining the raid directly, but Second doubted if F-rank teams were even permitted. Second felt cornered. Raiding alone would invite disbelief and hostility from both kingdom and guild forces. Yukari insisted supporting the guild builds trust, but Second lacked motivation, still viewing everything like a game. Second realized a higher rank meant mass raid access, triggering a sudden and strategic new idea. Yukari confirmed his theory cautiously, but Second recalled a neglected method that once seemed completely useless. Remembering Mobion, Second smirked. What failed before might now lead him straight to a rank recognition. He announced Skyrocket Bomber, urging Yukari and others to join him at Proline Dungeon immediately. Second revealed the Skyrocket Bomber, a fast-track method to raise adventurer rank using dungeon resources. The plan involved collecting regenerating mana crystals, which the guild accepted as rank-boosting contributions. By gathering 83 crystals daily, they could achieve a rank within 6 days of effort. Crystals appeared in intervals, limiting collection speed. Reaching 80% daily was considered the realistic maximum. Second identified secret rooms within dungeons as key areas packed with hidden mana crystals for harvesting. To reach hidden rooms, Second devised explosive jump, the core behind the skyrocket bomber technique. Iko was unfamiliar with the concept, but curious about the strange technique Second had introduced. Second explained the coordinated magic sequence, involving Sylvia and Iko, to launch her into the air. Iko accepted the plan enthusiastically, knowing the technique could propel her as high as 20 meters. Although Sylvia had concerns, the team agreed to practice the jump in a nearby safe area. Second gave the command. Iko braced herself, ready to execute the first test jump attempt. As Iko leapt upward, Second activated Coral Wind magic to enhance her initial launch forcefully. Iko used Bishop Shield Art midair, while Sylvia provided fire-based support using night archery techniques. Second followed up with more precision spells. Iko defended, and their timing kept her perfectly stable. With a strong push, Iko soared higher, her shield still active as she ascended with momentum. Iko soared joyfully through the air, completely thrilled by the success of her first launch. Second realized too late no one had planned how Iko would land from the sudden height. Everyone rushed over nervously, but Iko emerged safely and excitedly asked to try it again. Relieved by her enthusiasm, Second approved another jump as the team prepared for a real attempt. Echo returned triumphantly from above, arms full of mana crystals she had collected in one go. Camellia inspected the crystals Iko brought in and froze, shocked by their rarity and purity. The team visited the guild desk, where Camellia confirmed the crystals were genuine mana crystals. Second confirmed their C-rank promotion, requesting rank updates and depositing their funds into the guild. Second thanked Camellia with a wink, leaving a strong impression while confirming tomorrow's follow-up delivery. Internally, Second cringed at his act, but acknowledged the benefit of winning Camelia's favor. Sylvia and Yukari reacted sternly after witnessing Second's strategic charm toward the guild receptionist. Second laid out a 5-day plan: gather crystals, train, and prepare for Pro-Line Dungeon. Sylvia agreed with the plan but asked if they'd continue building Yukari's blacksmithing expertise. Second decided to balance efforts, having each member train equally to strengthen the entire party. Confidently, Second announced his next goal: he would begin improving his conjuration skill starting the next day. 5 days of training, gathering, and dungeon exploration passed quickly as the group stayed focused. While Iko fetched crystals, Second and Sylvia hunted golems relentlessly, gaining massive experience and materials. Yukari, meanwhile, conducted a quiet investigation into the city's guilds, while the team trained underground. She discovered 2 issues: an incoming Pro-Line mass raid and a mithril shortage affecting blacksmiths. Second reconsidered their plans should they rank up, join the raid, and earn the guild's trust. Second weighed 2 options: solo the dungeon for control or gain trust through mass raids. He realized one earned faster money but more enemies, the other safer but less profit. Yukari, calm and deliberate, requested 1 more day to execute a yet unrevealed independent plan. After brief hesitation, Second agreed. Yukari hinted at a time-efficient strategy involving external influence and support. She revealed her goal to utilize the Merchant Guild's network to accelerate their broader objectives. Yukari explained that becoming a rank would establish trust, attracting merchants seeking easy profits. Second raised concern about guild retaliation, fearing their actions might provoke the Adventurer Guild's hostility. Yukari revealed the strategy: join the mass raid publicly while secretly contracting with merchants privately. She explained the Merchant Guild's protection, ensuring safety even if conflict arose with adventurers later. Second realized forming ties through mithril alloy sales would bind both guilds tightly to their side. Second agreed to Yukari's plan. She promised to negotiate terms with the Merchant Guild tomorrow. Second felt reassured. Yukari handled strategy wisely, compensating for what his gaming background couldn't provide. Yukari humbly accepted the praise, showing quiet confidence while taking full responsibility for the guild negotiations. While Yukari handled merchants, Second revisited Pro-Line to train and soon achieved a rank status. Thanks to constant experience gain, Second's conjuration skill advanced. Spirit summoning neared 4th grade classification. Spirit summoning binds 1 unique spirit per user, while monster summoning handles various tamed beasts. Advancing spirit summoning to 4th grade unlocks spirit possession. boosting power by merging with the spirit. Although he unlocked spirit possession, he hadn't secured a spirit yet to use the skill. He prepared a rare premium spirit ticket from a past purchase to summon a powerful spirit. The ticket guaranteed an ultra-rare spirit with over 25,001 strength, ranking it extremely valuable. Second considers when to use the premium ticket. Aware the summoned spirit might resist control, he hesitates, wary of unpredictable allies during uncertain times, unsure of trusting another unfamiliar presence. Reflecting on trust, he recalls how Yukari once slowly opened up, then receives her message. The party visits the Merchant Guild where Yukari explains the need to prove their strength. Although A-rank status was earned, the guild requires proof through a performance to validate trustworthiness. Second meets Shinsei, the acting guild master, to begin talks about a major proposal. They firmly shake hands, establishing temporary trust, though Second remains wary of the man's intentions. Sei discusses a valuable offer, stating the Merchant Guild awaits the outcome of their venture. Despite Second's rank, SE remains skeptical, noting actions matter more than titles and risky deals. The group feels the pressure rise as Sei's intense demeanor leaves everyone visibly uneasy and tense. Shinsei demands Second prove strength by conquering Proline swiftly, or face severe consequences. The threat fails to intimidate Second, whose calm confidence contrasts the other's anxious reactions. Second declares victory is certain, knowing the man lacks real skill or standing in rankings. He confidently offers to conquer Proline in 3 hours, reinforcing his unmatched capabilities without hesitation. Second understands the need to radiate confidence, prompting Sei to react with curious amusement. Shinsei laughed heartily, impressed by Second's confidence, confirming Yukari's assessment of his abilities. Yukari admitted orchestrating the test, explaining her request to verify Second's worth through practical evaluation. Second clenched his teeth, furious, while Iko watched tearfully, sensing her master's rising tension and emotions. Second erupted, demanding an apology for Iko, while the merchant quickly submitted, ending with reluctant peace. Despite the agreement, doubts lingered. The Merchant Guild needed further proof to fully trust Second's strength. The merchant outlined his plan to gather staff and clients to witness Second's public demonstration. Sylvia and Iko were chosen to assist Second using their own specialized combat styles and roles. Second explained his mastery over all elements, stunning the room, while Sylvia praised his unmatched capabilities. Yukari confirmed Second's latest achievement in conjuration, elevating his spirit summoning skill to an advanced 4th grade. Everyone was shocked. The merchant panicked. Second scolded him again while Iko hid nervously behind him. Second realized the merchant proposed spirit summoning as a public display to resolve trust issues effectively. He recalled that the higher the summoning rank, the flashier and more vivid the visuals. The first-time summon always left a strong impression, especially with massive spirits having elaborate appearances and effects. A 4th grade summoning in public could confirm his power and clear doubts about his abilities. Second understood the plan's merit and silently agreed, seeing it as an efficient solution to proceed forward. Second agreed to the demonstration plan, using a premium ticket to summon a powerful flashy spirit. Sylvia unleashed a fierce flame arrow. Iko braced herself behind her shield, absorbing impact. The spectators gasped in amazement as Iko emerged unharmed, proving the shield's power and control. Villagers whispered about their strength flame bow, perfect defense. The official announced Second's final demonstration next. Second raised a shimmering premium ticket. The crowd quieted, sensing something unusual was about to happen. Light engulfed the ground. A massive magic circle appeared beneath Second, radiating with summoning energy. As the light expanded, villagers looked up. Panic grew. Something unnatural stirred above the cliffs. Dark clouds gathered. Lightning cracked through the sky. An ominous pressure fell across the arena. Second stood firm while murmurs rose. The crowd suspected he was altering the very atmosphere. He suddenly remembered. This wasn't ordinary summoning. It matched a rare in-game event from Mobion Online. In Mobion Online, summoning with over 35,001 spirit strength triggered a unique spirit only 29 ever existed. Among all spirits, one stood unmatched, an initial spirit strength of 41,000. Extremely rare and unmatched. The clouds twisted violently. Villagers watched in fear as a massive presence descended from the heavens. From the swirling clouds, a colossal hand formed, stretching downward, blazing with spiraling summoned energy. The hand slammed down, shaking the ground. Dust erupted. People staggered. Second remained completely unmoved. A massive fruit-like shell emerged before second his spirit's arrival had just begun revealing its form. The summoned spirit introduced himself as enrollment, the supreme ruler of elemental spirits across existence. Second faced enrollment. The spirit's aura surged, surrounding him with elemental energy and silent dominance. Kneeling before second, enrollment humbly acknowledged his new master, fulfilling a long-awaited destiny with reverence. Bystanders panicked. To them, enrollment looked like a demon. His dark presence stirred fear instantly. Second despaired at the timing. Summoning a top-tier spirit now only raised more suspicion everywhere. Second, embarrassed, dismissed enrollment mid-speech, asking him to appear calmly next time instead. Alone again, second sighed heavily, already dreading the aftermath of what just took place. Guilds rejected all ties. Trade vanished. His negotiations collapsed the moment enrollment appeared. He reflected bitterly. Summoning the Supreme Spirit was special but brought nothing but setbacks and misunderstandings. Although no one ever summoned enrollment before, second couldn't feel proud not under these circumstances. Yukari lowered her head and sincerely apologized. Burdened by her role in the situation, she admitted misjudgment, believing her idea helped, but it may have constrained second instead. Reflecting, Yukari realized second's strength made schemes and guild alliances unnecessary. He surpassed them all naturally. They exchanged honest views. Yukari admired second's resolve, while he admitted the chaos was overwhelming. Despite setbacks, second stayed composed, dining, drinking, smiling, believing a true failure wouldn't live with such purpose. Yukari explained her view. Second never believed the incident to be a true failure. Second confirmed her thoughts. His failure wouldn't stop his long-term goal of becoming world number one. Moved, Yukari expressed amazement. She apologized again, admitting her understanding of him wasn't yet complete. She regretted not knowing him better. With deeper insight, she might have created a better plan. Second insisted the blame was his. He made the decision and took full responsibility for it. Second reassured Yukari. He encouraged her to help plan next time without blaming herself. Yukari accepted his trust with relief. She promised to support and work with him fully. Determined, Yukari declared her intent to understand everything about her master to support him properly. She hesitated, gathered courage, then approached second with a blush, preparing to express something personal. Flustered but serious, Yukari tried to invite second for the evening. Her voice trembling softly, second stood still as Yukari leaned closer, her expression serious, eyes locking onto his. Their intense moment was interrupted by a knock on the door, causing Yukari to turn. Yukari narrowed her eyes in silence, sensing something important was about to happen between them. An elderly man entered slowly, apologizing politely for disturbing them at such a late hour. Confirming second's identity, the guest stood firm, clearly bringing news that required immediate attention tonight. The visitor introduced himself as Forrest, steward of the influential lumberjack family from Regnard. Second deduced Forrest came secretly. Yukari was surprised at his insight but quickly accepted it. Forrest revealed his true reason: he had a business proposal involving second's mithril alloy operations. The Earl wanted exclusive wholesale rights to second's mithril, raising concerns about hidden political motives. Second hesitated, sensing risk. Yukari, though cautious, couldn't deny the tempting appeal of the offer. Second placed full trust in Yukari, sensing her motivation to prove herself through this responsibility. Yukari accepted the task with enthusiasm, immediately beginning discussions with Forrest to clarify expectations. Second transferred all planning authority to Yukari. She confirmed their need to meet the Earl. Yukari quickly organized a tight schedule covering meetings, travel, and a banquet with the Earl. Forrest acknowledged the plan, promised to return the next evening, and prepared to depart respectfully. Second raised concern about a trap, but Yukari analyzed the Earl's intent as sincere. Though uncertain, Second believed Yukari could manage. She confidently reaffirmed her commitment to the mission. Second questioned the burden on her. Yukari appeared confused, uncertain how to express her feelings. Despite the workload, Yukari accepted it. To her, Second's goal was harder than her own. Yukari smiled gently, admitting this new life gave her purpose unlike her former assassin days. Second warned the group about tomorrow's event. Something powerful was scheduled to appear once again. Yukari admitted concern about its nature. Second recalled enrollment, a powerful spirit he might summon. The next morning arrived. Second declared his intent to summon the mysterious spirit without hesitation. The team assembled and confirmed their readiness, each preparing with weapons or magic for support. Within a glowing summoning circle, Second activated the ritual, surrounded by light and arcane power. From the glowing light, the Great Spirit appeared radiant, powerful, and cloaked in ceremonial attire. The spirit shouted, confused and emotional, demanding an explanation for the unusual summoning procedure. Second thanked him for cooperating. The spirit responded earnestly, showing slight frustration but honest obedience. They discussed power and timing. Second clarified he needed support eventually, not immediately. The spirit relented. The spirit complained about being treated casually, despite claiming to be above all others in rank. Second boldly declared his superiority, reminding the spirit who truly held the highest authority now. Flattered by Second's confidence, the spirit quickly submitted, prompting Second to ask personal curiosity-driven questions. The spirit, named enrollment, claimed no fixed gender or age, accepting any name Second preferred. Second agreed to the name and decided to introduce enrollment to the rest carefully. Second pointed out his companions Sylvia, Yukari, and Iko, each standing alert, ready to observe the new spirit. Enrollment suddenly revealed knowledge of Sylvia, Yukari, and Iko's roles, shocking Second with accuracy to test the spirit. Second asked personal questions. Enrollment answered correctly, leaving Second stunned. Second escalated the test with historical trivia. Enrollment instantly named Emperor Jinmu, shocking everyone again. Realizing the spirit's power was genuine, Second grew nervous. He hadn't expected such mental precision. Enrollment boasted again of spiritual supremacy, but also humbly questioned his own inferiority towards Second. Second froze in place as Enrollment suddenly referenced a name no one else should know. Second panicked as the elf's curiosity grew, fearing exposure of his secret past identity. He barely avoided suspicion, while Sylvia and Yukari silently questioned the awkward tension between them. To test their strange bond, the elf instructed Second to mentally project his thoughts back. They successfully connected minds, sharing synchronized thoughts in real time, confirming a hidden telepathic system. Second realized this telepathy, unlike anything from Mobion, unlocked limitless tactical advantage with enrollment nearby. Second confirmed that enrollment's power and the lightning element could bypass traditional elemental weakness mechanics. Feeling a mysterious connection, Second instinctively understood and controlled lightning sorcery without prior training or explanation. Reviewing his sorcery sheet, Second found lightning skills listed forms never available in Mobion's player system. Despite confusion over the cause, Second celebrated the breakthrough, embracing the unexpected compatibility with enrollment. Their laughter echoed in sync, marking the beginning of a powerful partnership built on shared strength. Sylvia and Yukari grew suspicious, watching Second and enrollment laugh like fools without explanation. They theorized the strange behavior came from telepathy or enrollment's rare spirit ruler abilities. Second tried to exit, but Sylvia immediately noticed his presence hadn't disappeared from the room. Sylvia panicked upon realizing the identity of their recent visitor, someone tied to noble authority. The name Earl Woodcut brought disbelief, but Sylvia confirmed the lumberjack family's prominent reputation and reach. Yukari explained Regnard's lumber trade origins, crediting the lumberjack family's success for the thriving city. Sylvia elaborated that the current head, Earl Beryl, and his children were skilled adventurers too. Yukari confirmed the brother mastered swordsmanship, while Cherie Lumberjack was a rare spirit summoner prodigy. Cherie earned A rank at 16, impressing Second, though he sensed arrogance behind the title. Sylvia asked everyone's age, revealing hers at 19. Iko was 16, and Yukari was 17. Eko and Sylvia teased Yukari for being the oldest, triggering her cold, wordless reaction instantly. Yukari defended herself, claiming she was only 16 in dark elf terms, though clearly older. Second summoned enrollment again, apologizing for earlier and explaining Iko's fear needed to be addressed. Enrollment forgave the reason for summoning, then began recounting a rebellious spirit he once defeated. Second sympathized with spirit politics, but enrollment revealed the conflict stemmed from a cracked teacup. Enrollment described how he vaporized Gnome in retaliation and appointed Gnome's daughter as successor. A butler arrived to escort Second's group, announcing Earl Beryl was ready to meet them. Second dismissed enrollment, then headed to the appointed venue. Welcomed by a luxurious meal setting, the party gathered at the table, where the Earl graciously invited everyone to enjoy freely. Second observed Earl Beryl, a sharp and refined veteran warrior with a commanding yet calm presence. Second sensed the dinner was staged. The Earl's hospitality masked his desperation for mithril alloy. The stew served was from Regnard, and the Earl highlighted their age-aligned adventuring team connection. After a courteous handshake, the Earl ended the meal proposing they meet again tomorrow. Second felt puzzled. A powerful man like the Earl showed excessive humility to secure cooperation. Curious, Second directly asked Earl Beryl why he valued this negotiation so highly and intensely. The Earl outlined his belief: national strength begins with empowered citizens and thriving local economies. He insisted the new mithril industry be founded in Regnard, Castal's vital trade hub. Second questioned his motives, but the Earl affirmed alignment with citizens, soldiers, and kingdom equally. Second acknowledged the Earl's logic, realizing it included adventurers, and showed respect for the strong. They agreed to meet again. The team later departed, traveling quietly through mountains toward the Earl's territory. Second asked Yukari about her plan. She proposed short-term contracts for controlled mithril alloy distribution. They discussed mithril harvest rates and potential profit, calculating logistics based on daily Proline dungeon expeditions. Yukari estimated 20 days to earn 30 billion, surprising even herself with the overwhelming income projection. Analyzing rarity, Second noted low drop rates and unexploited zones justified mithril's high market value. They reflected on sustainability, agreeing to rest cycles and market impact risk before continuing toward their destination. Second finalized the plan, entrusting Yukari with logistics while they balanced work and rest cycles. Their carriage reached the city outskirts. Second awoke as Yukari confirmed their arrival at Regnard. Second arrived at Regnard, a lively town where political alliances and business deals took shape. He entered the meeting hall with Yukari, facing powerful merchants waiting for negotiation and trust. As the meeting began, Yukari took the lead while Second quietly observed, pretending to understand everything. Though he appeared confident, Second didn't grasp the discussion, hiding his confusion behind a serious face. Thanks to Yukari's handling, the contract succeeded 30 billion CL secured, even without Second following anything. Second praised Yukari with a bright smile, acknowledging her efforts after the successful business deal. Yukari reminded him that final approval was pending, then prepared for the evening's formal banquet. At the Grand Hall, nobles, merchants, and envoys gathered in elegant attire for political mingling. Second was surrounded by praise and laughter, yet he quietly looked for a chance to escape. While nobles greeted Sylvia warmly, Second drifted aside, silently wondering about his absent teammates' whereabouts. Second noticed Sylvia making connections, while Yukari prepared to extract knowledge from influential guests nearby. Left alone, Second observed Iko happily eating while being doted on by smiling friendly maids. Feeling isolated, Second considered joining Iko, but a sudden voice from behind interrupted his quiet thoughts. The Earl's daughter, Cherie Lumberjack, introduced herself firmly, expecting proper acknowledgement from her chosen guest. With confident airs, Cherie summoned Second directly, leaving him confused yet unable to refuse her. Cherie grew frustrated with Second's calm replies, mistaking his neutrality as arrogance and defiance. Without explanation, she stormed off. Second hesitated, then followed, watching her fume in small circles. She snapped at him to walk properly, while Second quietly wondered if she was talking alone. Cherie questioned his class, assuming he's a spirit summoner. Second corrected her with a composed response. She became flustered by his vague explanation, while he realized he might have teased her too much. Cherie aggressively warned Second not to overstep, citing her father's favor as a boundary. She boasted her solo A-rank status, while Second calmly pointed out his own rank. Second suggested talking rationally, but Cherie, irritated by his calm, lashed out with a sudden slap. Frustrated, Second demanded answers. Cherie, prideful and dismissive, claimed it was his punishment for insolence. Cherie declared she'd prove her higher status, shocking Second with her intent to demonstrate superiority. Second asked how she'd prove their difference. Cherie smirked, insisting he'd understand soon enough. She confidently announced her spirit would break his pride, daring him to maintain his calm. A summoning circle activated behind her, revealing a majestic spirit with long hair and glowing presence. The spirit responded to Cherie's call. She ordered it to declare her superiority to Second. Instead, the spirit warmly greeted Second and introduced herself as Terra, the great spirit of Earth. Cherie grew furious as Terra casually addressed Second, undermining her intended display of dominance. Second remained amused, calculating Terra's overwhelming power. Cherie urged him to summon his inferior spirit. Mocking continued, but Second agreed to summon only to be interrupted urgently by Sylvia's unexpected arrival. Sylvia shouted that Iko had collapsed, instantly alarming Second and halting the duel entirely. Second rushed away. A doctor explained Iko's condition: overeating, requiring only rest to recover normally. Second observed the Great Spirit Terra casually greet him, causing shock and frustration to her summoner. Despite her anger, the girl demanded Second reveal his spirit, mocking him with Terra's impressive strength. Amused by the taunt, Second accepted the challenge, preparing to summon his own hidden spirit. Before he could act, urgent news arrived. Echo, their companion, had suddenly collapsed from unknown causes. Second rushed off, only to learn Echo had overeaten. She simply needed rest to recover. Without warning, Cherie declared she would join Second's group, stunning everyone with her boldness. Second's expression darkened instantly, spiraling into dread as he realized what her presence would mean ahead. Second and Cherie chatted for hours, their banter resembling a rehearsed act full of interruptions. Despite her constant complaints and bursts of energy, Cherie's cheerful aura remained consistent and sincere. While riding in the carriage, Second asked Cherie her reason for suddenly joining their journey. Cherie declared it a spirit summoner contest, though Second clarified he wasn't exactly one himself. Flustered, Cherie struggled to pick a challenge format, revealing she hadn't planned anything specific yet. She suddenly proposed a competition using contribution points from the guild, her eyes sparkling confidently. He doubted the logic behind her reasoning, questioning the connection between points and spirit arts. He insisted he could earn points without spirits. She brushed it off, thinking she'd win easily. She finally set the rules. One day, starting sunrise the day after, winner gets glory. That evening, she took the room beside him, joining dinner uninvited, adding to his growing annoyance. Cherie entered the inn with confidence. Whispers spread, everyone recognized her as the spirit summoner. Second teased her achievements, provoking a fierce reaction. Their banter drew attention and lightened the mood. Though rough around the edges, Cherie brought balance to a team that lacked playful energy. Alone in his room, Second recalled something important. A forgotten function stirred quietly in his mind. Summoning light flared, revealing an elegant figure. An old companion returned, greeting Second after long silence. Second apologized for his delay. The spirit's stern gaze demanded explanations without any signs of leniency. They discussed Terra, a mysterious girl under nomadets. Her appearance felt gentle, but truth remained elusive. Second asked about her father's fate. The spirit answered bluntly, hiding no guilt behind confident laughter. He joked about scaring Cherie too. Second accepted the idea, already imagining her shocked reaction later. With timing perfect, Second suggested visiting. The spirit paused, surprised they were right next door already. Second noticed their absence. The spirit confirmed no one remained in the room next door anymore. He recalled Cherie's earlier words. The timing of the contest suddenly felt suspicious and wrong. Doubts formed. Her actions' random contest, forced encounters seemed deliberate, not coincidental, raising deeper questions about her intent. The spirit offered a clear explanation. Her behavior, he said, was rooted in silent envy. Second accepted the truth. Cherie's jealousy drove her to stay close, seeking purpose through rivalry. Second realized the truth. Cherie had entered bad gold, a dangerous place even for veterans. He burst into frustration, blaming her recklessness. If she continued like this, she might not survive. Anger overflowed. Second stormed out, fed up with the chaos she constantly brought into everything. Despite Second's complaints, the spirit smiled. Deep down, Second still cared enough to chase after her. Driven by envy and fear of loneliness, Cherie entered the dungeon determined to surpass Second. As they advanced through the dungeon, Cherie prepared herself to ask Second to accept her. She asked her companion to deliver her words if she couldn't speak them directly. Meanwhile, Second approached on horseback, wondering if Cherie had reached the dangerous boss already. The dungeon boss, Mithril Golem, was infamous, stronger, deadlier, and nearly impossible on a first encounter. Most adventurers underestimated it. Sorcery worked better, but physical attacks usually failed against its defense. Uninformed players rely on basic sorcery, but the Mithril Golem resists both magic and weapons. Exhausted from casting, they collapse. The Mithril Golem finishes them before they can even react. Cherie lacked the strength needed. Without a proper attack skill, survival was nearly impossible here. Second and Engolmwa charged into the dungeon. He trusted Engolmwa's ability to detect her location. Sensing her spirit nearby confirmed that Cherie was alive, still holding on inside the deadly dungeon. Second rushed through the dungeon, minimizing battles, desperate to reach Cherie before it was too late. Cherie recalled her childhood isolation. Her sharp tongue and noble status pushed everyone else far away. She believed her behavior couldn't change. Being an earl's daughter, loneliness seemed like her fate. Despite acting strong, Cherie quietly admitted the truth she had always felt deeply. painfully alone inside. To ease her loneliness, she turned to spirit summoning, finding companionship and purpose through them. She flaunted her status as an heiress and summoner, masking years of silent, lonely strength. Though independent, she never experienced warmth from others, until one boy listened without judgment or fear. Meeting him sparked something new: desire for human connection, a longing she'd buried under pride and solitude. Determined to earn his respect, she vowed to become someone impossible to ignore or dismiss. Now, commanding Terra and her spirit ally, she fights skillfully, proving her growth and unshaken resolve. The attack was swift. Terra smashed the incoming rocks before they reached Cherie and her spirit. After the attack ended, Cherie and her spirit walked deeper into the rocky mountain corridor. Inside the cavern, they discovered a massive rock pile that seemed intentionally arranged into something ominous. Suddenly, the rocks began shifting and trembling. Cherie and her spirit prepared for a possible threat. The rocks formed a towering golem, its eyes glowing as it loomed over the two girls. Option. Despite Terra's warning, Cherie clenched her fist. If she defeated it, their path would open. The enemy towered before them. Cherie signaled Terra, ordering her to activate the fifth form of Earth. As magic swirled, Terra shaped the spell. Cherie shouted the command to unleash her strongest sorcery. The massive golem advanced. Rocks shook around them as the battle began, tension rising with each second. The cavern floor. Cherie and Terra watched the collapsing debris in silence, uncertain if their final attack succeeded. Excitement filled Cherie's voice. They believed the proline boss had fallen before Second arrived. Suddenly, the rubble moved. The golem reformed, launching forward with renewed strength and violent speed. Cherie's confidence shattered. Terra had no energy left. Their attack failed. The boss remained completely unharmed. The golem delivered a crushing punch directly to Cherie, launching her body through the cavern wall. Pain surged as she collided with stone. Dust exploded outward. The blow left her unconscious. Terra screamed and rushed forward. Cherie lay motionless while the boss slowly turned toward them again. Cherie struggled to stay conscious, her vision blurred, thoughts scattered, body too broken to respond properly. Terra reached Cherie, shielding her, but the golem approached again, its massive arms raised to strike. Cherie, bruised and weak, realized Terra stood firm to protect her without hesitation or fear. She whispered gratitude, unable to speak clearly, hoping Terra would understand through her expression and eyes. As the golem prepared to strike, Cherie silently accepted defeat, believing it was her end. Suddenly, a sword intercepted the attack. Second arrived, placing himself between the monster and the girls. Without pause, Second launched a rapid assault, pushing the golem back with precise, powerful counterattacks. Second attacked fiercely from all angles, his strikes breaking through the golem's defenses without hesitation. Cherie watched in disbelief. His power was beyond normal adventurers. Each move forced the golem backward hard. Terra recognized his technique, castle swordsmanship. His overwhelming ability proved he wasn't an ordinary A-rank like them. As Terra comforted Cherie, she whispered regret. Her strength couldn't even protect Terra or return her safely. Cherie realized her ambition had blinded her. Her weakness placed Terra in danger. She only wanted meaning. Cherie closed her eyes, tears falling as guilt settled. She called herself a fool without restraint. Second explained how he invested EXP into spirit possession, raising it to barely usable combat potential. Realizing Cherie was dying, he quickly declared his intent to activate spirit possession without hesitation. A radiant aura burst around him, power surged. Second's expression remained calm as the spell activated. With stats boosted 2.5 times, Second dashed forward, knowing he had just 2 minutes to act. As the golem raised its fist toward Cherie and Terra, Second prepared to intercept with perfect timing. Second met the golem's punch directly, countering with overwhelming speed and boosted strength from spirit possession. The golem's massive arms shattered. Second's precise attack broke through its body, sending debris across the cavern. He explained the boss was simple, predictable attack patterns made it easy with high physical power. Second stood victorious. The golem lay broken. Most people died before mastering this fight's rhythm. As spirit possession ended, Second relaxed, proud. He laughed, satisfied with the result, enjoying the powerful rush. Terra expressed gratitude cheerfully, unaware that her mistake had nearly cost them their lives earlier. Second scolded them sternly, recalling how close they were to death, then prepared a recovery potion. He rushed to Cherie's side, forcing her to drink the high potion before it was too late. Cherie collapsed quietly. Second checked her condition while Terra reassured him of her better side. Second admitted Cherie's flaws but understood her pain, already knowing she wasn't truly a bad person. Tara calmly explained Cherie's isolation, revealing she likely developed feelings towards Second through dependency. Second appeared confused and frustrated, unable to grasp how affection could manifest through reckless and dangerous behavior. Tara elaborated gently, suggesting Cherie also acted out to gain her parents' approval and recognition. Second lost patience, yelling at Tara for neglect, while Tara begged him not to blame Cherie, though annoyed. Second admitted he didn't truly hate Cherie, then summoned the spirit's master for serious answers. Tara calmly explained Cherie's isolation, revealing she likely developed feelings towards Second through dependency. Second appeared confused and frustrated, unable to grasp how affection could manifest through reckless and dangerous behavior. Tara elaborated gently, suggesting Cherie also acted out to gain her parents' approval and recognition. Second lost patience, yelling at Tara for neglect, while Tara begged him not to blame Cherie. Though annoyed, Second admitted he didn't truly hate Cherie, then summoned the spirit's master for serious answers. Tara, overwhelmed, sat exhausted, while Second demanded clarity about the mysterious feeling of unity. The master explained that spirits and masters merge minds over time, especially when bonds grow stronger. Cherie's influence had taken control of Tara. The connection had gone beyond normal master-spirit boundaries. Because Tara failed to resist her, she was deemed unqualified to remain a great spirit. Second listened as Tara's past was revealed. Understanding her compassion came from caring for a lonely child. Second softened his stance, moved by Tara's story, while the master decided to pardon her actions. The master laughed, revealing he exaggerated the situation just to tease and stir up trouble. Second sighed, realizing the master had a twisted personality and was toying with them from the start. He carried Cherie out of the cave, only to feel something wet and unexpected. To his dismay, Second discovered Cherie had lost control and wet herself from fear and exhaustion. Second quickly woke Sylvia through team chat and instructed her to prepare clothes and warm water. Cherie remained unconscious, unaware of her earlier embarrassment, while Second muttered frustration about her waking moment. She suddenly jolted awake, confused and panicked, trying to recall what she had done before fainting. Tara greeted her warmly, but Cherie struggled to remember anything, still dazed from the previous day's events. Tara stopped her apology gently, admitting fault and wishing she had warned her master much sooner. Cherie took full responsibility, denying Tara's fault, while Tara revealed she already knew her feelings. Embarrassed, Cherie panicked and tried to deny everything, but her reaction made it even more obvious. Tara calmly explained Cherie's reckless actions, asking if they weren't all done for Second's attention. As Tara defined affection, Cherie began to reflect, recognizing her feelings as more than simple admiration. Still confused, Cherie tried to deflect, but Tara linked her behavior to both danger and embarrassment. Tara explained how Second rescued Cherie, healed her with a potion, and carried her back. Cherie realized the potion was valuable and considered giving Second a fitting gesture in return. Embarrassed, she recalled the cause of her collapse and noticed her clothes were unfamiliar and changed. She froze in horror as Tara casually revealed the truth about her accident during unconsciousness. Mortified, Cherie cried out in panic as Tara bluntly repeated the embarrassing event without hesitation. The morning began quietly in the village, but sudden knocking startled Second awake in bed. Second sat up annoyed, expecting peace. Someone insisted on disturbing his morning with urgent knocking. A nervous girl stood outside, trembling with a letter clutched tightly in her shaking hands. She handed it quickly to Second, apologized, and ran, leaving behind confusion and curiosity in him. Tara smiled gently, watching her leave, and thanked Second for his kindness on everyone's behalf. Said earlier already, he tried resting again, but duty called. A strategy meeting had to be held immediately. While meeting at the inn, Second received a package Cherie had entrusted to the innkeeper. Inside the package was a heavy pouch, containing gold coins as payment for his past help. He then turned to Sylvia, explaining their next plan. She listened eagerly, excited to keep training. Second outlined Sylvia's next objectives, focusing on strengthening offensive skills and unlocking advanced archery techniques efficiently. Sylvia questioned his advice, remembering he once called those skills useless at the start of training. Second clarified they were hard to use early but essential for experts aiming to reach top ranks. Sylvia was shocked by the goal, a title. Second confirmed it, she was the intended candidate. He revealed the ultimate goal, earning the prestigious archery title known as Demon Piercer. Second assigned Iko to learn promoted rook shieldsmanship first, though he secretly wanted it too. He instructed Iko to focus on mastering shield skills and eventually aim for a prestigious title. Next came Yukari's turn. Second explained her blacksmithing path while she stood loyally behind him. She would raise both blacksmithing and endowment to 9th grade, though her closeness startled Second. Yukari understood. With confidence, she vowed to handle endowment, aware of its powerful item-enhancing potential. Yukari asked about Second's own plan. He explained his goals, starting with dual sword skills. Second listed several steps: learning transformation, collecting forms, earning titles, all leading toward powerful multidiscipline mastery and versatility. He revealed transformation was a temporary buff skill, critical for confronting a specific high-level target ahead. The group committed to 2 months of training and gathering resources from Prolene while growing stronger. Unseen by the group, Cherie secretly watched Second, her face nervous and determined. Cherie waited nervously, wondering if Second had read her letter, with the elf standing nearby. Suddenly, a young man called out and approached. Terra warned them someone was coming. The stranger enthusiastically identified Cherie, startling her with his sudden appearance and overly familiar tone. He introduced himself as Serum, a 19-year-old C-rank adventurer, and a big fan of Cherie. Cherie, already frustrated, lost patience as Serum praised her spirit, ignoring her clear signs of irritation. Nymph, a quiet wind spirit, appeared and humbly introduced herself to Terra and the others. She revealed she met the Great Ruler, shocking everyone with her unexpected spiritual encounter. Terra confirmed it was Enrollment, the feared Great Ruler of spirits, respected across all spirit realms. To their disbelief, Terra added he now served someone named Second, pointing directly at him nearby. Cherie panicked, realizing Second commanded a legendary spirit. She shouted, unleashing power to prove her worth. Cherie was struck by disbelief. Second's spirit summoner had the Great Ruler under command. Terra casually admitted forgetting it. Cherie couldn't believe such a critical fact was so carelessly ignored. Not wanting to get involved further, Cherie grabbed Terra's hand and fled down the town's alley. Meanwhile, Serum nervously greeted Second in person, confirming Cherie had spoken of him earlier that day. Wind Spirit Nymph politely introduced herself, acknowledging Second's greatness as the Great Ruler's current master. The Spirit Nymph's immense power was recalled as Second doubted the man's flattery and motives. A sudden message from Yukari interrupted the conversation, drawing Second's attention with quiet urgency and concern. The warning mentioned assassination. Yukari grew suspicious as Serum's friendliness seemed like an intentional tactic to deceive. Second analyzed Serum's behavior, questioning what benefit he might gain from meeting the Great Ruler. Serum answered calmly. His reasons were accepted, but only if he was truly a spirit summoner. He devised a plan to handle Serum's demand and agreed to show the ruler. The summoning ritual activated with great power, stunning Serum with the overwhelming magic Second casually demonstrated. Second commanded his spirit to display strength, ordering a show of force to assert his dominance. Serum was crushed to the ground by immense spiritual pressure, completely unable to resist or respond. Second and the Great Ruler stood above him, leaving no doubt about who held control. Second analyzed the Spirit Ruler's technique, realizing it forced submission by amplifying a target's fear. Feeling a bit of pity, Second considered ending the pressure now that dominance was established. The Great Ruler commanded the group to raise their heads, restoring dignity among the humbled. Yukari warned Second of hidden intentions, while the ruler began investigating with the Spirit Nymph. One spirit moved suspiciously, triggering magical suppression as the group swiftly subdued his escape attempt. The elf calmly revealed the truth. The suspicious man was a spy from Marbel Empire. Second grew cautious, recalling the Empire's reputation for strength and aggressive expansion toward Kingdom of Castal. Despite the spy's nervous act, Second remained skeptical and considered if everything was just performance or manipulation. He respected the Empire's rise through strength, though their methods clashed with his principles and beliefs. Second decided to release him, ensuring he remembered the name of the future strongest man. Second ended the encounter with a smirk, mocking the spy and asserting complete psychological dominance. The agent blended into Castal's capital, gathering intelligence for Marbel Empire's military high command assessment. By chance, he witnessed Cherie and Terra, key figures in the spirit realm's growing influence. Terra's presence confirmed a war threat, but one unknown male controlled spirits an even greater concern. His cover was blown. The enemy commander praised him mockingly, exposing his allegiance to the Empire. Shocked, he questioned everything. Had his movements been predicted from the very beginning of this mission? Confused by the exposure, he panicked. No contact, no mistake. Yet they suspected everything. He realized defeat his every move outmaneuvered, overwhelmed by someone far sharper in every respect. Kneeling in surrender, he swore his last duty was reporting this to the Empire's leadership. To his shock, the enemy commander clarified he had no intention of executing him today. Instead, he casually invited the spy to join their dungeon raid, leaving him speechless and shaken. The agent realized Second had known everything and used the entire encounter to test him. Terrified by Second's calm nature, he panicked, unsure whether to flee, obey, or collapse. Second allowed him to leave, but warned him to deliver a message to his emperor. The agent accepted the message, understanding that Second's true target was the ruler behind enemy lines. Shaken to his core, he left Castle, vowing never to forget Second's terrifying presence. Yukari questioned Second's choice, but he confidently assured her the spy posed no threat. Second revealed it was Manhwa who uncovered the spy through spirit memory extraction under his control. While Second smiled proudly, Yukari and Iko were left confused by his cryptic sense of accomplishment. Second admitted fondness for the Empire, and surprisingly, Manhwa shared the same sentiment without hesitation. Despite Second's words, Sylvia warned him his challenge toward the Emperor might bring dangerous consequences soon. Second reflected on Sylvia's advice while Iko excitedly pulled him forward toward their next destination. Despite the shift in tone, the group headed for Proline Dungeon to train and gather mithril. Within a month, they completed their mithril objective and gained significant experience beyond their original expectations. Using their downtime wisely, Second gathered everyone, proposing a focused training period to expand their practical knowledge. They began studying core skills, targeting promoted bishop and rook abilities to strengthen their future combat performance. Each member was assigned skill combinations like promoted bishop or rook for their class advancement goals. Second emphasized promoted rook swordsmanship's value and planned to develop it personally after acquisition during training. Sylvia eagerly asked how they'd obtain the skills, prompting Second's bold answer by defeating a dragon. The team was stunned by the requirement, but Second remained composed while laying out his strategy. Second explained they must attack the dragon with specific skills. Yukari questioned the plan's practicality. Second calmly stated that defeating one dragon was only the start of acquiring promoted bishop archery. To fully unlock it, they needed to repeat the same process against 5 unique dragons. They then discovered Mobion had over 20 dragon types, greatly increasing the challenge's scale and complexity. Second explained, promoted rook archery required defeating 10 dragons with castle archery, though it was supposedly easier. Sylvia collapsed under the absurd difficulty, overwhelmed by Second's unrealistic explanation masked as a simpler alternative path. Second reassured Sylvia that he would assist her in the hunts needed for swordsmanship. Iko's training was unique, involving dragons exposed to every tier of shieldsman skills before defeat. She then needed to parry 100 blows with castle shieldsmanship during a dragon encounter. With responsibilities delegated, the group concluded their business in Proline and began their dragon hunting operation. They rode north through rocky terrain from Bad Gold, searching the ravine for their first dragon. Second explained Meteo Dungeon's terrain and the presence of 7 unique dragon types, including bosses. Sylvia realized Meteo was still unconquered, shocked at the danger they were walking into. Second had predicted this. If Proline was untouched, Meteo surely remained unexplored and even harder. Despite her worries, Second assured they'd handle it as a trio, each dragon being highly formidable. With preparations complete, Second, Sylvia, and Iko advanced into the open field near Meteo Dungeon's entrance. Second and his team entered Meteo Dungeon, a massive ravine with signs of dragons nearby. A towering dragon appeared ahead. Second stepped forward confidently, ready to demonstrate the proper technique. Second stood quietly before the dragon, preparing to begin his advanced course on dragon hunting tactics. With a magic circle glowing, he initiated spirit summoning, drawing forth a powerful spirit ally named Angelmoa. The spirit entered his body, amplifying his strength and speed through a technique called spirit possession. Targeting the dragon, Second planned to unlock a new skill by meeting specific attack conditions. He struck first with pawn archery, launching a precise blow that disrupted the dragon's stance immediately. Second dashed forward with precision, landing his second strike using spear archery to further weaken the dragon. The dragon retaliated fiercely, but Second countered with gold general archery, forcing it back with sheer power. Continuing without hesitation, Second launched bishop archery next, maintaining momentum and cycling through the required skill conditions. He noticed the dragon's posture shift. Its roar signaled an imminent breath attack, a pattern he had studied. As expected, the dragon stiffened after exhaling. Second recognized this moment as the perfect window for finishing strikes. The dragon staggered backward as Second unleashed 3 rapid strikes: Silver General, Castle, and Knight Archery. All 7 skill requirements were met. Second reviewed them mentally, preparing the final bishop attack sequence. With no hesitation, Second knocked his arrow, his aura surging while preparing the ultimate bishop archery technique. A series of explosive hits. Bishop Rush struck the dragon precisely during its weakened moment, disrupting all defense. The dragon collapsed, body torn and smoking, completely defeated by Second's calculated skill sequence tactical execution. Second approached Sylvia and Iko, casually summarizing the intense battle they had just witnessed. Iko and Sylvia stood frozen, astonished by Second's skill and calmness after the confrontation ended. Second explained calmly future dragons would be tackled as a team, detailing key combat tactics clearly. Iko asked timidly if Second felt fear. Sylvia reminded him he did something extraordinary alone. Second clarified the misunderstanding, assuring them confidently that fear had no place in his resolve. Second confidently outlined simple tactics, assuring that even a white dragon's critical blows wouldn't defeat them. He reminded the team of their shared goal: becoming the world's strongest, unshaken by terrifying foes. Only afterward did Second realize he forgot to explain why his strategy guaranteed their survival. Echo and Sylvia protested, embarrassed. Second apologized, and their dragon hunt began with clear coordination and trust. In Metheo Dungeon, 7 dragon types awaited, with the rainbow dragon looming as the final massive threat. The dragon strength chart displayed each type's power, revealing the terrifying might of the rainbow dragon. Second analyzed the difficulty gap. While red dragons were manageable, gold dragons posed serious danger. Despite his own capabilities, Second understood Sylvia and Iko weren't ready for battles of that scale. He decided to focus on skill acquisition, specifically promoted Bishop and Rook rather than full dungeon conquest. To earn promotions, each member must meet specific conditions by defeating dragons using advanced tactical skills. Second reminded the team not to engage the deadly gold and rainbow dragons under any circumstance. Red dragons, twice as strong as white, were now the team's greatest acceptable challenge target. After exhausting battles and endless tension, Sylvia and Iko collapsed into deep sleep from sheer fatigue. With multiple white dragons defeated, the team mastered new promoted skills and planned tomorrow's final objectives. Second warned Sylvia the next enemies were stronger, hinting at something vital she must remember. Second firmly warns against provoking gold and rainbow dragons, stressing their overwhelming and unnecessary threat level. He explains the red dragons are twice as strong as whites, currently their highest priority target. After an exhausting day of battle and training, Sylvia and Iko collapse from mental fatigue. Despite their exhaustion, they gained new skills, and the team plans to face 4 more tomorrow. Sylvia questions the danger, but Second prepares to explain something more critical before they face stronger foes. He remembered each dragon's attack pattern, developed techniques through countless failures, and finally succeeded surviving. But he realized that no one could afford to die even once in reality. She listened closely, internalized every word, and responded with confidence that she had understood completely. Though she suspected the source of his knowledge, she accepted it in silent trust. With the briefing done, they confirmed the plan: no dungeon conquests, just survival and repetition tomorrow. Second explained that while Metheo Dungeon was conquerable, doing so now brought no real benefit. Sylvia found his logic unusual, questioning his lack of interest in recognition or traditional dungeon fame. Second calmly accepted her view, affirming his only focus was becoming the world's strongest through efficiency. Sylvia pointed out how odd his calmness was, while Iko had already fallen asleep. As the moon rose over quiet rooftops, the group rested, preparing for tomorrow's deadly challenge. Second charged forward as the red dragon roared, protecting Sylvia standing stunned behind him silently. After retreating safely, Sylvia recounted their growth. She and Iko had mastered bishop-style defensive skills. Thanks to Second's precise tactics, they defeated dragons repeatedly. Even green or red dragons fell easily. Second announced his solo challenge. Calmly, he approached the red dragon to earn sword mastery. With swift precision and no hesitation, Second engaged the beast alone, blade ready for decisive combat. Second launched high into the air, striking with precision as the red dragon opened its jaws. Every movement Second made was deliberate and sharp, suppressing the red dragon without wasting effort. The dragon fell, Second confirmed the skill gain and casually signaled the group to return. He smiled warmly, the same way he did after good food or simple personal victories. Sylvia silently watched him walk ahead, inspired by his strength and hoping to follow someday. After completing the quest, Second and Eco exchanged a nod, ready to return without worry. Just before exiting, the group noticed battle sounds echoing. Second turned back, sensing unexpected activity nearby. They cautiously climbed higher, spotting another party deep inside Metheo dungeon still unconquered and known as Deadly. Second observed a lone swordsman facing danger, clearly experienced and daring enough to fight alone. The swordsman clashed against a dragon without hesitation. A mysterious woman watched silently from a distance. While observing, Sylvia confirmed the stranger's strength. He was soloing the yellow dragon with ease. The yellow dragon fell quickly. Without resting, the man approached a green dragon for another fight. He launched straight into battle, his sword raised against the roaring beast's charge and heavy blows. Sylvia admitted his power, but something felt off. His movements lacked grace, presence, or emotional control. Compared to Second's calculated elegance, this man's performance seemed crude, efficient, yet unrefined like earth to sky. Second considered warning the stranger, knowing rainbow or gold dragons could overwhelm his current strength. They confirmed the strangers were leaving. With no threat ahead, the group resumed their journey calmly. Back in town, Yukari arrived at the Earl's mansion shortly after Second's team went hunting. To secure the mithril alloy, Yukari delivered payment and agreed to stay at the mansion. Believing the safest option was to wait, Yukari prepared silently, trusting Master to return successfully. Yukari began preparations for mansion acquisition, arranging meetings with developers, builders, and real estate professionals. Despite inviting top experts, Yukari doubted their ability to meet her master's high expectations. Second inspected the proposed mansion, finding it smaller than imagined but not reacting with disappointment. Even the most expensive mansion in the capital didn't faze Second's calm and steady attitude. He proposed purchasing 9 mansions and connecting them into a single vast estate under one vision. Yukari questioned Second's boldness but resolved to take action and fulfill his ambitious request. The room of professionals sat speechless, caught off guard by Yukari's overwhelming demands and expectations. Calculating total costs, Yukari determined Second aimed for the world's greatest estate without hesitation or limits. With building plans nearly complete, Yukari turned to organizing labor, specifically a plan for hiring servants. Surprised, Yukari learned the Maurice Slave Company's president had arrived, marking the next negotiation phase. Yukari analyzed the unexpected development, suspecting a careless agent had leaked critical purchase information prematurely. Realizing the legal implication, she declared her slave contract invalid and consulted Master through team chat. Though uncertain, Yukari trusted Master's decision, believing everything would be all right under his guidance and intent. She ordered Philip to enter, observing him closely, ready for serious negotiations regarding their servant needs. Philip entered confidently, but Yukari remained cautious, questioning his surprise while staying alert to possible deception. Philip visited unexpectedly, speaking vaguely about slave law violations. While watching Yukari's tense, suspicious expression closely, Yukari stayed alert, realizing he wasn't hostile. Instead, Philip praised her master's flawless slave management. Confused, Yukari recalled her freedom. Yet Philip spoke of a delivery from her former master. Yukari was stunned by the letter. It came from Duchess Lucia, her past guardian and trainer. Philip explained the late Duchess's wish: if trust grew, he must give the letter to Yukari's master. Yukari stepped forward, realizing Philip wasn't ignorant. He knew the truth behind her history and bond. She tried to expose the lie, but Philip deflected calmly, insisting everything was a misunderstanding. Yukari's thoughts raced. Duchess Lucia, the slave company, the pardon, all events linked by hidden intention. Holding the letter tightly, Yukari understood it now represented the culmination of everything she'd experienced. She questioned whether the letter's delivery to her master had always been Lucia's final objective. Yukari introduced the mansion to the group, revealing their future home in the Eastern District. Echo bounced with excitement, exploring every room wildly, overjoyed that they would live here together. Sylvia and Second questioned the logic. Even Second admitted the house felt too extravagant and excessive. Yukari raised financial concerns, but Second proposed rotating mansions by season, treating this one as summer. While Yukari stayed silent, Second laughed confidently and suggested inspecting more properties just in case. The group arrived at the Southeast Mansion, another property Second claimed as a temporary base. Everyone was confused when Second revealed all 9 upcoming mansions were already under his ownership. Second declared this mansion would house their servants. Yukari offered to manage and train them personally. Though concerned about her workload, Second asked if Yukari was sure. She remained firm and determined. Gratefully bowing, Yukari accepted the role. Second reminded her not to overexert herself in duties. Yukari's planning made the process efficient. All 9 mansions were bought at a fair price. Second recalled his past life. Once a shut-in, he now embraced this new reality fully. To celebrate their move, the group gathered cheerfully. Second suggested a barbecue to lift spirits. After drinking too much the previous night, Second descended the stairs hoping for a morning coffee. Yukari, now dressed as a maid, greeted him formally, surprising Second with her elegant presence. Yukari prepared breakfast professionally. Second, half awake, admired her maid look with growing quiet amazement. Sylvia appeared, shocked at Yukari's initiative. Yukari calmly declared victory through swift calculated action alone. Iko ran in excitedly, shouting about giant fruits found in the garden outside the mansion. Second explained the fruits were coconuts, edible but tough. Iko pouted, disappointed by their hardness. Yukari served lunch elegantly. Everyone gathered at the table, enjoying the peaceful meal she prepared. As Second sipped his coffee, he observed Echo's playful chatter outside through the glass doors. Staring at the sealed letter, Second grew serious, realizing it might carry deeper responsibility ahead. Yukari explained Lucia's request. Second suspected something odd, perhaps even brainwashing, given Philip's strange cooperation. Yukari reacted with surprise at the idea. The thought of brainwashing unsettled her calm demeanor. Second pondered the situation. For a mere letter, everything seemed too calculated and suspiciously elaborate. Second finished reading the letter. Its content was far more serious than he expected. Yukari asked about the letter. Second hesitated, explaining the situation was complicated and deeply troubling. Despite the tension, Second reassured her with confidence, determined to take full responsibility himself. Yukari felt relieved by his words. She smiled softly and accepted his lead without hesitation. The letter revealed 4 matters: trusted people, untrusted ones, kingdom secrets, and brainwashing magic methods. He learned that Castel's Prime Minister Balmoreau was secretly from the Marbel Empire. Spies from the Empire infiltrated Castel, controlling opinions while silencing those who knew the truth. Even small villages had hidden agents. The kingdom's collapse was closer than anyone expected. Prince Klaus, led by the reformists, would unknowingly hand the kingdom over to the Empire. Other nations were also absorbed, stripped of resources, bound by false treaties, and left ruined. The people supported Second Prince Mine, but his resources and influence were clearly far too limited. The kingdom's population, unknowingly affected by brainwashing, protested military strength and rejected preparations for war. Duchess Isekai'd documented forbidden magic, hoping someone would save the kingdom where she no longer could. The letter selected someone who could see Yukari's brainwashing and free her if necessary. Despite his detachment, he considered acting both to fulfill his promise and protect the kingdom's future. Second concluded the best outcome was Mine's rise and total removal of corrupt forces. However, he feared spies would twist the truth, painting him as a villain to eliminate. Despite countless reflections, Second still couldn't reach a definitive conclusion for solving Castel's fragile situation. He decided to delay using brainwashing magic and first prioritize preparations based on past experience. Determined, Second assigned Yukari duties and planned to teach Sylvia and eco-transformation skills next. Second shared duties with Yukari, entrusting the servants to her while planning for new training. Yukari responded with composure, assuring him she was fine and had her own intentions. Second noticed her dedication, wondering if the maid uniform reflected her deeper care for others. Yukari's silence and calm demeanor masked her intent to serve with genuine loyalty and strength. Meanwhile, Second traveled with Sylvia and Iko to Slime Forest to begin transformation training. Second explained the transformation skills requirements, surprising Sylvia who had never heard it before. In Slime Forest, Second began explaining the 4 unique and challenging conditions to acquire transformation. He listed tasks: matching digit damage on monsters. Bosses within a week, then yelled transform. Sylvia confirmed the last step, but Second insisted. All 4 must be completed precisely as stated. Iko eagerly demonstrated the command, while Sylvia realized Second's equipment purchases had been carefully planned. Second explained the plan, recalling the spears bought earlier for low-damage training against slimes. They studied the spearmanship skill, ensuring their attacks dealt weak hits on Slime's high defense bodies. In Slime Forest, the team prepared their weapons, ready to track and record specific damage values. While Eiko showed excitement, Sylvia hesitated, still unsure about using the transform skill seriously in battle. Later that night, Sylvia practiced transformations alone, inventing nightly phrases while secretly enjoying the dramatic flair. The group entered the dense forest, launching their mission to hunt slimes and record-matching damage. After 3 days of trials, the group finally succeeded in unlocking the transformation skill. Sylvia embraced her role, activating the transformation while announcing her justice as a proud knight. In her new form, Sylvia began training daily, focused on developing heroic skills with discipline. She chose fire as her element, her armor glowed red, matching her passionate fighting spirit. Meanwhile, he discovered lightning as his element, a rare transformation unknown even in recorded history. His new mask and cloak reflected a power he hadn't known created by the lightning transformation. The world around him was changing, suggesting deeper systems or hidden elements never documented before. Uncertainty loomed, but excitement followed. New game mechanics could emerge any time. Beyond the original framework, Sylvia now trained special attacks, and 2 weeks of constant experience had honed their combat rhythm. With a deep breath, he confirmed everything was in place for the next mission ahead. Second upgraded critical skills like transformation and taming, laying the foundation for his upcoming strategic preparations. Weakened monsters become tameable below 20% health, though success rate varies with strength and type. Second's target was the Darkness Wolf, a fierce magician requiring advanced planning and skill mastery. The Darkness Wolf was a rare evolution of the Blackfire Wolf, born from endless dungeon darkness. Taming that beast once made Second the top player. Now, he aimed to repeat history. The Darkness Wolf was classified as untamable, like all bosses overwhelmingly strong and universally feared. Yet, unlike true bosses, the Darkness Wolf evolved independently and was technically classified as tameable. Second planned to reduce its health below the limit, repeating the process with precise effort. Despite thousands of failures, he refused to surrender, believing the Darkness Wolf wasn't a boss. Through relentless grinding and sacrifice, Second hunted daily without pause until finally, the critical moment arrived. After 4,600 attempts, Second finally succeeded. He tamed the Darkness Wolf against all odds. Rumors spread quickly, and many players tried to copy him, but none ever succeeded afterward. Online debates exploded with disbelief, but Second calmly prepared himself to prove them all wrong. He knew Mobius strategies, but this new world carried death's finality and no second chances. Despite all safeguards, Second still felt fear. True danger returned, reminding him this world was real. Though fear lingered, Second accepted the risk of death. It was the price of resolve. With unwavering determination, he swore to never retreat, no matter how impossible it seemed. War loomed across kingdoms. Second realized this might be his final opportunity to act. To prepare, he commissioned Yukari for custom mithril gear, maximizing offense and defense enhancements. Yukari crafted vital upgrades tirelessly. Second grew dependent on her skill, both tactically and emotionally. Second allowed Yukari to rest, but Sylvia and Eiko were assigned immediate training instead. He planned a strategy briefing. Once Yukari's equipment was ready, important decisions awaited the team. In case of death, Second laid out survival instructions for Sylvia, Yukari, and Eiko. He made them promise to report daily. After much discussion, they reluctantly accepted the plan. Sylvia and Eiko were tasked with dungeon training, alternating combat roles to sharpen survival coordination. Second predicted Sylvia would struggle most. Eiko's limited offense meant slow progress through enemy encounters. He hoped their training would sharpen teamwork. Meanwhile, Yukari was assigned one special solo task. After giving final instructions, Second said goodbye, entrusting the team to grow in his absence. Unexpectedly, Second noticed multiple unfamiliar maids. He quietly wondered how the household had expanded so suddenly. With the plan set, Second departed, traveling from Peiho to Kula, then toward the Issarois dungeon. Second stopped briefly in Peiho, planning to visit Asiasparn dungeon and summon a new ally. He summoned the spirit Engelmois, instructing it to enter mana mode for compact, discreet travel. Now invisible and formless, the spirit could communicate telepathically while traveling unnoticed beside Second's horse. Second warned the spirit of the upcoming threat, preparing to share critical tactical information immediately. He revealed the enemy was the Darkness Wolf, an absurdly strong foe he intended to tame. Second explained his repetitive taming strategy, lower its health, fail, and restart until success. At Asiasparn Dungeon, Second sought a Goblin Mage's Horn to complete his secret strategy. After battling through enemies in Peho, Second successfully secured the Goblin Mage Horn item. He bought high potions in bulk, preparing for rapid healing during the intense battle ahead. While traveling to Port City Kula, Second shared tactical knowledge with Enrollment to improve coordination. Second mentally accessed Darkness Wolf's core data, asking Enrollment to read it simultaneously through Link. They learned the creature's teleportation and shape-shifting abilities depended on shadows and time transformation delays. Offensive capabilities varied by form, summoning in human form, long-range roar as a wolf. They noted defensive mechanics: wolf form blocks physical attacks, human form blocks magical, plus a barrier. Second calmly finished the summary, shocking Enrollment with how invulnerable the enemy could temporarily become. He continued explaining the Darkness Wolf's fearsome sorcery, which drained stamina instantly in wide-range bursts. To survive those attacks, he had stockpiled potions, preparing for the wolf's follow-up barrage strategy. However, he warned against healing too soon. Reckless recovery could trigger another devastating wave of damage. He explained the sorcery's pattern after casting. The wolf might summon or unleash a barrage using staffmanship. As the knowledge transferred, the mysterious staffmanship and ultimate modes were revealed, each deadlier than expected. Movements nearly impossible during combat. While riding across the plains, the knight confirmed the wolf's abilities, realizing its monstrous potential and danger. Even the great spirit ruler feared the Darkness Wolf, whose power was absolute and terror beyond reckoning. The Darkness Wolf's legend grew, feared not for strength, but for relentless, irritating combat tactics. Second remembered its brutal style from the game, and now desired to tame it here. Preparing ahead, Second used potions mid-battle to avoid losing the Darkness Wolf after failed attempts. Since taming only activates below 20% HP, Second restored it repeatedly to restart the process efficiently, rather than risking permanent loss by killing it. Second chose potion cycles until they arrived nearby. Second arrived at the Port City Kula, preparing to cross toward the dungeon fortress Isekai'd. Standing before Isekai'd, Second assessed the ruins' towering walls and braced for what awaited inside. Though the dungeon boss resided above, Second aimed for the hidden library buried beneath the fortress. Armored guardians blocked the path ahead, enforcing the fortress's defense with brute strength and heavy presence. Undeterred, Second issued his command and pressed forward, determined to reach the secrets held below. Second stood calmly as a towering armored enemy lunged, its weapon raised for a downward strike. Reacting swiftly, Second activated transformation, releasing energy to counter the charging enemies with timed precision. His body altered instantly, sharp features and magic surged, marking the beginning of his enhanced combat form. The shockwave from transformation knocked enemies back, granting Second temporary invincibility within a controlled blast radius. The skill granted 8 seconds of safety, with 2 seconds free for decisive, invincible action afterward. Second dashed forward, utilizing his invincibility window to crash through the enemy's defense with force. The attack opened space for a follow-up skill, targeting the knight's vulnerability to magic damage. Second released a lightning-charged arrow using specialized archery technique designed for breaking armored opponents. The knight took a direct hit, the blast overwhelming its body under the named combo strike. With one enemy down, Second calmly observed the battlefield, analyzing the next threat without hesitation. Second's lightning strike shattered the enemy's form, confirming the finishing blow with practiced precision and force. Though powerful, Second admitted luck played a part. Critical hits shortened what should have been a struggle. With the fight over, Second proceeded alone through torchlit halls, following the winding path downward cautiously. He reached the large door marking the underground Grand Library, the target of his mission. Recognizing monster behavior, Second set camp at a raised ledge, safe from wandering ghost-type enemies. The torch was lit, its glow marking the start of a cautious, deeper descent ahead. Second gripped the torch firmly, instructing his partner to activate spirit possession. When the door opened, dark energy surged around Second as he initiated the spirit possession technique without hesitation or delay. Inside, a lone Darkness Wolf stood atop scattered books, radiating menace deep within the library. Second froze, recognizing the beast immediately. His expression tightened as the encounter turned into something unexpected. The Darkness Wolf stood alert atop ruined texts, its presence undisturbed by Second's sudden entry. Second acknowledged his disadvantage. Though confident, he accepted the wolf's power exceeded his current stats. Still, Second smiled, recalling the system's logic. He knew how to turn odds through mechanics. He lit a new flame, drawing the wolf's attention as he prepared his opening tactic. The wolf launched forward in its usual charge pattern. Second responded instantly with cast arch core light. Second combined magic archery and magic swordsmanship, aiming for the wolf's legs to build weakness. Anticipating its post-charge actions, Second dodged left, confirming a tackle from the wolf's leg movement. The tackle missed. Second calmly predicted the follow-up. Dark teleportation, transformation, then summoning would begin. The darkness wolf appeared across the chamber again, shadowy flames rising as its body changed. As expected, it transformed no longer a wolf, but a humanoid dark woman with power. The ground exploded as she descended, her magic shattering stone and silencing the empty street. He recognized her instantly, unchanged by time or world, still the girl he once protected closely. Second analyzed her transformation calmly, preparing promoted rook swordsmanship before the summoning ritual began. He calculated the precise moment, watching the flames fade, ready to counter with practiced precision. Fully aware of the risk, Second initiated the technique, becoming defenseless during its long charge. He struck as she landed, unleashing the skill with perfect timing amid shattered debris and force. His gamble succeeded. She collapsed from the impact, stunned before her dark magic could activate. Second knew stunning wasn't enough. He needed 2 critical hits or risk losing the advantage. Timing was tight. If he missed, he'd need extra shots before she could recover. His arrows flew fast. Both struck cleanly. Critical hits confirmed. She fell into down state. Still in dark summoning, she would reset to wolf form and begin the cycle again. As she rushed again, Second intercepted with core light, watching her form shift into attack stance. Second evaded her bite, knowing dark roar followed. He sprinted hard, avoiding the danger window. She unleashed dark roar, then shifted back into her humanoid form, choosing transformation over direct attack. He confirmed her shadow remained, signaling vulnerability. Without hesitation, he prepared promoted rook swordsmanship again. Second stunned her once more, but this time landed only 1 critical with castle archery. Failing the down, he watched her recover. With dark summoning ready, she would now retaliate. Second observed her next form. With a serious gaze, she drew her shadow staff calmly. She switched into staffmanship mode. Second grinned. Weapon type didn't matter if timing and control prevailed. He used mixed archery styles, weakening her balance enough to secure a down with precision. As expected, her wolf form reappeared. Second prepared Castarch Corelight, reading her next charge instantly. Despite the loop of combat, Second couldn't hide his joy. This relentless duel thrilled him. Second, eccentric and fearless, challenged the darkness wolf, an impossible enemy created by his own hand. Observers watched in disbelief. He avoided every attack and responded with flawless, repeated counter techniques. He charged forward relentlessly, not overthinking anything. Pure instinct drove his momentum through every exchange. Second wasn't strategizing. He simply embraced the thrill, immersed in each passing moment of battle. Somewhere beyond the battlefield, a silent truth remained: he would reclaim his rightful place, the throne. Second risked everything in battle, determined to reclaim his title as the world's #1. Enrollment watched in awe, moved by Second's relentless strength, resolve, and lonely fight for greatness. Inspired deeply, Enrollment admired Second's will to sacrifice all just to surpass every other warrior. He declared loyalty, ready to join Second's path. His excitement made him laugh out loud. Second, irritated by the dramatic inner monologue, snapped back at the voice echoing in annoyance. Second stood before the darkness wolf, calculating her HP drop with precise memory from his past life. As flames engulfed her form, her power surged wildly, marking the start of berserk mode. He raised his hand, using tame with exact timing just before she lunged toward him. The attempt failed. Second remained calm, already knowing the consequence and readying for what came next. He hurled explosive potions, neutralizing her rage. Moments later, the beast shimmered calm, accepting his command. Second calmly explained the tactic. Though doubted, he believed this method would subdue the darkness wolf eventually. Time passed slowly. The battle dragged on far longer than it had in his past life. Exhausted, Second yawned with a wide mouth, drained by the repetitive efforts and mental calculations involved. He returned to his camp, defeated by fatigue, having failed all 9 taming attempts so far. Despite setbacks, the wolf remained confined. An ally reminded him how long he'd endured without rest. Second committed to training daily, convinced the Darkness Wolf's behavior could be managed with routine effort. He admitted his advantage came from her inability to activate Empty Shadow during transformation this time. He explained how her transformation path limited spellcasting, giving him a safe window to interrupt her. If attacked while in shadow state, stunning her would fail and lead to dangerous spell execution chances. However, if she summoned the Blackfire Spear, her strongest mode, everything could escalate beyond control instantly. Second stood determined. With all else failing, he prepared to activate his last and hidden technique. His companion sensed something serious. Meanwhile, ancient texts scattered records tied to what came before them both. Deep within, the Darkness Wolf's true self wondered why she remained trapped in endless silence and books. She questioned time itself. How long had she existed here, forgotten, watching ages pass without meaning? She tried to communicate, but her beast form blocked every attempt, leaving only growls to humans. Driven by ancient bloodlust, her body moved with instinct, executing another life without hesitation or remorse. She stood atop bones, her thirst deepening over time, an eternal hunger sharpened by solitude. Waiting in madness, she longed for another soul, wondering how they'd die and what they carried. Second finally arrived. Her senses surged. Though familiar, her body reflexively gave the command to kill, yet for the first time in centuries, something stirred, an unknown reaction sparked within her core. Second's strike landed directly. The Darkness Wolf was shocked to be wounded by a mere human. Wounded and in disbelief, she screamed. For the first time, she felt real danger and fear. Her body weakened. Limbs wouldn't regenerate. Second stood firm while she trembled, confused by her failing strength. Pain flooded her senses. She had never screamed before. It was all foreign and overwhelming to endure. Yet through that pain, she laughed. For once, she truly felt alive in every sense. Overwhelmed by the pain, she realized her centuries of darkness led her to this encounter. Despite agony, she craved more. The sensation awakened emotions she never experienced throughout her immortal existence. Her strength faded, yet she felt fulfillment. She hoped to perish by his hand someday. Instead, her wounds closed. Second had healed her. Confused, she stared at her glowing, restored form. Tears formed. She called him her destined master, the one her soul had. Unknowingly, she watched him closely, heart full, realizing she had finally met her destined master. Though he turned away, her belief remained. His eyes promised he would never abandon her. She smiled softly, confident he would return again. She trusted in his silent, gentle vow. Torn between love and longing for death, she prayed for both to live and fall. In her final thoughts, she wished to learn his name and receive one for herself. She closed her eyes, surrendering completely, trusting his hands to decide her final moment. 2 months after Second's departure, Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari met weekly to exchange intel. With closed eyes, they silently reviewed their findings, each preparing to report updates with seriousness. Information was filtered, organized, and sent through team chat to Second as concise weekly briefings. Although they found meetings unproductive, they admitted manpower shortages required outside assistance despite personal dislike. Even Yukari reluctantly agreed, preferring help over hostility, though distrusting men and their usual behavior. Yukari explained her goal to train the maid unit and strengthen their influence across regions. Sylvia asked about the unit's size, prompting Yukari to describe 10 nearly identical combat maids. Iko reacted in fear at their uniform appearance, drawing a stern correction from Yukari immediately after. Sylvia acknowledged their strength, but noted the castles lacked supporting staff to follow their commands effectively. Yukari agreed commanders alone weren't enough. Reliable subordinates were vital to execute strategies across multiple fronts. Yukari emphasized that supplementing with female slaves was best, allowing maids to train future personnel. Sylvia agreed on using female slaves exclusively for maids, while other roles go to males. Yukari refused to give up her post, reminding them it was assigned by their master. Sylvia insisted she was only curious, warning Yukari's sharp attitude might push Second Dano away. Yukari countered Sylvia's accusation calmly, unfazed, as their exchange exposed subtle rivalry beneath mutual respect. Yukari confronted Sylvia with proof she'd secretly broken contact rules and sent romantic poems to Second. Sylvia mocked Yukari's nighttime antics, exposing her own exaggerated longing through teasing impersonation and sharp comments. Their banter escalated into name-calling, as Iko watched nervously while tension filled the weekly meeting. Meanwhile, Second faced danger elsewhere, narrowly dodging an attack, maintaining focus despite the life-threatening situation. 3 months of planning paid off. Second finally observed the awaited pattern needed to trigger transformation. Second recognized her empty shadow state would nullify attacks, leaving him exposed and defenseless mid-combat. Knowing her power could fatally wound him, Second resolved never to strike during that form. She began dark summoning after transforming. Second quickly closed the gap, canceling his planned technique. With no counter left, he braced for the summoned weapon, praying it wasn't Blackfire Spear. She summoned a shadow staff instead. Second analyzed damage thresholds needed to down her efficiently. She unleashed Dark Sorcery, a massive area attack reducing any target's HP to just 1. According to the strategy wiki, surviving this spell relied heavily on luck more than skill. Second dismissed online advice, knowing amateurs exaggerated. True tactics came from first-hand, real battle understanding. Firing Castle Archery, he landed a clean critical hit, disrupting her before full casting finished. He confirmed the hit landed, but evasion seemed pointless against such a wide-scale spell. Second triggered his transformation ability, igniting a blinding surge of power and preparing his next assault. With invincibility active for 8 seconds, he broke the second barrier and planned his strike. He fired another Castle Archery shot through the smoke, but this time it wasn't critical. Despite no critical hit, her weakened posture revealed she only needed one more precise shot. Confident now, Second readied his final shot as invincibility faded, determined to end the fight. Second endured the dark magic's cost. With 1 horsepower left, he successfully downed his opponent. Holding a potion, he began healing. The enemy's defeat gave him time to recover safely. He returned to work, anticipating her revival and their usual routine of battle and healing. After over 2,000 attempts, he finally mastered taming through consistent, disciplined daily effort and repetition. As things settled, his companion reminded him it was time to return from their training. He observed his friend urging return, pretending everything was fine despite rising signs of unrest. He recalled recent reports, hiding the truth. Concerns had indeed grown, but he chose silence. The capital's reformist shift accelerated, his remaining time shortened, and concern grew for Sylvia and Iko. Even Yukari's progress and unfinished mansions burdened him. Everything demanded attention. Yet still he lingered behind. He needed a reason to return, an undeniable push, not just obligation, but a deeper inner motive. He recognized his obsession, admitting the taming addiction blurred reason and pushed him toward reckless persistence. The temptation to tame a darkness wolf overwhelmed him, even knowing the risk was absolute failure. Despite the danger, he believed salvation existed only through continuing the taming. Nothing else mattered anymore. He shut his eyes in silence, hoping the overwhelming cycle of obsession would finally end soon. After 2,168 simulations, his worst-case prediction came true. Anko triggered ultimate mode under unstable conditions. Her health fell below 25%, initiating berserk mode. Now, control over her was impossible. Without hesitation, Anko gripped her weapon. Her transformation was complete, and the battle could not wait. Power surged through her body. Ultimate mode fused with berserk mode, enhancing every stat beyond known limits. Armed with the Blackfire Spear, her long-range attacks ignited. Each swing tore through the dark hall. With current stats, even 2 seconds near Blackfire would likely kill him without any resistance. Whether he stood his ground or ran, the outcome remained unchanged, certain and immediate death. Knowing retreat was impossible, he prepared his final option, a desperate strategy hidden for emergencies only. Gripping the goblin mage's horn tightly, he activated it as his last means of survival. The horn's power originated from dungeon goblin mages, who used random teleportation to escape death. The goblin horn triggers random teleportation, but only if stabbed directly into a monster. Despite its power, Second knew the horn's conditions were difficult and its risks were high. He smiled bitterly, acknowledging how long the fight had dragged, preparing to act decisively now. As Anko advanced with calm fury, Second readied the horn, hiding fear behind grim resolve. Her strength was overwhelming. Second admitted defeat silently. Escape was his only viable path to live. Second raised the horn with determination, vowing to return as he activated the teleport escape. Anko's fierce expression softened. Her eyes trembled with conflicted emotion, caught between rage and sorrow. Just before using the horn, a voice echoed in his head, pleading for him to stay. Second hesitated, stunned by Anko's subtle change. His grip loosened, his certainty started to waver. He remembered the rule of Mobion. Running meant losing everything. He clenched his fist tighter, Second stomped forward. A voice echoed from within, reminding him that retreat meant losing everything. He remembered his title. Being the top meant pushing forward. There was no turning back. Second shouted, invoking transformation. His hesitation vanished as determination overtook fear and doubt in an instant. With 8 seconds of invincibility, Second dashed forward. His chance depended on the final 2. Laughing wildly, Second embraced the pressure. His spirit reignited, facing the impossible with reckless resolve. Second charged forward with no hesitation. Anko remained still, eyes closed, as if expecting him. He praised her strength mid-battle. His words were sincere, her power had truly cornered him. Activating castle archery, he launched a precise shot at full force, aiming without holding back. The arrow struck Anko's head. It was critical, his bold attack landed exactly as planned. With only moments left, he stood firm. Her HP dropped again. He refused to retreat. With no time left, Second extended his hand and activated the skill, Taming Protocol. Second accepted failure, laughing at the odds. But despite it all, he had no regrets. Anko knelt silently before him. Her rage subsided, and the room fell into silence. She looked up with softened eyes and spoke clearly, submitting completely to Second's command. Second froze in disbelief. What he expected to fail had now completely changed everything between them. Anko knelt, overwhelmed by the bond. Second had tamed her amidst impossible odds and chaos. No warrior had survived her ultimate berserk form. Wise ones never dared provoke that transformation intentionally. But Second, through calculation and risk, let her rage ignite and her HP fall too low. With precise timing, he dashed forward during invincibility, landing the tame skill before she struck again. Now kneeling, Anko pledged herself completely, body and soul, entrusting everything to Second, her one true master. Second stood stunned as Anko spoke clearly. Her voice broke a silence he believed permanent. Her sudden words shocked him deeply, matching the disbelief he felt when he successfully tamed her strength. Before this moment, Anko only moved by set patterns, just another mindless, combat-driven monster under programming. But now, something had changed. Second questioned if taming triggered her soul or if Anko always had it. Seeking truth, Second demanded answers. Why would a being with such awareness still choose destructive actions? Anko explained her mind had been bound by divine power, an ancient curse beyond resistance. Second understood her curse restricted free will, explaining why she fought blindly despite awakening consciousness earlier. He also questioned whether her memories were genuine or altered the moment she was forcefully tamed. If memories were implanted, her past may have been fabricated, a manufactured soul inside a cursed monster's body. Second declared her name with pride. Anko responded joyfully, swearing eternal loyalty to the name Second. Anko smiled brightly. After centuries locked away, this would be her first time stepping outside. The library lay in ruins, countless books collapsed, sealing away forgotten knowledge buried under broken stone shelves. Second and Anko walked cautiously. Ahead, something unexpected caught his attention, halting their calm but steady advance. Powerful monsters called black ghosts lurked nearby. They moved in packs, making any frontal battle a dangerous gamble. Second prepared himself. Facing 5 enemies alone was risky, but he judged it a manageable challenge nonetheless. Anko calmly seized the black ghost's head and released a dark curse without hesitation or mercy. Her attack erupted in flames, stunning even Second as the monster's body began violently collapsing under pressure. Second was shocked. Anko's dark spell reduced all nearby enemies' health to a single remaining point. One of the creatures lunged. She shattered its face instantly, crushing its mask with overwhelming force and confidence. Without pause, Anko summoned her weapon, the Shadow Staff, signaling the real battle was only just beginning to unfold. With steady control, Anko gracefully swung the Shadow Staff, its energy coiling around her like armor. Second marveled at her cruelty, now turned to strength. Her deadliest attacks were finally on his side. Anko attacked swiftly. The black ghosts fell one after another, unable to resist her calm precision. The staff's trait triggered any strike on its shadow, inflicted real damage, bypassing even their defenses. As darkness spread, the remaining black ghosts were consumed, their bodies unraveling into nothing without resistance or escape. Second was overwhelmed by Anko's overwhelming power. Her dark sorcery was far beyond what he remembered. He realized this version of Anko differed entirely. This one could access broken-level spells from nowhere. To verify, he decided to inspect her stats, curious about what changed between both worlds' versions. Anko permitted the scan, but as she approached confidently, Second became visibly flustered by her closeness. Though trying to focus on stats, his attention shifted to her figure, an embarrassing distraction he couldn't ignore. Second reviewed Anko's stats and discovered restrictions. Dark sorcery only worked against weaker opponents now. Despite the power, it was limited, only usable once per hour, requiring careful planning in battle. Teleportation and summoning were slightly nerfed, while transformation had no cooldown, showing inconsistently tweaked abilities. Compared to her previous self, this version had stronger drawbacks. Post-taming clearly not ideal for Second. Second concluded these were divine adjustments, crafted deliberately by a higher power to balance Anko's potential. Realizing the overwhelming detail in the skill menu, he understood restrictions were newly implemented. He noted dark sorcery's usage was limited to weaker foes, and once per hour. Other dark abilities like teleportation and summoning now had cooldowns. Transformation had no delay. Compared to his past world, skills were now weaker post-taming, except transformation improved. Seeing the divine balance, he concluded this was no accident. Someone deliberately structured the world. After a peaceful moment, Anko bows deeply, apologizing. A revelation surfaces under the clear sunlight. The young master reacts with wide-eyed shock, realizing something crucial he had completely overlooked until now. As they stepped outside, Anko collapsed. Her body weakened instantly under direct exposure to sunlight. The sunlight's effect became clear. Only in shadows could Anko fight at full potential. Realizing the limitation, the master understood that using dark sorcery required precise environmental conditions to succeed. Despite the harsh sunlight, Anko continued pushing herself, determined to repay her master's dedication. Anko leaned quietly into Second, finding warmth in his presence despite the vast, desolate plains. His concern softened her heart, and through his calm presence, her energy began naturally returning. Anko rested against him, eyes closed, cherishing even the cold shadows Second unintentionally cast over her. Second paused, confused by her bold closeness. Unsure if teasing her might trigger something dangerously familiar, they resumed their journey, Anko content by his side, though longing made her patience wear thin. Despite his doubts, Second departed Isekai'd's island with Anko, unsure if she'd remain safe outside. A hostile spirit emerged, mocking Anko's dependence, scorning her closeness to Second as pathetic weakness. The spirit continued attacking her pride, labeling her useless, but Anko stayed composed beside Second. Second lost patience, yelling back at the arrogant spirit who disrespected both him and Anko. Realizing his mistake, Second regretted summoning both beings, as their clashing egos created chaos on horseback. The spirit protested Second's scolding, blaming Anko while demanding fairness, claiming bias against spiritual beings. It accused Anko of past hostility, insisting punishment was deserved, while Anko remained calmly composed. Anko asserted her loyalty, declaring herself part of Second's soul, swaying Second's view slightly toward trust. Second acknowledged both arguments but remained conflicted. While Anko sarcastically encouraged a dramatic and ridiculous punishment, Second became overwhelmed. Caught between their absurd rivalry, unsure how to deal with either of them, Second pressured the spirit to act, while Anko clung to him, escalating his rising frustration. The spirit suddenly diverted attention, praising autumn leaves to distract and cool the heated situation. Encouraging exploration, it urged Second to dismount and observe the scenery, teasing Anko's constant closeness. Anko, seeing through the ploy, accused the spirit of trying to distance her from Second. Tension peaked as both prepared for battle, threats exchanged, and Anko willingly accepted the coming clash. Second rode quietly, deep in thought, realizing he must never summon those two together again. That evening in Peho, he relaxed with food, a warm bath, and uninterrupted rest. A knock woke him early. He groggily answered, unsure who would disturb him so soon. A serious young man stood politely, offering unexpected apologies with a solemn and formal expression. Introducing himself as Kubelo, he explained his role as the newly appointed butler for Second. Second sensed Kubelo wasn't ordinary. A glance exchanged between them revealed tension and mutual curiosity. Despite Kubelo's formal introduction, Second questioned the legitimacy of being called the fastest family out loud. Kubelo clarified Yukari's instructions, while Second struggled to remember details after months of absence from town. Understanding his new public title, Second accepted the role amusedly, but still questioned Kubelo's purpose. Kubelo responded with unwavering loyalty, declaring he'd serve Second anywhere as both his butler and personal valet. Kubelo apologized for disturbing Second and assured him more rest. Already coordinating with the innkeeper, he offered to prepare breakfast, adjusting politely to Second's answers, showing impressive consideration in small details. As Kubelo left, Second watched silently, amazed by his professionalism despite his seemingly young age. Second relaxed, quickly falling asleep. By morning, he woke refreshed, just as Kubelo had planned. Right on time, Kubelo returned with breakfast, causing Second to question if the man was psychic. A subordinate has already taken care of Second's horse, removing his initial concern. Second discusses checking out further details with a serious but cooperative companion. The companion offers chocolate cake and coffee to Second, showing subtle hospitality. Second suggests playing cards on the way back, and the companion agrees with respect. Second approaches a horse-drawn carriage. Sensing tension, the companion notices and asks cautiously. The man offers ongoing support, but Second feels cautious despite his confident response. Second watches the man carefully, trying to understand the source of his underlying unease. Second decides to keep the tension moderate during the long journey to the royal capital. The man appears anxious, showing small signs of strain beneath his composed exterior. Despite his anxiety, the man suppresses it, fulfilling duties flawlessly to avoid troubling Second. The man's willpower suppresses anxiety, impressing Second by maintaining composure against all odds. Second laughs, admiring the man's incredible spirit and determination despite his inner struggle. The man awkwardly reacts to Second's praise, causing a brief moment of confusion between them. They settle into the carriage, Second expressing thanks, clarifying his genuine appreciation without misunderstanding. Second suggests playing cards to ease tension, noting the man's fatigue yet respect for duty. Kubelo and valet carefully holds his cards, showing his serious dedication to duty. Second smiles as they travel by carriage, hopeful for a strong and lasting relationship with Kubelo. Second speaks to Kubelo, offering support and urging him to seek help if troubled. He promises to help Kubelo with his past, assuring him of assistance when needed. Kubelo feels awkward, explaining his words were careless, wanting to maintain a strong image. Kubelo deeply appreciates Second's kindness, vowing to remember his master's words forever. Later, Kubelo gathers courage to ask Second for a private consultation during the night. Second agrees to help Kubelo with his suppressed anxiety and plans to support him tonight. Arriving at the estate, Second notices the seasonal house change, slightly different from his expectations. He realizes the estate swap idea was adopted by Yukari and others for seasonal living. Yukari greets Second warmly, signaling a comfortable homecoming as they prepare for the season ahead. Yukari leans on Second, showing emotional vulnerability. While Second offers quiet, steady support in response, Yukari embraces Second, apologizing softly while seeking comfort in his strong presence. Second listens quietly as Yukari admits worry, feeling the weight of her responsibilities. They plan a meeting to address ongoing estate matters that accumulated during his absence. Second is cheerfully tackled by a growing, energetic girl happy to see him again. Second greets Iko warmly, noticing her growth as she joyfully responds with innocence. Yukari questions Second's teasing remark about Sylvia, showing a hint of jealousy and protectiveness. Second reassures everyone with a lively attitude, sharing his excitement for upcoming adventures with Yukari. They agree to hold a meeting to address upcoming estate responsibilities and plan their future. Second announces the arrival of a new comrade, surprising Yukari and the others nearby. Yukari and the others react with curiosity and apprehension, preparing to meet the new member. The peaceful atmosphere shifts as Yukari and another maid confront Second about his behavior. Second hurriedly agrees to summon the mysterious woman as requested by Yukari and the maid. Anko, a dark-haired woman, appears gracefully, announcing her presence and readiness to serve. She stands confidently, her presence causing surprise and tension among Yukari and the others. Yukari and the maid react with shock, unsure about Anko's sudden and striking arrival. Yukari and the maid react with shock and disbelief to an unexpected event involving Anko. Second worries, realizing Anko is planning something dangerous and urgent, tries to stop her. Anko smirks sinisterly as she activates a powerful ability, putting everyone on edge. She suddenly attacks, catching everyone off guard and driving the group into chaos. After the attack, Anko apologizes reluctantly, shocked by her own violent impulses and actions. Anko sincerely apologizes, promising to obey Second and never act without permission again. Second reflects on Anko's dangerous nature, acknowledging her struggle with violent urges. Anko's solitary past in the underground library shaped her uncontrollable killing instincts. Second struggles to find the right way to guide and correct Anko's behavior. He firmly orders Anko to seek permission before any action, hoping to protect her. Second notices Anko's happiness, amazed by her unexpected joyful expression despite everything. Anko humbly asks for stricter discipline and vows deep loyalty to Second. Second recalls Anko's troubled past, recognizing her uncontrollable killing urges from isolation. He worries about controlling her and preventing dangerous incidents in the future. Second explains Anko's origin, revealing she is a tamed boss-rank demon from a dungeon. Second notices Anko's happy expression, realizing she is genuinely loyal despite her dangerous nature. He permits her to speak, listening as she asks for stricter discipline and forgiveness. Second reflects on her power and the challenges she brings, preparing for an important meeting. Despite the tension, Second comforts Iko, encouraging her to play and relax. They return inside, engaging in lighthearted play as Second tries to maintain some normalcy. The group gathers for a meeting, though some show doubt about its outcome. Second reflects on Anko's challenging nature but continues to plan and prepare carefully. He contemplates the unresolved issues with Anko, knowing a long-term solution is needed. Suddenly, a butler arrives and urgently requests Second's presence, signaling an important matter. Second follows Kubello, stepping into an area marked by a suspicious blood-stained trail. Second and Kubello stand by the moonlit lake, preparing for a serious confrontation. Kubello removes his gloves, signaling readiness and seriousness about the upcoming challenge. Both face each other with determined expressions, preparing mentally for the battle ahead. Kubello formally requests a bout with Second, signaling official intent to compete. Kubello declares he can't miss a great opportunity, feeling nervous and determined. Both men prepare for the upcoming event, borrowing strength from past advice and resolve. Kubello presents a competition crown, signaling a formal challenge has begun between them. Second reacts cheerfully, impressed by Kubello's spirit, surprisingly enjoying the upcoming test. Kubello, though anxious, accepts the challenge with honor, as Second expresses admiration. Kubello firmly asks if Second accepts the contest, showing his strong determination and resolve. Second agrees confidently, and the two prepare to engage in a serious competition. Kubello insists Second make a first move, refusing to approach him on his terms. Suddenly, Kubello trips, a result of a hidden trap or trick set by Second. Kubello accidentally crashes into Second, starting the bout with an unexpected physical contact. Kubello apologizes, as Second remains calm, accepting his unintended but forceful headbutt. Kubello questions how he could be harmed by his own master unintentionally. Second smiles, revealing he performed a prison break technique to free Kubello from slavery. Kubello is shocked, struggling to comprehend this unknown instant technique's reality. He questions why Second freed him from slavery, overwhelmed by surprising freedom. Second declares the fight can now fully begin with no holding back or restrictions. Kubello reflects on Second's strength and the true meaning behind their contest. Second's smile hints at a unique freedom technique called prison break, freeing Kubello. Kubello warns against casually annulling their slave contract due to safety concerns. Second assures Kubello that betrayal risks his life, emphasizing loyalty and caution. Second explains why he freed Kubello, emphasizing trust and belief in his character. Kubello reacts angrily, warning Second he will regret his decision to free him. Kubello reflects on his fighting skills and past struggles, preparing for the battle. He vows to show determination through powerful strikes in the coming fight. The fight starts slowly, with Second looking relaxed while Kubello focuses intensely. Second encourages Kubello to stay relaxed and predicts the outcome of their fight. Kubello warns Second not to underestimate him, showing confidence in his skills. Second prepares to strike, warning Kubello against underestimating his power. Second delivers a powerful punch to Kubello's face, showing his true strength. Kubello is thrown back by the force of Second's punch, stunned but alive. Second's body hit the ground, unmoving, dust rising around him after a brutal defeat. Pain overwhelmed him, his face scraped, limbs numb, vision blurred, and footsteps approached without mercy. Lying powerless, Second feared abandonment, convinced his weakness had failed the one watching him. His mentor stood firm, demanding strength, refusing excuses, igniting a spark buried deep inside Second. Realization struck he wasn't abandoned. Fueled by regret and pride, Second clenched the earth, rising again. Second pushed off the ground, trembling, determined to rise because he hadn't been abandoned yet. With bloodied face and clenched soul, he screamed, releasing the fear and weakness choking his spirit. Panting and bruised, he stood firm at last, facing forward while Second watched with quiet approval. His footsteps staggered, but his thoughts burned. He'd fight, survive, and prove his strength without retreat. Driven by sheer will, he lunged forward with a full-force punch aimed straight at Second. Second caught the punch easily, stopping it mid-air with calm precision and complete physical control. Their eyes met. Second smiled slightly, acknowledging Cubelo's growth, while holding his fist with firm assurance. Second released his hand gently, satisfied, while Cubelo stood frozen, overwhelmed by the test's quiet conclusion. Stepping forward, Second embraced him with pride, affirming Cubelo's resolve with words of genuine recognition and trust. Cubelo lay motionless in bed, eyes open, exhausted from pouring out everything in his body. He slowly sat up, disoriented, recognizing the room as Second greeted him with calm reassurance. Second offered healing, but Cubelo declined, choosing instead to carry the weight of those battle wounds. He smiled faintly, explaining he wished to feel those injuries longer as proof of growth. Standing firmly, Cubelo expressed genuine thanks, while Second, slightly puzzled, accepted it with quiet understanding and pride. Cubelo recalled Second's choices, adoption, challenges, and opportunities, and felt compelled to express confused gratitude. Second grew suspicious, silently questioning Cubelo's behavior, wondering if something was still wrong with his mind. Embarrassed but sincere, Cubelo admitted Second's overwhelming strength, finally recognizing the gap between their capabilities. Trying to explain, Cubelo revealed past confidence in unarmed combat, hinting at a hidden life before. He confessed to once leading R6, a rebel syndicate that helped the poor near the capital. The Robin Hood party was praised by commoners, stealing only from corrupt nobles and tyrants. Despite popularity, they were destroyed by Castel's chivalric order, leaving only ruins and forgotten resistance behind. Their bold raids angered nobles and royalty, making them targets of elite suppression from multiple orders. Surprisingly, Cubelo believed the one-stone chivalric order, not the military, was the true force behind destruction. He revealed Prince Klaus, leader of the one-stone order, held a hidden malicious agenda against them. Reemsma offered his life to protect his followers, believing the chivalric orders would honor peace. The agreement was a trap. False promises led to a surprise slaughter orchestrated by the First Order. Dozens were killed, only Cubelo survived, saved by others' sacrifice, eventually fleeing to Maurice Company's refuge. Tears fell as Cubelo remembered the cost, grieving those lost for his survival and mission. Even now, Cubelo thinks of the scattered survivors, still seeking to rescue every one of them. As long as Cubelo lived, Reemsma's final wish could still be fulfilled through him. Driven by memory and guilt, he vowed to restore R6 and rescue the scattered. Second saw his resolve determined, unyielding, and accepted his duty to support Cubelo's mission without hesitation. He invited Cubelo to join him, offering help to rebuild what had been destroyed. Together they gazed toward the lake, silent, steady, knowing the journey to justice had just begun. Second stood alone in the forest, overwhelmed by countless responsibilities demanding his immediate attention. He reflected on promises, Cubelo, Maine, Yukari, Lucia, all carrying weight, pressing deeply into his conscience. Each task was tangled in politics, beyond strength alone. Even Anko's taming couldn't change harsh truths. He realized the enemy lacked a face. No single person could solve the nation's problems. Frustrated and unsure, Second questioned his path, realizing violence alone couldn't restore everything already broken. While staring at the lake, Second suddenly realized he didn't need every answer by himself. He decided to consult others, asking if anyone knew someone skilled in politics and strategy. Despite his hope, Iko, Sylvia, and Yukari all struggled to suggest someone truly trustworthy. Yukari remembered a few but doubted their loyalty. Sylvia's father lacked political insight despite his title. Second considered alternatives, then chose to ask someone else first, while Yukari planned to check further. Second attempted spirit summoning, hoping the summoned spirit might know someone knowledgeable in the world's politics. The spirit appeared with a pout, clearly irritated, his mood sour from a previous unresolved argument. Second realized the spirit remained bitter since being recalled during his fight with the dangerous Anko. Second explained Anko was now reflecting, but the spirit insisted her actions were too grave to ignore. Hoping for peace, Second asked the spirit to assist Anko's healing, pleading for his cooperation. The spirit, while unwilling to forgive Anko, agreed to cooperate out of respect for Second. Second appreciated his cooperation, then asked if the spirit knew someone experienced in political matters. The spirit proudly declared his authority and revealed knowledge of someone qualified, his own governor and tactician, Winfield. Second reacted with surprise, learning the spirit world had a structured government and appointed mixed element officials. The spirit explained a mixed spirit like Winfield governs by uniting elemental factions through balanced leadership. He contemplated the spirit's position, realizing the title Great Ruler held genuine responsibility. He asked about summoning Winfield, and was told only indirect summoning was currently possible. The spirit proposed another contract method, offering to facilitate Winfield's summoning himself if needed. The human was shocked to learn summoning could be precisely targeted by the spirit ruler. Curious, he asked about Winfield's power. The spirit admitted Winfield was weak, even unimpressive. The tactician known as Winfield handles all political matters on behalf of the great ruler. Despite being weak, Winfield governs the spirit world and excels at tactics beyond comparison. The main character appoints Yukari to summon Winfield, believing her role fits the task best. Yukari agrees, realizing stronger allies might be needed later, so weaker spirits suit her now. Spirit summoning requires unlocking sorcery skills and allocating experience to properly activate the summoning ability. To summon a spirit, one must obtain a spirit ticket through monster drops or dungeons. Despite his time in this world, he never saw a ticket drop even once. Due to rarity, buying a spirit ticket at auction seemed the fastest, though expensive. Suddenly, the rich girl approached, claiming she had something important to show him. To his shock, she revealed a spirit ticket she had just obtained and held up. Sylvia discovered a rare drop during dungeon training. She returned excitedly, eager to share it. As others reacted with surprise, Sylvia hesitated. She prepared to ask Second a personal request. Offering the rare card freely, Sylvia hinted at a favor she wanted in return. She nervously asked Second to join her shopping. He considered her words with careful thought. Second agreed to her request. Smiling, he promised to buy her anything she wanted. Sylvia grew confused by Second's reaction. He turned and offered equal reward to Iko. Iko's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she agreed to join the outing. Sylvia gave him the drop card. Second confirmed it would be used for summoning. A message had already reached Yukari. She was ready to perform the summoning instantly. Second handed her the card. Yukari acknowledged him calmly, noting how stable he remained. Yukari held the summoning card firmly. With a composed tone, she activated the ritual circle. As the light swirled upward, Second observed carefully, sensing a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. A figure emerged slowly through the magic. The spirit's body materialized amidst glowing crystal fragments. The summoned spirit opened his eyes. Calm yet unreadable, he silently scanned the new surroundings. The spirit introduced himself as Winfield. The group listened closely, unsure of what to expect. Sylvia looked confused. Iko explained Winfield's strength wasn't speech, but unmatched political understanding and insight. Second formally offered Winfield a political advisor role. Winfield hesitated, needing permission from his original master. Yukari granted her approval. Winfield accepted, and both he and Second began their alliance with trust. Sylvia interrupted, reminding Second to evaluate the results of her and Iko's dungeon training progress. As Second prepared to join them, Yukari advised him to verify another pending task first. Just as Second agreed to Yukari's request, another voice interrupted with sudden urgency. Concerns about a wolf and gathering the group led to a shift in plans. Another companion sensed Second's fatigue, suggesting he should rest. Second surprisingly agreed without any resistance. He collapsed into bed while others stood by. Second waved them off with a smile while resting. Second silently questioned Winfield's worth. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances filled with curiosity. While resting, Second had no idea how incredibly capable Winfield would prove to be. By noon, Winfield approached Second privately, requesting a moment to speak with measured confidence. Winfield's presence silenced the previously assertive group. Second noticed the odd shift in atmosphere. Second realized Winfield's quiet influence had altered plans. He'd be spending the day with him. As Winfield walked ahead, Second wondered about their identity, unsure if they had a gender. Second and Winfield stood on the balcony. The quiet lake became the backdrop for revelations. Winfield casually referenced dangerous topics, hinting at secrets Second had received from the Duchess Lucia. Second grew suspicious. The letter from the Duchess felt unrelated. Had Yukari leaked something important? Second panicked. Winfield seemed to uncover guarded information with ease, through observation alone, not magic. Calmly, Winfield clarified the truth. No mind-reading, only logical deduction sharpened through incredible political intellect. Winfield explained how multiple perspectives and simple questions helped him piece together the hidden truth. Second admitted Winfield's deduction was mostly accurate. He also noted Winfield's surprisingly cute appearance. Second asked for clarification about their purpose. Winfield responded vaguely, then hinted about supporting the second prince. Winfield promised to outline priorities. The condition was ensuring the second prince would emerge victorious politically. Second expressed concerns about Castal's fate. Winfield's indifferent attitude left him questioning their shared alignment. Second questioned Castal's future under Marbell rule. Winfield agreed it would fall under their control. Winfield explained that no resistance meant no bloodshed. But the royal family faced silent elimination. Political infighting would decide leadership. Without intervention, the first prince's faction would dominate the second's. Second realized the Empire's strategy used influence and spies, not war, to dominate their targets. Second noted how political everything sounded. Winfield agreed, yet hinted the Empire's image misrepresented its methods. Winfield admitted the Empire might be ruthless but lacked intel. Second was surprised by the clarity. Winfield posed a question: preserve the kingdom or sacrifice it to protect the second prince? Second expressed preference for Castal's survival. He believed traditional battles could still be preserved unchanged. He considered consequences. Empire control could alter locations and rules of the title battles permanently. Determined, Second prioritized title battles. They were essential for his goal to become the recognized best. Winfield agreed to follow Second's path, signaling a shift in strategy with calm determination. Second questioned if the previous strategy favored surrender. He worried preserving both goals was impossible. Second challenged Winfield's confidence. Winfield hesitated, preparing to reveal the true reason behind their trust. Unexpectedly, Winfield admitted deep attraction, leaving Second stunned by the sudden personal confession mid-political discussion. A quiet spirit named Winfield revealed himself as a half-breed, weak in both elemental domains inherited. Second recalled legends of a spirit, deemed useless, neither water nor earth, a total elemental failure. Winfield admitted he was rare and fragile, yet chosen by the great ruler himself despite weakness. Second questioned the adoption, sensing the ruler's cruelty, while Winfield calmly hinted at deeper, harsher truths behind it. Mocked by his own superior, Winfield trembled silently, enduring ridicule to fulfill his assigned duty. Winfield confessed her doubts, once believing no one would summon or acknowledge a weak mixed spirit. Despite laughing softly, she admitted Second's presence influenced her decision to act as the ruler's deputy. Her expression shifted, smiling slyly, declaring it was her first time obtaining such a powerful, useful subordinate. Second realized Winfield viewed him merely as a pawn, a piece in her greater strategy. Alone in thought, Second accepted this cruel truth, seeing the world as a game himself. Second stood firm, reflecting on being called a pawn, revealing strength the others didn't expect. Winfield laughed without malice, and unexpectedly, Second joined in, their tension broken by honest shared amusement. They shifted back to strategy, with Winfield calmly listing targets: brainwash, sorcery, then the second prince. Second retrieved the Duchess's letter, reading aloud a disturbing requirement involving attacks from an assassin slave. Winfield proposed a schedule, while Second protested the logic, unsettled by the bizarre magic condition required. Second realized freeing Yukari made her ineligible. A former slave couldn't satisfy the violent condition. Winfield explained assassin-class slaves were rare, though she once imagined an indirect workaround using another master. Teaching assassination still required a human life taken, something Second morally rejected, delaying the sorcery entirely. When Winfield suggested Eve's potential, Second celebrated briefly, then panicked at how far she was explaining. Second felt grateful for the lead, yet puzzled by how Winfield knew such hidden information. Second proposed controlling Eve using night string manipulation, bypassing the restriction through Yukari's indirect influence. Visualizing the concept, they confirmed Eve could attack while being controlled like equipment through Yukari's strings. Second acknowledged the shortcut, realizing it worked before Winfield confirmed it, earning him a teasing compliment. They agreed to visit the servant's estate, leaving a message and preparing to carry out plans. Second reflected on Yukari's messages, accepting his role as master, though uneasy about the responsibility it brought. While walking through the estates, Second smiled softly, feeling satisfied with the land he had purchased. Curious about spirits, Second asked about gender. Winfield confirmed it existed, but spirits could freely choose. Winfield revealed she had just decided to be female, while Second pondered about Engolmwai's unchosen identity. Second asked why now. Winfield gave no explanation, offering only a teasing smile and vague silence. As they reached the estate, A shocked maid panicked, startled to see her elusive master return. The maid panicked at Second's sudden appearance, reacting like she had seen a wild creature. Second asked for Eve. Flustered, the maid offered to guide them to the dining hall. While walking inside, she nervously introduced herself as Marina, the vice captain of the S unit. Second learned the maids were split into units, each led by one of Yukari's 10. Estimating numbers, he realized the growing estate staff might reach 100 and still not be enough. Second noticed Marina trembling and offered to help her overcome nerves through structured mental training. She misunderstood his offer as criticism, apologizing tearfully, overwhelmed by guilt and nervous emotion. Second clarified his intention: most people struggle under pressure, needing preparation or a mental anchor. He explained methods like prayer, autosuggestion, and routine, helping stabilize emotions based on individual preference. Second shared his own realization: true composure came from immersing fully and accepting professional focused detachment. Second emphasized total immersion, body and soul, to eliminate nervousness, no matter the physical cost. Winfield and Marina objected, pointing out the method was excessive unless truly necessary in emergencies. Marina realized she might have been teased all along, though her nervousness had already vanished entirely. She bowed in gratitude and guided Second forward as they neared the bustling dining hall. Marina burst in loudly, announcing Second's arrival, stunning the entire group of servants mid-meal. Everyone immediately stood up and bowed together, showing deep respect for Second's unexpected arrival. Surprised by the formality, Second awkwardly reminded them he wasn't royalty or anyone especially grand. Trying to ease the tension, Second encouraged them to continue eating before the food got cold. The butler calmly ordered everyone to eat, not wanting to trouble Second with unnecessary worry. Curious about the elegant maid, Second turned and asked her name for the first time. The boy introduced himself to the head chef, Sobra, asking him to speak casually. Sobra agreed hesitantly, but after learning the boy smoked, he accepted the offer to join. The boy recalled Mobian's detailed virtual tobacco system, reflecting on his past addiction within the game. During breakfast, Second noticed Lily barely eating. Concerned, he gently asked if one plate sufficed. Lily nervously claimed fullness, but Second suspected modesty. A friend exposed Lily's usual far greater appetite. Curious, Second asked for his name. Lily formally introduced himself as the residence's loyal head gardener. Second addressed everyone, easing formality. He preferred honesty and comfort over forced etiquette in their daily interactions. Complimenting Lily's physique, Second praised his muscles. Overwhelmed, Lily collapsed joyfully, his heart racing with admiration. Lily, touched by the compliment, revealed long-held shame about his body and lowered his head. With newfound courage, Lily declared his resolve to train hard and become his ideal self. Full of passion, Lily sprinted out dramatically, promising to transform into a stronger version. Second questioned Lily's behavior. A maid responded, explaining Lily's usual gentle and sisterly personality. The maid introduced herself as Essay, and her shy older sister Elle greeted Second respectfully. Despite Second's request for casual speech, the maids hesitated, unsure how to balance formality naturally. Second suggested they ask Marina for guidance, claiming he helped her overcome nervousness in the past. Flattered by his confidence, the maids praised him enthusiastically, lifting the room's mood with admiration. Curious, Second asked about their duties. The maids explained each unit had specific roles and training. One maid proudly declared their strength. With confidence, she revealed they were trained warrior maids in disguise. Second praised the warrior maids, but soon challenged them, curious about their strength and real capability. Before a match could begin, Cubello warned them, citing danger and urging the maid to stop. Cubello revealed he'd already fought Second last midnight, silencing the room with that unexpected revelation. He declared himself a rank holder in unarmed combat, once leading a feared Robin Hood party. To everyone's shock, Second realized Cubello wasn't a student council type but a legendary gang leader. Cubello recounted how the duel ended instantly. Second's strike launched him before he understood anything. Cubello confirmed it wasn't a skill, just a normal punch. Second calmly acknowledged that as true. He warned everyone not to underestimate Second, as he vowed to improve her unit's strength even further. A tall elf maid summoned Second and Eve. She mentioned that her master was approaching soon. Second parted with a wave, focused. His next goal, to acquire the forbidden brainwash sorcery. Second waved farewell as the group watched him go, ending the lively dining room encounter. Now walking through the corridor, Second remained quiet, flanked by Eve and the elf maid. Noticing Eve's silence, Second realized she was shy. The male elf casually explained her behavior. He shared advice for handling reserved people: give time, listen well, and allow them to speak. Amused, Second nicknamed her Encyclopedia Spirit. But her insight unsettled him, leaving him slightly intimidated. Yukari led them into a secluded chamber, confirming no one could witness what was coming. Despite her hesitation, Yukari resolved herself. She asked Eve to wear a blindfold for safety. Second questioned the reason. Yukari explained the tool, a painless whip-like item designed for magical control. Second doubted her intent, sensing she purposely picked that item. Yukari calmly prepared to begin. Activating her technique, Yukari used night string manipulation to control Eve's body with precise movements. Yukari's spell controlled Eve perfectly, the strings tightening with precision, her posture still and obedient. The boy, clearly anxious, watched Eve move unnaturally. He urged them to finish the task quickly. Yukari smiled confidently, reassured of her control. Eve, though blindfolded, stood ready for her command. Time passed. The boy endured 300 strikes from Eve, gaining a strange sorcery ability afterward. That night, he kept his promise. He visited the servant's estate to meet someone important. Sobra apologized for the disruption. Despite the kitchen rush, he insisted on handling the guest personally. Second noticed the cigarette pack's unfamiliar brand, Carmelia, and questioned its origin with slight curiosity. As they walked, Second pretended this wasn't his first cigarette since arriving in the new world. He recalled Japanese workplace culture, where smoking helped initiate conversations even among complete strangers. Sobra recommended the brand warmly. Second replied casually, choosing it just to connect and share space. He explained the brand choice. Hatsu sounded cool. The name alone decided the purchase instantly. Lighting the cigarette with confidence, he took a puff, then suddenly felt something was terribly off. Coughing violently, he panicked. The strong taste overwhelmed him, forcing his body to reject it. Embarrassed by the reaction, he realized the tobacco was real, unlike anything he'd remembered smoking. He admitted his body had changed. The friend nodded, acknowledging time had affected them both. Second noticed the faint smell. Curious, he asked if the tobacco was a different blend. Sobra explained Carmelia's popularity, claiming it offered clean smoke, instant comfort, and boosted overall motivation effectively. Second responded with a small smile, encouraging Sobra to cook good meals using that motivation. Sobra laughed in appreciation. Together, they stood under the shelter, deciding to quietly enjoy the moment. Winfield discussed Second's schedule, planning to check progress and later meet the second prince directly. Winfield secured the secretary role, leaving Yukari watching bitterly, her former post taken so quickly. Yukari's silent rage simmered, her piercing stare demanded action. Even Winfield grew cautious of her mood. Second noticed Yukari's haunting glare, worried he'd need to duel her if talks failed again. Winfield explained Sylvia and Iko were sent to contact a covert group for secret intelligence. Second pressed for details, but Winfield deflected, insisting secrecy might serve everyone's safety far better now. With a confident smile, Winfield warned him seriously. A strategic wargame was about to begin. Second interpreted the word game differently, yet welcomed the challenge and promised nothing short of victory. Winfield accepted Second's spirit wholeheartedly, smiling brightly, ready to involve him in the unfolding plans. Suddenly, Yukari entered with confidence, revealing 4 months of covert results directly to her astonished master. Yukari presented the results of her work armor and accessories imbued with magical effects. Second explained endowment's nature, combining blacksmith and sorcery paths to create powerful destructive item properties. Yukari remained silent, yet Second admired her efforts, stunned by the results of her skill. Despite his patience, Second admitted the endowment path was excessively difficult and exhausting to endure alone. The endowment process followed a repeated loop: enchant, dismantle, rebuild, then enchant again until desired success. Failures in endowment were frequent. Yukari endured countless unsuccessful attempts just to reach desired effects. Each failure forced her to dismantle equipment into incomplete materials, restarting the process with growing costs. Fortunately, Sylvia and Iko gathered dungeon materials, minimizing costs while allowing repeated enchantment trials with consistency. Despite efforts, only second-class gear was produced. It followed the expected risk-reward pattern in crafting. Second silently admired Yukari's growth, realizing she exceeded expectations through dedication, surpassing even his initial judgment. Yukari completed 3 items after 4 months, starting with boots forged from the rock tortoise boss. The second item, rock shell armor, boosted vitality by 150%, making it ideal for defense. Iko equipped the full badger set, perfectly suited as a tank with maximum durability and stability. The final item was a pair of earrings named Bishop Exchange Rock Earrings, carefully crafted too. Though it granted only plus 5% critical rate, the Bishop Exchange was favored by secondary role players. Equipping Bishop Exchange on 10 slots raised critical rate by 50%, doubling with stat boosts. Second praised Yukari's effort, calling her forward. She responded calmly, awaiting his next instruction without hesitation. He ordered her to transfer the gear to Sylvia and Iko, continuing her enchanting tasks. Second realized giving gear only to others might upset Yukari, so he planned a fair reward. Yukari hesitated at first but agreed to request something, surprised by Second's offer of personal gratitude. Second agreed to Yukari's request, unaware of the intense determination forming in her eyes. Yukari nervously declared she would wait for him in her room that night, flustered but firm. Second was stunned by the boldness of her suggestion, while Yukari shyly confirmed it with a nod. He realized her offer came from deep resolve and felt responsible for how far she went. Second shouted his reply with certainty, promising to show up. No hesitation remained in his heart now. In the calm afternoon, Second and a companion rode together through open plains toward their destination. While riding, the companion questioned their unplanned visit. Second remained focused, holding firm to their objective. The surprise visit aimed to display Zipang's strength, even before a high-ranking prince of Castle. Second recalled forgotten lore about Zipang, impressed by their strategist's depth. Just as the academy appeared ahead, they arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic, a towering symbol of power and political significance. Second's arrival on horseback shocked students, many recognizing him instantly, reacting with disbelief and loud voices. He called out, searching for Mine, his voice echoing through the courtyard, drawing more attention. Mine spotted him and rushed over, surprised and flustered by Second's dramatic and sudden appearance. Mine questioned the reckless entrance. Second explained the situation, while grateful their reunion started amicably enough. Second requested a private place to talk and someone to handle the horse properly. Meanwhile, Mine scolded Second for entering recklessly. Upset, he caused a scene across the entire academy. Inside the lounge, Second casually apologized while Mine sighed, trying to process the sudden situation calmly. The two shared a warm fist bump, restoring their bond after a long time apart. Second introduced Winfield as his tactician. Mine noticed Sylvia and Iko's absence and asked about it. Winfield interrupted introductions, requesting the room be cleared, signaling a private conversation was about to begin. The maid calmly exited, silently obeying the order, while Mane watched with growing curiosity and concern. Second trusted Winfield's judgment, knowing something serious was coming, and focused completely on the room's security. Seeing a chance, Second whispered about testing brainwash magic. Winfield listened without changing expression. Winfield refused. Brainwash sorcery had limited uses, and wasting one here wasn't worth the cost. Winfield recalled Duchess Lucia's strict usage on others and herself, showing how valuable each brainwash instance truly was. Duchess Lucia used brainwash sorcery one final time and lost her noble title permanently. The Prime Minister feared her sorcery, orchestrating treason charges to erase her from power. In Mobion, Prime Minister Moreau used sorcery to manipulate King Bawel into surrendering national independence. The rebellion succeeded, unmasking the truth, but brainwash sorcery remained secretly in Duchess Lucia's hands. Lucia carefully used sorcery to ensure inheritance passed to a moral successor despite the risks. They reconsidered the brainwash limit, wondering if the 4 uses rule was only precautionary. To avoid risk, they decided to conserve the spell, treating 4 uses as absolute. He realized the world lacked retries. Testing the spell recklessly could bring irreversible consequences. With tension rising, the elf calmly revealed Second Sand's desire for Prince Mane to inherit. Mane's face froze in confusion. He didn't expect to be named the heir so suddenly. To secure the throne, the elf strategist revealed eliminating key royal figures was necessary. Mine and Maid were shocked, their expressions showing panic at the unexpected ruthless declaration. Second gathered the nobles quietly, revealing their failed plan wasn't enough to protect the kingdom. Winfield explained calmly, unrest would erupt as the empire conspired with the first prince's loyalists. Second turned to Mine, declaring they needed him crowned early to avoid national collapse and betrayal. Mine protested weakly, unsure of himself, but Second warned the country couldn't survive his older brother's rule. Second pressed harder, demanding clarity. Mine hesitated, heart torn, yet admitted he would become king if needed. Mine clenched his fist, finally giving a quiet but firm answer, accepting his future as king. Second confirmed his resolve with a smirk, reminding Mane that royal words carry permanent responsibility forward. Though uncertain and lacking confidence, Mine's agreement gave Second and Winfield what they needed to proceed. Winfield took over, outlining a strategy of 3 moves that would reshape the kingdom's power. The first target involved uncovering truth behind corruption in Winston. Despite earlier deals with Riemsma's execution, Mine recalled rumors of the chivalric order's actions, shocked they occurred after peace was declared. Winfield revealed the R6 faction's popularity disrupted diplomacy, manipulated by the first prince and prime minister. Mine's ignorance of the political schemes was clear, his outburst confirming his detachment from real authority. Second acknowledged Mobian intelligence was rare, revealing the truth would spark public backlash against the chivalric order. Winfield proposed a backup plan, expose original and forged documents together to amplify public condemnation strategically. Second realized Winfield oversimplified the task. Retrieving the original documents would fall entirely onto her. Mine feared both copies might be gone. Winfield argued their absence would confirm silent guilt. Winfield revealed a third plan, recruit witnesses who would testify publicly to strengthen their accusations. Second identified those witnesses as survivors of R6. Mane hesitated, worried about provoking powerful enemies. Second confirmed witnesses would become targets, but also bait. Mine finally grasped the diversion strategy's intent. Mine's face stiffened as Winfield confirmed everything. The plan was even riskier than expected. Winfield explained their success would ruin the first prince's image, bringing peace and political advantage. Second asked for instructions. Winfield ordered him to infiltrate the royal palace and remain hidden. Mine worried their connection might expose them too soon. Winfield and Second waited for his idea. Winfield dismissed the concern easily, trusting the plan. She anticipated their next step was approaching quickly. Second grew suspicious as the door opened suddenly. He wondered what surprise Winfield had arranged now. Sylvia and Eco entered with excitement, unexpectedly cheerful as they greeted Second in high spirits. Mane welcomed them warmly, while Sylvia greeted him formally and apologized for Second's usual reckless behavior. Second defended himself awkwardly as Winfield and the others joked, breaking the tension with casual remarks. Second asked about his infiltration cover. Winfield hinted. Sylvia brought something to solve that problem. Sylvia revealed endorsements from Headmaster Paula and 230 students, surprising Second with the unexpected documentation. Winfield calmly declared Second's assignment would involve the Royal Court's Mage Division as official cover. Mine quickly proposed Second act as a substitute instructor, leveraging faction connections for easy acceptance. Mine listed Second's achievements, confident no one would refuse such qualifications supported by formal endorsements. Second raised concerns about royal objections. Winfield acknowledged resistance and suggested rechecking everything before presenting it. Second questions the sudden endorsements, unaware of the deeper political ties influencing the headmaster's decision. Winfield explains the Second Queen's influence, revealing it as a factional move supporting their agenda. When asked about the students' signatures, Winfield suggests it's tied to hidden school networks. Despite Second's doubts, Winfield insists instructor status will provide the authority needed for smooth operations. Resigned to his role, Second agrees, setting aside ambitions to begin his new assignment. Second analyzes the upcoming title battles, knowing they're key to conquering the path to greatness. He reflects on looming political turmoil and his sudden summons to meet Yukari that evening. Yukari waits in her room calmly, while Second prepares mentally for their decisive battle discussion afterward. Second leaves exhausted and blank-faced, the night's events clearly draining his energy completely. At breakfast, Yukari's absence is noticed. Second slumps over while others grow curious about her. Second slumped, physically drained. The morning atmosphere remained light, but his exhaustion was clearly overwhelming. Yukari rested quietly, her presence calm. Second reflected on how intense the night encounter became. Despite preparation, her energy outmatched him. His strategies failed as she continuously pressured without pause. His strongest technique barely ended the struggle. Even enhanced strength couldn't overcome her unrelenting persistence. Second admitted defeat. Never before had a challenge, physical or personal, drained him with such complete intensity. The group gathered around the table as Yukari served a colorful meal she had prepared herself. While Iko and Second began eating, Yukari quietly observed their reactions, hiding her nervous anticipation beneath silence. After regaining composure, Yukari apologized for her delay and opened her notebook to discuss their daily agenda. Second, already briefed by Winfield, reassigned tasks and planned to meet the king as a substitute instructor. Hearing Sylvia's schedule and realizing there was no urgent mission, Yukari reluctantly agreed to stand down today. Yukari warned Second that speaking with the king was serious, urging him to show more caution. Sylvia appeared, full of energy, and the group enthusiastically prepared to depart on their mission. After leaving the house behind, their journey toward the royal capital began under a bright, clear sky. The carriage rolled swiftly along the road, carrying them toward a meeting that might change everything ahead. In the capital, Second questioned Kubello regarding R6's survivors, linking past conflicts to their current investigation. Kubello revealed a survivor named B-Side, a trusted ally he viewed as a brother. Despite B-Side's age, Second confirmed his interest and activated Yukari's team to begin searching discreetly. Second believed Yukari's confident expression meant B-Side's location would soon be uncovered through careful-made surveillance. Kubello, overwhelmed with emotion, thanked them and agreed to use B-Side as a living witness. He expressed deep gratitude, but Second credited Winfield for crafting the revenge strategy that Kubello had awaited. As Kubello showed his gratitude, Winfield calmly interrupted, hinting deeper motives behind her earlier strategy. She clarified her actions weren't for vengeance, but aimed toward building Second's ideal path forward. Kubello reflected on her words, realizing he had earned her support through genuine alignment, not manipulation. Meanwhile, Second asked Sylvia about her ties with the Third Order, triggering her half-forgotten obligation. Winfield then confirmed Sylvia's contract duration, grounding her future duties within clear strategic and formal boundaries. Sylvia confirmed her 2-year assignment was disguised as a bodyguard role for monitoring Second. Second recalled Sylvia's original mission from the Order, realizing her connection could aid their investigation goals. From the carriage, he pieced together Winfield's motives. Having Sylvia file reports served multiple planned purposes. They approached the capital, preparing to deceive central figures while quietly reshaping political control behind the scenes. Second casually proposed brainwashing the Prime Minister, pushing their secretive strategy to an entirely new extreme. Second realized brainwashing the Prime Minister would require extensive planning due to potential magical defenses in place. They concluded the Prime Minister's paranoia stemmed from past misuse of sorcery, especially the Duchess incident. Recognizing magical accessories would block manipulation, Second jokingly proposed stripping him to bypass all protective enchantments. However, Yukari pointed out a critical flaw: hidden safeguards might undo brainwashing even after it succeeds. Ultimately, Winfield proposed a better plan: ignore the leader and sway public opinion directly through strategic influence. Second admired Winfield's strategic thoroughness, recognizing his own tendency to chase shortcuts when under pressure. The group approached the royal capital gates, drawing closer to their audience with the royal court. Inside the palace, Second kept composure despite being teased, preparing mentally for the high-level negotiation ahead. The king awaited on his throne, surrounded by trusted elites who silently assessed Second's presence and purpose. Among the figures stood key nobles, their faces stern, their intent unreadable as tension filled the chamber. Second and his companion bowed respectfully, following protocol before the king calmly granted them permission to rise. He remembered Winfield's advice to remain humble, using strategy rather than pride during the formal request. The king confirmed their intention, assigning Second as substitute instructor for the royal court's mage division position. Second recognized the king from his past game knowledge, an unremarkable man destined to eventually step down. King Bawel Castle, ruler of Mobion, would abdicate due to illness, but not for some time. Second questioned if King Bawel's illness could change, just like the altered sorcery timeline had. A royal advisor harshly objected, doubting Second's unknown background and rejecting his eligibility for any official position. Klaus, the first prince, joined in, accusing Second of lacking loyalty and refusing royal invitations twice. The first queen exploded with anger, exposing her influence and her connection to Klaus's entitled attitude. Second smirked silently, wondering if this confrontation meant he was finally allowed to prove his strength. Second remained calm while his ally tried to stop him from reacting to the hostile nobles. Minister Yahello defended Second's independence, stating that adventurers often reject status in favor of practical success. Second identified Hailai as an ally tied to the second prince's faction, now voicing his support. Questioned again, Hailai explained Second's motivations, including sparring with Prince Mine and valuing magical skill development. He emphasized their close friendship, insisting Second's intentions were sincere and deserved trust from even Prince Klaus. Mine stepped forward, supporting the minister's remarks and stressing Second's unmatched potential as an instructor. Hailai reminded the court of Second's public accomplishments, urging the king to give fair consideration. Mine offered a personal guarantee, promising to take full responsibility if Second failed within a month. The king acknowledged Second directly, preparing to question him about a past event of notable significance. He asked Second about his activities in the Grand Library and Academy's archives half a year ago. The king questioned Second about his repeated Grand Library visits and demanded an explanation immediately. Second remained composed, slightly sweating, hiding his true intent behind a confident yet unreadable smile. The king confronts Second directly, questioning his repeated visits to the Grand Library with teammates. Second remains silent, realizing the king suspects something and may have uncovered his hidden training methods. The king explains that reports reveal Second's ability to gain skills merely by skimming books. Second recalls how his companions learned rapidly by following his guidance, possibly exposing his gaming expertise. Despite the suspicion, the king permits Second's appointment, while others react with shock, envy, and frustration. Second and Mane walk silently through the royal hall after their tense meeting with King Bowell. Second's thoughts spiraled, confused whether Bowell's words masked a warning, challenge, or hidden motive. He recalled Bowell's stern expression, so unlike the greedy king from his past world's experience. Mine's light comment clashed with Second's unease. Doubts still lingered behind his focused, guarded stare. Outside the palace, a tall tower loomed, their next destination, holding truth Second needed revealed. Winfield moved through Vincent's central district unnoticed, scanning the alleys for her carefully targeted contact. She approached a seated man quietly, his weary face tensed as she addressed him without hesitation. Her sharp words pierced his act, forcing the disguised man to retreat further into guarded silence. He panicked inwardly, realizing she had seen through his cover meant for investigating the royal archives. Her accurate deduction exposed his identity as a reporter, confirming her suspicions without any real resistance. Winfield observed the reporter coldly, knowing his disguise failed the moment he entered the lower district. Smirking beneath her hood, Winfield hinted at exclusive secrets, drawing the reporter's interest without revealing details. Meanwhile, Mine guided Second to a private study chamber under the guise of casual escort duty. Inside the archive, Second reviewed advanced tomes, absorbing elemental knowledge with calculated precision and silent gratitude. With stored experience, Second planned to advance all elements quickly, especially lightning, already reaching high-grade mastery. Second halted fifth form upgrades early, deciding the experience cost outweighed the immediate tactical benefit. At the Mage Division training grounds, Mine introduced Second as their instructor for the coming month. Second was officially placed in charge, and the gathered trainees reluctantly acknowledged his authority together. Despite formal acceptance, their silent faces and wary expressions betrayed tension, doubt, and suppressed resistance. Second immediately sensed hostility from the group, realizing none of them welcomed his unexpected presence. Second reflected on the situation, admitting elite mages wouldn't easily accept someone with no formal background. Mane tried to leave quickly, cheerfully escaping responsibility, while Second was left facing growing tension alone. Their brief exchange ended as Commander Zephyr interrupted, pointing out growing dissent among the gathered trainees. Zephyr requested royal endorsement, urging Mane to speak on Second's behalf to calm resistance and doubt. Mane refused to intervene directly, instead pushing responsibility back to Zephyr as the unit's commanding officer. Zephyr hesitated. While whispers spread, students blamed Second entirely for disrupting their training and morale. Second boldly challenged everyone, offering a duel to settle resentment and prove his worth immediately. He singled out Zephyr, confirming the commander's seniority, then contrasted their ages to provoke a reaction. With a confident smirk, Second declared he'd expose Zephyr's complacency accumulated over decades of unchallenged authority. Zephyr was stunned, but then laughed, amused by Second's audacity and intrigued by his confidence. A determined trainee named Cherry stepped forward, claiming the right to face Second in Zephyr's place. Cherry reasoned that a commander's involvement would disrupt discipline and insult the presence of the prince. Framing it as internal training, Cherry convinced Zephyr to allow her to fight in his stead. Cherry aggressively confronted Second, warning him not to underestimate the strength of the elite division's mages. She declared the academy reserved for the strongest, angered by Second's confidence and perceived arrogance. Second accepted the temporary teaching role, viewing it as necessary for Castal's survival and stability. He confirmed Cherry as his opponent, while she downplayed his reputation and warned him seriously. Second mocked her arrogance, comparing her to a frog ignorant of the vast world outside. Cherry grew visibly furious as Second's taunts struck deep, yet he remained calm and unfazed. Second explained emotional control in PvP combat, warning that anger severely disrupts focus and precision. Second bluntly voiced the inner thoughts he assumed students harbored about his young instructor's status. Cherry's internal frustration exploded, yet she had to admit he read her perfectly, word for word. He casually questioned her pride, explaining that status and judgment often reflect both strength and weakness. With piercing words, Second declared them losers for being weak enough to be looked down upon. Cherry trembled with anger, and Second pointed out she already failed by losing emotional control instantly. A fellow student interrupted Second's remarks, concerned he had gone too far with his criticism. Cherry received a mysterious object from Irie, prompting Second to question its purpose and timing. Cherry confidently presented the competition crown, boldly challenging Second to a match he could not refuse. Second burst into uncontrollable laughter, overwhelmed by the absurdity of her dramatic declaration and ceremonial gesture. Cherry was completely stunned by his reaction, unable to comprehend why he found it so funny. Second laughed uncontrollably after witnessing Cherry's serious face during the training session's opening briefing. Confused by their weak training method, Second questioned the group's standards and sparked Cherry's frustration. Amused by their stillness, Second mocked the class openly, daring them to attack him together. Ignoring his challenge, the students hesitated. Second called out their cowardice and mocked their false bravado. With sharp judgment, Second declared only Zephyr and Cherry competent. Everyone else was completely beneath him. The commander remained alert, while Cherry hesitated, clueless, holding the crown Irie brought with doubt. Second observed silently, as the surrounding students stayed passive, treating the match as someone else's concern. Though disgusted, Second was assigned to improve the group's abilities drastically within just 1 month. He explained that training matches weren't fatal, encouraging serious effort without fear of real injury. But Second reminded them reality differs. Unlike Mobius Online, real combat punishes mistakes with actual consequences. In Mobius, dying meant stat loss. For top players, each death caused real lasting damage. Second warned them lacking real pain, they'd naturally become careless and lower their guard unconsciously. Casual matches trained them poorly. Repetition numbed instincts, and effort was replaced by routine habits. Second explained how death reveals consequences. Once it happens, the reality of weakness fully surfaces. He concluded most trainees avoid real combat, dodging constantly and attacking poorly due to fear conditioning. Second warned them that even a tiny habit-based opening could be fatal against seasoned fighters. He emphasized that training matches weren't real battles and shouldn't be confused with actual warfare. Disappointed by their attitude, Second ended the session early as students casually dismissed his warnings. He calmly announced his departure, ignoring their reactions, promising to return for instruction the next day. Cherry demanded proof of his strength. Second paused, wondering if a demonstration might change their views. Second grinned and raised the crown, preparing something unexpected as Cherry watched in confusion nearby. He tossed the crown high and dashed forward at high speed, stunning Cherry mid-sentence. With lightning erupting overhead, Second activated an advanced spell. Its power overwhelmed everyone watching from below. The sky split with noise and pressure, forcing the entire group to look up anxiously. The students crouched in panic, shielding themselves as the force of the magic shook the ground. Shocked by the lightning, the students panicked while Second calmly smiled and promised to return tomorrow. While the others stood silent, Mind chased after Second, determined to question what happened. Walking indoors, Second confirmed the lightning was his. Mind admitted he'd never seen such sorcery. Second revealed he gained lightning magic after summoning enrollment, a spirit ruler unknown in this world. Curious, Main recalled the name and questioned if Second knew this great ruler's true origin. Second casually prepared a spirit summoning. Mine wondered if such feats were recorded in summoning texts. Through spatial distortion, a cloaked spirit being materialized, elegant and silent, shocking Main into wide-eyed amazement. The spirit introduced itself as enrollment, ruler of spirits and wielder of the elemental domains. Startled by the dramatic arrival, Main fell backward. Second laughed and helped him back up gently. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, Mind scolded Second, whose apology failed to hide his clear amusement and pride. Mine was shocked that such a legendary spirit willingly served Second without resistance or conditions. He questioned Second's goals, but Second simply stated his aim, to be the world's strongest. Enrollment boasted confidently, declaring Second the world's #1, equating them as rulers of creation. Enrollment recalled how the spirit tactician admired Second. She even bragged about recruiting such powerful talent. Second casually confirmed the tactician, Winfield, was also a spirit, surprising Maine with this hidden truth. Mine believed their alliance now formed an unstoppable force. Second, however, seemed confused by the declaration. Analyzing spirit anonymity, Mine concluded their tactician's identity remained secret, preventing any potential targeted assassination attempts. He praised the overwhelming advantage of having both Second and the Spirit King on their side. Enrollment, amused, formally approved Mine's friendship with Second, delighting the prince despite the haughty mortal remark. Second reminded Mine that public trust still mattered. The people wouldn't accept victory without earned legitimacy. Second declared their plan to exploit the prince's stable standing to weaken the empire slowly. He explained their forces would eliminate imperial enemies completely, with Winfield managing most of the operation. Second clarified that politically, Winfield would take lead while he merely played the role of pawn. Maine was surprised to hear Second accept a subordinate role so casually, yet with conviction. With strategy set, Second turned focus toward his duty as instructor, preparing lectures for tomorrow. He spotted Sylvia waiting alone, her expression distant, her name escaping his lips in surprise. Sylvia reminded him of their promise, gently scolding him for forgetting their agreed shopping outing. She asked him to spend time with her, even briefly, before his busy schedule resumed. He agreed to her request, recalling peaceful memories, and together they wandered through familiar streets. Sharing drinks later, he felt this casual outing was perfect, simple brotherly bonding with Sylvia again. After several rounds of drinks, both Sylvia and Second became noticeably flustered, yet kept laughing together. Later that night, Second awoke confused to find Sylvia beside him, vulnerable and visibly embarrassed. Realizing the situation, Second's face turned pale as panic and disbelief struck him all at once. Second woke up inside a warm house, calm and smiling after a long, restful night. Beside him, Sylvia lay under a sheet, looking peaceful, their bond now clearly much closer. Later at breakfast, Second grew uneasy. No messages from Yukari had arrived since yesterday's mission. He suspected a hidden alliance between Yukari and Sylvia, likely plotting something behind his back. Sylvia admitted contact with the chivalric order but played innocent, saying only dancing had occurred. Second confessed his deepest fear. If Sylvia betrayed him, he'd lose trust in anyone again. Sylvia stood up, declaring loyalty with fire, reminding him how dangerous he could be as enemy. She explained her new duty, reporting to the chivalric order while fragmenting intel for security. Second realized this intel was vast. A direct channel with high-level allies could shift everything. Together they aimed to expose hidden truths. Sylvia burned with resolve, driven by her sense of justice. Second, once unemployed, now felt pride as he left Sylvia behind to begin military work. Before departing, Sylvia stepped forward confidently and kissed him, leaving Second stunned but secretly overjoyed inside. Sylvia promised to see him again soon, smiling gently while holding back her own concern. Second burst with emotion, overwhelmed by her affection and determined not to disappoint her trust again. Later, Second faced the trainees seriously, demanding their routine his leadership now recognized despite their hesitation. Second sat calmly while questioned by superiors, insisting he knew nothing of their normal operations or rules. The girl named Cherry grew irritated by his remarks, while the older officer diffused tension. The man questioned Second's sorcery, his movement technique, and correctly identified it as the choral form of lightning. Cherry doubted him harshly, denying lightning-based magic existed and rejecting that he cast the fourth form. Another student, Eri-san, approached nervously. Second wondered if she, too, had come just to criticize him. Irie unexpectedly asked for Second's autograph, flustered and shaking while clutching a sheet of paper. She explained her little sister adored Second, demanding an autograph after hearing stories about his exploits. Second calmly acknowledged the reason, but secretly enjoyed the admiration, pleased by his growing reputation again. Memories of his past glory returned, signings and cheers rekindling old pride from his previous #1 life. He nearly wrote 7 from habit, but corrected it quickly after hearing the fan's real name. Second handed over the signed board, proudly calling himself the world's #1 man once more. Irie thanked him joyfully, but Second noticed nearby students watching coldly. their mood clearly disapproving. He realized most of the men rejected him, though a few among the women seemed supportive. Cherry glared intensely, prompting Second to consider showing his capabilities not just strength, but leadership and control. Before he could act, the commander stepped in, asserting authority and cutting through the rising tension. The commander defended Second's power publicly, ordering the others to begin regular training without resistance. Hours passed, training resumed strictly. Second acknowledged the commander's firm leadership and its effectiveness on discipline. Second had hoped for skilled mages, but watching their weak performance left him visibly disappointed. Their training resembled a child's play. Second doubted their readiness for real battle or deployment. He questioned the mage division's war role, learning they handled extermination, support, raids, and battlefield tasks. He questioned the flexible formations. The commander explained formations change depending on missions, not random decisions. Training followed signals. Second found it ridiculous that battlefield skills were determined by waving signs. Curious, he asked about monster hunts. The commander insisted sorcery specialization meant pacing varied by individual. He was shocked by their relaxed hunt schedule. It seemed like leisure rather than real training. He stressed the value of real hunts. Stronger magic came from fighting monsters, not avoiding them. The commander defended his stance, citing safety, budget, and lack of current necessity as justification. Second understood, but still wished soldiers embraced growth. He reluctantly admitted peacefulness wasn't a bad thing. He urged trainees to be motivated, questioning when they'd last fought, learning it was 22 years ago. Realizing most were too young to understand war, he concluded a complete reform was needed. He recalled team battles from his past life, a strategic mock war game requiring serious tactical planning. He had deep knowledge of team battles, though his personal dream of domination never materialized. Even with basic insight, he instantly recognized the training system of the mages as flawed. He analyzed the mage-only formation, noting it would crumble against melee attackers or concentrated arrow strikes. Using mages for support required precision. Without coordination, their area attacks would harm allies too. He questioned their rigid formation logic, wondering if ignorance or deeper restrictions prevented any improvement. She doubted his capability to cast the fourth form, recalling her harsh words with disbelief. He calmly asked who among them could truthfully cast the fourth form of any element. Only 10 out of 31 raised hands, with silence following his question about the fifth form. He explained fourth and fifth forms were vital for real mages, especially in tactical team battles. Without high-level area attacks, mages became burdens. Their inability left them useless in actual combat scenarios. The division lacked unity or skill. Past wars were too simple to demand serious combat training. Although determined, he knew teaching them all alone was impossible and unfair for one instructor. He sat, reflecting on alternatives. Somehow, he needed a method to use them effectively anyway. Frustrated, he snapped, declaring the situation hopeless for now, and stormed off, vowing to return tomorrow. The hooded man froze as a cold blade pressed firmly against his neck in silence. Panicked, he backed away and ran, unsure why he was targeted so suddenly in daylight. He halted mid-escape, spun to face the cloaked pursuer, and widened his stance defensively. Realizing the pursuer's calmness, he deduced the stranger was a professional assassin sent for him. The assassin confirmed his identity, naming Sir Cubello as the one summoning him for judgment. Upon hearing the boss was alive, his heart raced with disbelief and rising anticipation. He stepped forward hastily, only to halt, sensing unseen threads slicing the air around him. The cloaked figure confessed affiliation with Eve's unit, sworn to secrecy, serving under Lord Second Fastest. Without revealing identity, the assassin assured that their master's strategy was deliberate and far from reckless. Before he could react, another hidden assassin struck, revealing their numbers and ending the conversation abruptly. Yukari handed Second the daily newspaper, which he accepted casually during their calm morning breakfast. Second glanced at the pages, nearly choking on his drink after spotting a shocking front-page headline. Iko reacted with playful energy, while Yukari observed seriously, sensing the contents were something alarming. Winfield stepped forward, explaining that the article mentioned Lord Second and hinted at political manipulation. The headline revealed the chivalric order's cover-up, accusing them of oppressing Robin Hood-aligned rebel groups. Winfield laid out the plan targeting the chivalric order and First Prince's faction with public doubt. He explained how repeated messaging in the press would gradually shape public perception through subtle manipulation. Second understood the method. Releasing sensational leads would spark widespread curiosity for ongoing updates and rumors. Pleased with himself, Winfield claimed credit, while Second praised him mildly, keeping the mood light yet approving. Sylvia received instructions to subtly imply Second's knowledge during her meeting with the Third Chivalric Order. Winfield coached Sylvia on creating a convincing cover story while assigning Second tasks inside the royal court. Second had devised a possible training method for the Imperial mages. Despite doubting its effectiveness, a maid arrived with swift intelligence, confirming that Sir B-side was secured in their quarters. Second politely acknowledged her speed and requested preparations to meet Cubello without further delay. Winfield smirked confidently as a secret door opened. Plans long in motion were finally beginning to unfold. B-side burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Cubello alive and safe again. Cubello welcomed B-side warmly, recognizing his survival and loyalty as proof of strength through brutal trials. B-side declared the boss's return a turning point for reviving the fallen R6 organization. Cubello credited their escape to everyone's sacrifice, reinforcing loyalty to the R6 and his master, Second. B-side pieced together the truth, realizing the assassin had ties to Lord Second all along. B-side sized up Second, surprised by his calm demeanor, asking if he was second fastest. Second praised B-side's spirit and compared him to Cubello, earning a humble response in return. Driven by respect and curiosity, B-side boldly requested a sparring match to prove his strength. Second declined politely, reminding him this was still Mobion, a game world with different rules. Despite the refusal, B-side launched a light strike, initiating a test with basic unarmed combat. B-side launched his fist, aiming at the calm stranger standing still without flinching at all. Cubello watched silently while the man dodged effortlessly, leaving B-side surprised but slightly amused. Cubello analyzed the tension carefully, realizing mocking the world's strongest player could end very badly. The man invoked spirit summoning, calling forth Enrollment, preparing to channel divine strength into his body. His body overflowed with black aura. Spirit possession completed as immense power surged through his entire form. The black aura stunned everyone. Both men stepped back in fear as the boy explained calmly. Refusing to be intimidated, the challenger stepped forward, determined to fight no matter the difference. His punch connected directly, but the possessed boy remained unfazed, protected by immense magical defense. Bones shattered on impact, the attacker collapsed in pain while the boy watched silently, disappointed. Despite the injury, the boy used healing magic while the attacker apologized for his recklessness. Enrollment was recalled as the boy angrily warned never to underestimate his true strength again. B-side begged for forgiveness while his superior, Cubello, accepted responsibility to settle the matter honorably. Cubello defended Lord Second's importance, reminding B-side of his role. A senior mage was surprised after hearing the unfamiliar term, magic curtain. Confusion appeared on his face as he tried to understand the meaning behind the proposed tactic. Meanwhile, Second calmly explained that the concept was simply a strategy suited to the strengths of the people involved. Soon after, the party leaders of the Royal Court's Mage Division gathered in a conference room to discuss future military objectives. Drawing from his previous knowledge, Second recalled artillery tactics from another world. Since cannons did not exist here, he adapted the idea and named it Magic Curtain. Finally, he outlined a plan of continuous spell attacks that would spread across the battlefield like a curtain, though several leaders quickly questioned its practicality. He pointed out that most mages had not yet mastered the fourth form, leaving them with few effective options. Rather than pursuing casualties, he explained that warfare was about maximizing injuries and reducing an enemy's ability to fight. Gradually, the senior mage considered the explanation and began to understand the reasoning behind the proposal. The atmosphere in the meeting room became less confrontational. A confident expression appeared on Second's face as he relied on knowledge gained from countless team battles. Experience with large-scale combat shaped his tactical thinking. In reality, those experiences came from his former life as a devoted online gamer. Long hours spent studying and playing competitive games had unknowingly prepared him for situations like this. Cherry became confused by the phrase, injury over casualty, and asked for clarification, seeing her reaction. Second realized the concept was unfamiliar to those around him. To explain further, the commander described how wounded enemies required transportation, treatment, and care. After hearing the detailed explanation, Cherry finally understood the reasoning behind the strategy. The discussion helped her see the military value of leaving opponents unable to fight. Curiosity then shifted to an earlier remark about a mage's role. When Cherry asked for an explanation, the commander admitted he did not know the answer himself. Meanwhile, Cherry grew suspicious, sensing that he already knew the answer and was enjoying the situation. Unable to avoid the question any longer, Second agreed to explain his reasoning. Cherry fixed her gaze on him, determined to hear the answer directly. While preparing his explanation, he secretly found amusement in teasing her. At the same time, he recognized her talent and considered her one of the most promising mages present. Drawing from his knowledge, Second described how powerful mages were originally meant to dominate large areas of the battlefield. Cherry quickly pointed out that such a role seemed inconsistent with the magic curtain strategy. In response, Second asked how many mages could actually reach the 4th or 5th form. The answer would determine whether traditional battlefield roles remained realistic. When asked about high-ranking mages, Cherry revealed that she had reached the 4th form of water magic and held a respectable 7th grade rank. Hearing this, Second expressed genuine surprise. Her accomplishment exceeded his expectations and confirmed that her abilities were far above average. Further discussion revealed that Cherry had focused almost entirely on water magic. Through years of training, every related form had advanced to an impressive level. The commander proudly supported her claim, stating that no one in their company surpassed Cherry in water element mastery. Her reputation was well established among the mages. Cherry acknowledged the point, explaining that she preferred dedicating her efforts to the element with the greatest potential. Explained that she was still learning other elements, though none had reached the same level as her water magic. Immediately, Second rejected that reasoning. He questioned why someone aiming to become a great mage would limit herself to mastering only a single element. According to his analysis, steadily advancing every element to the Oppo form was far more efficient. Such a method would improve a mage's overall magical capacity without excessive effort. Second compared the results and showed that balanced development could create a much greater increase in intelligence and magical power than focusing on one element alone. Cherry remained unconvinced and firmly defended her approach. In her view, concentrating on a natural talent was the most practical path to becoming stronger. She argued that a few exceptional people could excel in every element, but such individuals were incredibly rare. Her answer caused Second to pause and reconsider the issue. For the first time, he seriously reflected on the idea that mages might possess natural affinities. Memories of his own experience then surfaced. Unlike ordinary mages, he could learn spells from grimoires with unusual ease, allowing him to progress far faster than most people. Meanwhile, he realized that others often spent years studying elements outside their talents. Some mages needed enormous effort just to achieve modest growth. As the discussion continued, Second quietly searched for the reason behind those differences. Understanding that mystery suddenly became more important than proving his argument. Unable to find an immediate answer, Second decided to postpone the question for later investigation. Even so, he remained convinced that the issue could not be ignored. Rather than continuing the debate, he turned his attention to the broader problem. A flawed understanding of magical growth, in his view, could limit the potential of countless mages. With a new plan in mind, Second proposed testing the common training method that Cherry had described. Without wasting time, he requested a competition crow and ordered preparations for a demonstration. Cherry quickly agreed, curious about what he intended to prove. There, Second announced an experiment that would compare the power of a single Oppo form spell between himself and Cherry. Before starting the test, Second introduced a magical item called the competition crown. To ensure accurate results, he activated a function that displayed damage per second. Next he explained how the system worked. Any attack completed within a set interval would have its damage recorded and displayed as a numerical value. However, Second adjusted the settings slightly. A longer display duration made the results easier to observe and prevented the numbers from disappearing too quickly. Although Cherry questioned whether the artifact might be dangerous, Second dismissed the concern and insisted it was suitable for the experiment. Soon, the demonstration began. While the commander stood as the target, Cherry prepared to cast a water element Oppo form spell as the gathered mages watched closely. Before the test proceeded, Second reminded everyone that the competition crown created a complete simulation. After receiving the signal, Cherry stepped forward and prepared her spell. The gathered spectators focused their attention on the upcoming demonstration. Moments later, she unleashed a 9th-grade water Oppo form technique. A powerful sphere of water formed in front of her, drawing admiration from the observing mages. Without hesitation, Cherry launched the attack at the commander. The spell struck accurately, and the competition crown immediately recorded the result, with a damage value of 873. A satisfied smile appeared on Cherry's face as she viewed the outcome. Confident in her performance, she regarded the result as exactly what everyone should have expected. After the first test ended, the tension briefly disappeared as Cherry reacted to Second's teasing. Her irritation only encouraged him to continue joking, drawing attention from everyone nearby. Rather than backing down, Second casually repeated his remark. The exchange quickly turned into a light-hearted distraction before the experiment resumed. Soon, he called the observers back to the main objective, with the commander once again serving as the target. Second prepared to demonstrate his own spell while everyone monitored the DPS results. A 9th-grade water Oppo form spell gathered in his hand. Unlike Cherry's attack, the condensed sphere appeared noticeably smaller and more compact. Surprised murmurs spread through the crowd as they noticed the difference. Meanwhile, a confident smile formed on Second's face. Releasing the spell, Second explained that magical attacks became more effective when their power was compressed. Furthermore, a smaller spell was easier to control and harder for an opponent to avoid. To him, raw size alone was never the true measure of strength. With his explanation complete, Second launched the attack. At the same time, he hoped the demonstration would expose how inefficient the common training methods had become. A compact stream of water shot across the field and struck the commander with tremendous force. When the impact ended, the commander was thrown to the ground. Shock spread through the spectators as they realized the small spell had produced far greater power than expected. As the result appeared, the crowd fell silent. The overwhelming DPS of 4,693 proved Second's method was superior. After demonstrating a spell, Second explained that a magician's value depended on how much damage they could produce. With calm confidence, he revealed that most people failed to level their magic skills evenly. By developing every elemental attribute properly, he had pushed even his earliest forms to remarkable strength. Attention shifted to his lesson as he instructed the students to raise every attribute's first form to the 9th rank. According to him, that goal should come before anything else. Calculations followed as he described how each upgraded form greatly increased damage output. Finally, Second advised them to maximize their first forms and bring their grimoires later. Strong foundations, he believed, were the key to future growth. A satisfied smile appeared on Second's face as the students accepted his instructions. Their quick responses showed that the lesson had already made an impact. Turning to the instructor, he explained that reaching the 9th rank in every skill required dedication and constant practice. Complaints about the effort seemed pointless compared to the results. Meanwhile, the commander reflected on the situation. Previous leaders likely understood the same method, yet various responsibilities and limitations prevented them from carrying it out effectively. As he walked away in thought, a new possibility formed in his mind. This time, the training plan might finally succeed. Idea reminded him of competitive online games, where visible rewards encouraged players to keep improving. The training plan quickly gained support. As the students learned the most efficient method for growth, confidence spread through the group facing concerns from the commander. Second assured him that the strategy carried little risk if followed correctly. He also offered to handle any budget issues himself. Encouragement was no longer a problem. After hearing the potential benefits, the students appeared eager to commit to the demanding training process. Every soldier would raise all first form attributes to the 9th rank before combining them into a large magical barrier on the battlefield. The explanation left the group impressed. Such a force could block direct assaults, dominate the skies, and completely transform the army's existing combat tactics. With a confident smile, Second presented the proposal as a challenge unlike anything the army had attempted before. Excitement spread among the students as they accepted the idea. Even those who had been uncertain earlier now seemed willing to take part in the demanding training program. After confirming the plan, Second concluded the lecture and instructed the group to wait for further developments. Elsewhere, news of the situation reached unexpected places. A man reacted angrily after reading a newspaper article Realizing that the matter was attracting public attention, concern quickly turned into frustration. While standing inside his office, the official understood that if the truth emerged, not only he but also several powerful figures could face serious consequences. Panic erupted inside the office as the official lost control of his emotions. Before he could recover, a messenger arrived with an urgent summons from King Jom. The news immediately worsened his anxiety. Realizing the king was acting so quickly, he suspected that questions about the recent controversy would soon be raised. While considering the situation, he concluded that the First Knights would likely bear the responsibility for any formal investigation. A dangerous thought soon took hold. After dismissing the messenger, he decided to move at once and change the records before anyone could inspect them. Outside, the seriousness of the threat became clear. The documents linking the bandits to the Second and Third Night Orders remained untouched. Alone in his office, the official weighed the consequences of the growing scandal. Fear of becoming a scapegoat pushed him to search for a way to protect himself from responsibility. Soon afterward, leading figures gathered in the royal palace. The king revealed that the purpose of the meeting was the troubling report published in the morning newspaper. One noble dismissed the accusations as groundless, while another expressed frustration over the controversy. Others strongly condemned the alleged agreement with the bandits. From their perspective, such an arrangement should never have existed and deserved complete rejection. As the discussion continued, a formal investigation was proposed. Yet uncertainty remained, since no one present could confirm whether the reported pact had ever truly been made. The king turned to Jom and requested his opinion on the growing controversy. With all eyes on him, Jom prepared to answer carefully. Recalling past events, he explained that the issue involving the First Night Order had appeared to be resolved long ago. Observing the reactions throughout the chamber, Yahello reached a different conclusion. The unease shown by several people convinced him that a secret agreement had likely existed. His statement immediately sparked outrage among the nobles. Before the argument could escalate, the king ordered Yahello to explain the reasoning behind his claim. Yahello pointed out a critical detail: if the accused groups were truly innocent, they would have suggested releasing the suppression operation documents, yet none of them had done so. A heavy silence settled over the chamber. The expressions of the officials revealed growing tension as Yahello's accusation forced everyone to confront an uncomfortable possibility. Continuing his argument, Yahello warned that if the agreement truly existed, the issue extended far beyond the Night Orders. He went further, insisting that those responsible for such actions had no place among the nation's leadership. The severity of his words shocked many of the people present. Immediate opposition followed. One noble rejected the accusation entirely, arguing that the suppression of anti-government forces had been a necessary measure rather than a crime. Since the bandits had disappeared, crime had increased in poorer districts, leaving ordinary citizens to suffer from worsening public disorder. Rather than backing down, Yahello argued that the absence of suppression units had created a dangerous vacuum. His opponent immediately rejected the accusation and demanded an apology. According to him, the operation had always been scheduled to conclude, making claims of a massacre completely unfounded. Unshaken by the criticism, Yahello raised another concern. He suggested that the bandits had been eliminated not because they posed a threat. From his perspective, the consequences would soon become unavoidable. Increased trade and prosperity elsewhere could leave poorer communities even further behind, widening social divisions across the kingdom. A furious noble accused Yahello of exploiting the situation for personal gain, while Yahello firmly dismissed the allegation as nothing more than nonsense. Yahello calmly turned the accusation back on his opponent, suggesting that such an emotional reaction only strengthened the suspicions against him. Silence returned to the chamber as the king reached his decision. Concluding that the claims could not be dismissed as mere rumors, he ordered a formal investigation and demanded detailed reports. The meeting came to an end with a clear warning: depending on the evidence uncovered, those involved could later be summoned for questioning. Elsewhere, the chancellor reflected on the outcome. Although the situation remained dangerous, he was surprised by how composed Balmobo had remained throughout the debate. Previous scandals, political pressure, and the dissolution of the assembly had already weakened the First Prince's supporters, leaving them vulnerable to further setbacks. Investigation struck from an unexpected direction. What seemed like a minor issue suddenly exposed a weakness that influential figures had never considered vulnerable. As concern spread, the true danger became clear. A single discovery threatened to unravel years of planning and undo countless efforts in an instant. Balmobo searched for the mastermind behind the scheme. Neither Yahello nor the second prince appeared capable of orchestrating such a precise and calculated attack on their own. His thoughts soon turned to second. The mysterious magician had recently appeared within the First Court Mage Division, yet very little information about him could be found. Discussion quickly shifted toward the tampering case, as both men prepared to address the growing crisis surrounding the investigation. Inside the private meeting, Balmobo instructed Jom to act quickly. The task had to be completed without attracting attention, as watchful eyes were already monitoring every move. For Balmobo, the method did not matter as long as the problem remained hidden and the operation was carried out perfectly. Once that matter was settled, Balmobo raised another subject. He asked Jom to investigate the temporary lecturer, who had recently joined the First Court Mage Division. Suspicion soon focused on second. Based on the timing and circumstances, Balmobo became convinced that the mysterious magician was connected to the affair. To Jom's surprise, preparations had already begun. Balmobo revealed that one of his trusted agents had been sent to gather information. Before the assembled citizens, they declared that they had been deceived about the true events surrounding the conflict. Known speaker revealed that their leader, Riemsma, had sought peace rather than bloodshed. To prove his sincerity, he had even offered his own life in pursuit of an agreement with the Night Orders. Despite those efforts, the pact was ignored. According to the testimony, the First Night Order later joined the suppression campaign, leaving the promised peace abandoned. Painful memories resurfaced as the witness recalled collecting the bodies of fallen comrades. The relentless crackdown had turned mourning into a grim routine. While the survivors gathered for a funeral, armed forces suddenly arrived, transforming a place of grief into the scene of another tragedy. Homes were burned, funeral flowers were crushed, and even the bodies of the dead were treated without respect as violence swept through the settlement. Emotion overwhelmed him as the memories returned. Among all those involved, one face remained unforgettable: the man who had personally led the attack. Raising his voice before the crowd, he identified the commander as Klaus, captain of the First Night Order and a member of the royal family. Sensing the danger, Riemsma's successor stepped forward and brought the testimony to a close before the situation spiraled further. Soon afterward, the group quietly departed under guard. As they left the square, the speaker felt relieved that his message had finally reached the public. After leaving the square, the former bandit leader walked beside Winfield and reflected on the speech. Relief replaced some of the man's anxiety. He admitted that he had feared taking responsibility for rebuilding R6 alone, making Second's broader plan reassuring to hear. Winfield then shared more of Second's intentions. Beyond restoring R6, efforts were already underway to search for surviving members who might still be scattered across the region. The news strengthened their confidence. Knowing that influential allies were helping the cause made the difficult road ahead seem far less overwhelming. Near B, citizens continued discussing the shocking revelations. Even as guards attempted to maintain order, growing support for Second's actions could already be felt among the crowd. Everything unfolded according to plan. Winfield had anticipated the public reaction and deliberately delayed involving the Third Night Order until the very last moment. Meanwhile, the consequences continued to grow. As Bezaid's testimony spread across the kingdom, suspicion increasingly shifted toward Klaus, the First Prince, and the First Night Order. Bezaid understood the dilemma facing their opponents. Silencing him would only confirm the accusations, yet allowing him to continue speaking would cause the story to spread even further. From that moment onward, the First Prince's faction was trapped. The opportunity to stop the damage had already passed, leaving them with no favorable move remaining. Far away, Winfield calmly observed the situation like a player overseeing a completed strategy. Reports scattered across the room as a night officer struggled to understand why the situation had turned against him. While reviewing official documents, he discovered records describing a treaty violation. Doubt filled his mind as he insisted his actions had only targeted anti-government forces. Soon, another detail emerged. The ceasefire agreement had been made without his knowledge, leaving him stunned by the consequences of his campaign. Meanwhile, his soldiers remained loyal and followed the orders they had received. Believing they were suppressing rebels, they advanced without questioning the mission. Gradually, the officer realized the conflict may have begun with deception. Faced with the possibility of false information, he started questioning whether the alleged treaty violation had ever existed at all. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Klaus accepted that he would bear responsibility for the treaty violation carried out without his knowledge. At the same time, the incident weakened the first prince's position. Political support gradually shifted, creating an opportunity for the second prince to move closer to the throne. Before despair could take hold, the queen visited Klaus and offered comfort. Concerned for his reputation, she promised to deal with the newspapers spreading accusations against him. Rather than feeling relieved, Klaus questioned her intentions. Her determination to secure the throne for her own son made the situation appear even more complicated. Soon, the queen revealed her true resolve. Insults against her family only strengthened her determination. Ignoring the growing controversy, the queen urged Klaus to focus only on one goal. In her eyes, the throne should belong to him, regardless of the obstacles ahead. Meanwhile, Klaus listened in silence. His mother's obsession with power puzzled him. Soon after, she continued speaking confidently, while a maid stood nearby. To Klaus, she seemed like someone with little political understanding, who had somehow gained influence. Memories surfaced of the prince's repeated insistence that he become king, a belief Klaus had always found unsettling. With those thoughts lingering, he walked alone through the palace halls. Reaching an open balcony, he quietly reflected on the expectations that others continued to place upon him. On a quiet terrace, Castell enjoyed tea while a maid attended nearby. Despite the turmoil spreading through the kingdom, she appeared calm. Not long after, Klaus arrived and found her relaxing, as if nothing had happened. The sight immediately drew his attention and stirred his curiosity. Rather than reacting to his presence, Castell calmly explained that Klaus often lost his composure whenever trouble surrounded him. Her confidence suggested she understood him better than most. Confusion and irritation surfaced as he questioned why she continued approaching him, despite their strained relationship. With a gentle smile, Castell reflected on a pattern that had never changed. Whenever difficulties overwhelmed Klaus, he always found his way back to her, before leaving once again. For a brief moment, he questioned whether he had been unnecessarily harsh during their earlier exchange. Seeing his reaction, Castell reminded him of their long history. The maid quietly stood by as she pointed out that there was no reason for him to feel embarrassed among familiar faces. Although he tried to stay composed, Klaus quickly recognized the hidden meaning behind her words. Suspicion replaced confusion as he realized she was guiding the conversation toward another matter. Castell revealed her true concern. She noted that children could change quickly, and suggested that someone close to Klaus might be heading down a dangerous path. Meanwhile, Castell remained calm, convinced that the recent encounter would have a significant influence on the child's future. Standing firm, he declared that he would surpass his younger brother and claim the throne through his own strength. Confidence filled his words as he dismissed anyone who relied on the influence of others. To Klaus, true worth could only be proven through personal achievement. Castell listened quietly before offering a different perspective. In her eyes, becoming king was not the only path to recognition, and failing to see that truth was his greatest flaw. Even so, Castell calmly warned that a difficult future awaited him, and that he would eventually face a trial that tested his very being. No matter what happened, she promised to watch over Klaus and protect the kindness she still saw within him. Determined to follow his own path, he questioned what she truly expected from him, if not the throne. Calmly, Castell advised him to view the Chancellor as his greatest obstacle. Her words lingered in Klaus's mind as he looked over the capital and considered the challenge ahead. Several days later, the consequences of the first prince's speech became impossible to ignore. Newspapers spread across the city, drawing increasing attention from the public. Most reports harshly criticized the First Night Order. Although a few articles attempted to defend them, public opinion continued to shift against the prince's faction. Inside the capital, officials reviewed the growing wave of criticism. What had once been ignored was now fueling widespread opposition. Attention shifted to the dangers hidden behind the political conflict. Some feared that outside forces might take advantage of the growing instability, rather than dismissing the concern. The group considered it a real possibility. Preparations had already begun, and several plans were quietly set into motion to uncover the truth. Progress came faster than expected. While investigations advanced behind the scenes, the atmosphere briefly lightened as the team discussed their next steps. A sudden reminder quickly brought everyone back to reality. The ongoing mission remained unfinished, and there was still important work waiting to be completed. With duties involving the Mage Corps and dungeon operations still ahead, the group set aside distractions and returned to their responsibilities. Second reviewed the travel documents for the upcoming expedition. The thought of spending several days away from home filled him with quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, his companions finished their meal and discussed the schedule. Although there was still time before departure, everyone had already begun preparing for the journey. Determined not to underestimate the mission, the group carefully checked their equipment. Even though the destination was only a Class C dungeon. Soon, the meal ended and the order to depart was given. Their destination was the commercial city of Gotham, where the dungeon awaited them. Before long, the expedition set out together. Moving in an organized formation, the party left the city behind and began their journey toward the next challenge. As the expedition continued, Second admitted that leaving the capital troubled him. With political tensions rising, he worried that enemies might take action while he was away. Rather than dwelling on those concerns, he shifted the discussion to a strange phenomenon mentioned in a distant region. Soon, Second described a terrifying curse that spread suffering wherever it appeared. Once it took hold, victims faced relentless pain with almost no means of resistance. Listening carefully, his companions tried to understand the curse's nature. Their discussion turned to the cruelty of forcing people to endure unbearable torment before meeting a grim fate. The group's reactions brought unexpected humor to the journey, easing the tension as they continued toward their destination. After a long journey, the group arrived at a luxurious inn surrounded by peaceful scenery. The building stood apart from the town, offering far more comfort than anyone expected. To everyone's surprise, the entire inn had already been reserved days in advance. The arrangement had been made under the names of influential nobles. A young official quickly realized who was responsible. While questioning the extravagant reservation, she discovered that Second had quietly planned everything ahead of time. Shock only grew when he revealed the scale of the booking. Rather than reserving a few rooms, he had secured the whole inn for their stay. However, Second calmly reminded him that all lodging decisions had been entrusted to him from the very beginning. The group's dissatisfaction became obvious after the long journey. Exhaustion from traveling all day had drained their energy, leaving morale at its lowest point upon arrival. Noticing the mood, Second considered the challenge ahead. With the dungeon expedition scheduled for the next morning, he knew the team needed to recover quickly. Rather than forcing them to rest immediately, he made an unexpected announcement. Every expense at the inn would be covered, and everyone was free to enjoy the facilities however they wished. Cheers quickly replaced exhaustion as the atmosphere transformed. Even so, Second reminded them not to overindulge and warned that anyone unprepared for tomorrow would face consequences. Meanwhile, Second remained completely unconcerned, convinced the expense was worth the boost in morale. The team leader finally relaxed and agreed with Second's plan. After seeing the group's spirits improve, he accepted that a night of rest would benefit everyone. Meanwhile, Second joked about his sudden wealth and invited the others to enjoy themselves as well. As the evening settled in, the group gradually dispersed to enjoy the facilities. Away from the crowd, Second noticed Cherry carrying herself in a strangely familiar manner. Curiosity soon got the better of him. While watching her from a distance, he began comparing her appearance and behavior to someone he had met before. Although their looks differed, Cherry's sharp attitude and cold expression strongly reminded Second of Yuria, leaving him deep in thought. Second continued thinking about Cherry's resemblance to someone from his past. However, the memory remained unclear, leaving him unable to identify the person. Setting the matter aside, he returned his focus to the present. With the journey complete, he decided to enjoy the inn's food, bath, and rest before tomorrow's mission. The next day, Second and his companions gathered at the entrance of the Class C dungeon. Grutum, alongside members of the First Court Mage Corps, the group prepared to investigate the area. Standing before the dark entrance, Second examined the surroundings carefully. The cave appeared ordinary at first glance, yet its reputation suggested hidden dangers within deep inside. Twisted roots covered the passageways and formed a maze. Like interior, Grutum was widely known as the hallucination dungeon because of its unusual effects on visitors. Unlike most dangerous dungeons, its monsters consisted of weak creatures such as poison mushrooms and wandering zombies. Strange illusions remained the greatest threat rather than direct combat. Fortunately, experienced adventurers could overcome those hallucinations with little difficulty. As the exploration continued, the group reviewed the dungeon's greatest danger. Every monster inside possessed hallucination magic. Meanwhile, the mushroom creatures demonstrated their strange attacks. Victims of the magic could experience random visions, ranging from bizarre shapes to something as ordinary as a banana appearing before them. Hearing the explanation, several members struggled to understand the logic behind such an unusual effect. Nevertheless, the information was accepted since Grutam's strange nature was already well known. Unexpectedly, one companion revealed complete immunity to hallucination magic. According to his experience, eating a banana granted protection for an entire hour. Rather than questioning the claim further, the others learned that this odd resistance was simply a natural trait unique to Mupton. While discussing the dungeon's dangers, Second learned that many people in this world regarded bananas as a common defense against hallucination magic. Confused by the claim, he realized nobody around him seemed aware of the true reason behind the countermeasure. Their confidence came from tradition rather than actual understanding. Earlier observations suddenly made sense. Every shop in town had displayed large quantities of bananas, even though their popularity appeared strangely excessive at first glance. With the mystery settled, Mupton explained a simple strategy. Regularly eating bananas would prevent hallucinations and make Grutam's weak monsters far less threatening. To ensure everyone stayed protected, Second distributed hundreds of bananas from his inventory, giving each member enough supplies for hours of exploration. After distributing the bananas, Second's companions were shocked by the size of his inventory. As their amazement grew, Second reflected on the reason behind that advantage. Unlike most people in this world, he had arrived with knowledge and benefits inherited from his former life. Back in the game, he had once played as a paying user and invested heavily in inventory expansions. Although he now lived as his sub-character, those upgrades remained fully intact. Originally, Second had been created as nothing more than a storage character without a massive inventory. That role would have served little purpose. Once the preparations ended, the party divided into groups and began their patrols, while Second remained near the entrance to oversee the operation. First Court Mage Division organized the dungeon expedition. The members formed teams of 5, confident that the bananas would protect them from Grutam's hallucination magic. Meanwhile, Second explained his own objective. Rather than exploring with the others, he intended to remain near the boss's spawn point and repeatedly defeat it. Even so, leaving the area completely unattended remained too risky. Their unique partnership allowed them to move through the passages at remarkable speed, while responding quickly to emergencies. Once every role had been assigned, Second confirmed that the group was ready. A final signal marked the beginning of the operation. Soon afterward, the teams entered Grutam, officially beginning the dungeon run under the First Court Mage Division's command. One by one, the groups reported their results, and the 6th team received praise for taking the lead in the competition. Meanwhile, the participants carefully recorded their achievements on special cards. Excitement spread through the group as everyone compared their progress and worked to increase their scores. Second arrived at the chamber where the dungeon boss appeared. The location would serve as the center of his strategy for the remainder of the expedition. According to his calculations, the boss required 15 minutes to respawn after being defeated. To encourage the teams, Second announced a reward for the group with the highest total at the end. Motivated by the prize, the adventurers rested briefly before rushing off to begin another lap. As the competition continued, one participant asked to keep the scorecard as a souvenir after the expedition. Seeing no issue with the request, Second immediately gave his approval. Nearby, the leading team completed another lap and returned in high spirits. Their cheerful attitude matched their impressive performance, proving they were among the most capable groups in the dungeon. Before long, a familiar presence emerged within the cavern. The boss had respawned, signaling the start of another cycle in Second's plan. Standing before him was the magical fungus, the ruler of Grutam. Its enormous body released hallucination magic, while carrying dangerous poisonous effects. Although the monster possessed troublesome abilities, its combat strength remained low. The attack struck the magical fungus directly, overwhelming the monster before it could make use of its hallucination abilities. Not long afterward, another team arrived at the chamber to record their progress. Sylvia quickly requested a stamp on her scorecard, so the group could continue their run without wasting time. While updating the rankings, Second informed Team 4 that they had climbed into second place, Unfortunately, Sylvia became unusually protective of her scorecard and refused to hand it over for long. Her reaction left Second slightly confused by the sudden change in attitude. After receiving the stamp, the team immediately departed and resumed their patrol. The remaining adventurers watched them leave before settling down to wait for the next boss respawn. After Sylvia's strange behavior, Second remained puzzled by her irritation, although he could not remember the exact cause. Setting those concerns aside, he called the teams together and announced a lunch break. The morning session had ended smoothly, making it a suitable time for everyone to rest. Noted that only a few groups had completed 6 laps. Among them, Cherie's team continued to perform exceptionally well throughout the competition. Following the announcement, the adventurers happily accepted the break and prepared to leave the dungeon chamber for a short meal. 3 minutes later, however, Sylvia still looked unusually serious. Even after being told to relax and enjoy lunch, she walked ahead with an expression that suggested her concerns had not disappeared. During the lunch break, Sylvia quietly observed Cherie's team. From her perspective, Cherry was pushing ahead too aggressively and paying little attention to the condition of her teammates. Meanwhile, the others rested and discussed the situation. Although Cherry's skill level was impressive, the gap between her and the weaker members of the group seemed far too large. After thinking it over, Sylvia reached a conclusion. She believed the team should rest after one more lap, even if that meant slowing down their pace. Recommendation was meant to prevent the team from overexerting themselves during the competition. Confident in her stamina and focused on maintaining their position, she insisted that resting was unnecessary and wanted to continue pressing forward. If the team truly needed to eat, they could simply do so while continuing their patrol through the dungeon. The suggestion only made Sylvia more frustrated. Convinced that Cherry was ignoring her teammates' limits, she finally revealed the source of her growing irritation. Before the disagreement could escalate further, the group called for Second's attention. The tense atmosphere immediately drew his focus toward the ongoing argument. Hearing his name, Second quickly rushed over to investigate. His sudden arrival interrupted the discussion before either side could push the matter any further. Upon reaching the group, he learned that the patrol itself had gone smoothly. The strained expressions around him suggested that a conflict was beginning to form within the team. Iko suddenly claimed to remember someone important. Her words immediately caught Second's attention, especially when she insisted that they had met in person before. Puzzled by the statement, Second tried to recall who she could possibly be referring to. Before he could find an answer, unfamiliar footsteps approached from nearby. Moments later, 2 women appeared before him and greeted him as an old acquaintance. Their confident attitude suggested that this was far more than a simple coincidence. Without giving him time to question them, the younger woman cheerfully announced that lunch would come first, and explanations could wait until afterward. Meanwhile, the adventurers resting outside noticed the unexpected visitors. Seeing the newcomers draw Second's attention away from the dungeon run. After bringing the visitors to the lunch area, Second instructed the adventurers to stay put, eat properly, and enjoy their break. As they settled down, the resting teams quietly complained about the situation. Watching the scene unfold, Second realized that Cherry seemed far more popular than he had expected. Soon, lunchboxes were opened and the reunion finally began. Although the girl claimed she was fine, her awkward reactions and restless behavior suggested she was struggling to stay calm. While the meal continued, Second noticed her unusual nervousness. Even her companion appeared unsure about what had caused such a dramatic change in mood. Despite trying to act composed, the girl's embarrassed expression revealed that her feelings remained impossible to hide. During lunch, Second asked about the person Iko claimed to remember. After thinking carefully, she recalled seeing someone who looked very similar to Lady Sherry. Soon afterward, Iko pointed toward a group, resting near a large rock. From a distance, the woman appeared elegant and familiar enough to attract attention. However, a closer look revealed that the resemblance involved another person sitting nearby. The discovery immediately shifted everyone's focus toward that individual. As the realization spread, both Sherry and Sylvia turned their attention in the same direction. The chapter ended with the pair quietly observing the mysterious person.